Rose hesitated for a few seconds and then said, "Yes, master, I shall return now." Seeing no further sound from Lin within the red brick house, Rose retreated and left the red brick house. Under the watchful eyes of a patrol guard team, he rode away from the town, disappearing into the darkness. Within the red brick house, Lin lay on the coarse wool mattress, gazing at the ceiling of the red brick house, and began to ponder. Who would be sending a cavalry team at this early hour to scout the enemy situation at the walls? Morrison Manor Lord Aiden? Since their first meeting in the mountains, he hadn't seen him again. The Iron Blood Brotherhood and Storm Mercenary Corps? These two were the biggest suspects. Finally, there's the Manor Lord he only heard about, Jonas. But Lin also understood that even if he knew who was sent to gather information, he couldn't stop them. The only thing he could do was strengthen his domain. Moreover, as long as there was no large-scale regular army attacking the castle, the walls could completely keep these minor nuisances outside. The high mountains and ridges flanked the walls, making it nearly impossible to climb with sheer manpower. The only way to enter the domain was through the walls. 10-meter-high walls, complemented by rolling wood and stones, winged spears, and 200 archers, sufficient to make many forces fear at the sight. Turning over, Lin continued to sleep. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. All castle windows were now installed with pieces of glazed glass windows. The surface bore a light pale blue, yet clearly allowed views of the exterior scenery. Lin touched the thickness of the glazed glass windows. Even small hailstones couldn't shatter these. As for large hailstones or arrows, such glazed glass windows naturally couldn't withstand those. However, with continual improvements in production technique, perhaps it could lead to bulletproof glass? Discarding these miscellaneous thoughts, a sound of footsteps arose behind him. Kisi was walking up. "Master, the castle's decoration has been initially completed. Should we now move your belongings over and start living in the castle?" Lin glanced at the castle hall. As the castle was just completed, the decorations were only preliminary, appearing somewhat simplistic, but essential daily necessities were all in place. The long wooden dining table was at least 30 meters, with chairs on both sides enough for 20 people to dine simultaneously. At the head of the table, an armchair solely reserved for the lord was placed. Leather cushions adorned the armchair, along with coarse woolen textiles covering the backrest for enhanced comfort. The dining table was laid with a white linen cloth, pleated edges hanging down in folds all around. On the linen cloth atop stood several candelabras filled with animal fat. The candles were crafted from fish oil rendered from river fish captured by the fishery workshops. Since production just began, quantities were limited, currently only used in his castle. On the surrounding walls, hung were specimens of beast heads. They were the red deer Lin had hunted earlier. Near the wall's edge stood long-footed oil lamps filled with animal fat. Against the front door's wall edge, atop a stage 6 or 7 tiers high, stood a grand and hefty throne. Constructed entirely of sturdy oak, handrests and back carved into shapes of beasts, with delicate patterns along the border. At the throne's base, carved to resemble beast claws, rested on the ground. Lin walked step by step up the stairs. Under the gaze of Kisi and a dozen or so village maidens nearby, he sat on the throne. A heavy yet stable sensation surfaced in Lin's heart. A sense of imperial oversight and solemnity similarly surfaced in Lin's heart. He was the master of this castle. He was the master of this domain. With just one command, all townsmen within his domain would bow to him. The direction he pointed was the battlefield all townsmen must reach. Kisi looked at Lin on the throne, her eyes becoming somewhat blurred, and began to sway uncontrollably. Master Lin finally owned his own castle and his lord's throne. All this, built up bit by bit through his own efforts. Sitting on the lord's throne, Lin familiarized himself with the feel of the throne, stood up, and walked towards the castle's exterior. To decorate the entire castle grandly takes time to accumulate. For example, large murals carved onto the walls, carvings or paintings on the beams. For example, railing posts shaped like animals on the wooden stairs. For example, woven murals on the walls, placed glazed ceramics, etc. These matters could be managed by Kisi. Arriving on the castle's first floor, Lin directly vaulted onto Mo Ying's horseback, riding towards the castle's exterior. With the castle now built and decorated, not only could he move in, Red, Kesey, his household attendant George, even the brothers Rose could also move in. Not just them, guards responsible for castle security, chefs, footmen, maidservants, male servants, foremen of each artisan workshop, as well as Old John, Scholar Tate, etc. They can also move into the accommodations at the back of the castle. This castle covers a vast area. If you add up the courtyard gardens, kitchen, stables, warehouses, living quarters for attendants and servants, armory, etc. It covers a total area of 6,000 square meters, enough for them to live comfortably within this castle. With the castle, naturally, guards need to be arranged for protection. However, unlike other lords, Lynn did not arrange for hundreds of guards inside the castle for defense. This castle needs only 30 people to be sufficient. Their duty is to convey Lynn's orders to those who need to receive them when required. Clip-clop, clip-clop. M.O. Ing, whom Lynn was riding, trotted slowly through the town, heading outwards. The townsmen passing by on both sides stopped in respect upon seeing Lynn, saluting him attentively. Mo Ing left the town, arriving at the nearly completed papermaking workshop. After Lynn dismounted, a sensible townsman approached and took hold of Mo Ying's reins. Seeing Lynn approach, Colin, who was guiding the finishing work, stepped forward to greet him. Colin called softly, "Master." Lynn nodded slightly, his eyes scanning the papermaking workshop. "How's the progress of the construction?" Colin explained, "The main structure of the papermaking workshop will be completed today, and the roof tiles will be laid. Starting tomorrow, we can proceed with making the various tools needed for papermaking. Raw material processing tools, pulping tools, pressing tools, drying tools, etc." Lynn responded, "I've already arranged for people to cut the lumber and bark needed for making these tools. I'll have people maneuver flat-bottom boats to transport them down using the current." Listening to Lynn's words, Colin's eyes lit up. He was just worrying about sourcing the lumber and how to transport it. Unexpectedly, Master Lynn had already made arrangements in advance. Colin joyfully said, "Master is wise." Glancing at Colin, Lynn continued, "Quickly complete the papermaking workshop. There's an even larger project that requires you to lead them in doing." Colin's brows slightly furrowed. "An even larger project?" Lynn did not conceal anything, directly stating, "I need to construct tracks on the territory and make hand-operated mine carts. The constructed tracks can directly connect the open-pit coal mines with the town." Colin's furrowing brows deepened. "Tracks? Master, what are tracks?" Lynn said, "You don't need to consider so much for now. Just complete the papermaking workshop and put it into production first." Master Lynn did not continue explaining, and Colin naturally did not dare to ask further. He only responded obediently. Following behind Lynn, he began to inspect the papermaking workshop. The 200 apprentices from the blacksmith workshop, plus the 400 construction workers added by Lynn. Under Colin's guidance, in just under 10 days, the main structure of the papermaking workshop was completed. The tools needed for the papermaking workshop are especially easy for Colin, who was originally a carpenter by trade. In just 4 to 5 days, after collecting the raw materials, the papermaking workshop can be put into initial production. Afterward, it only requires training the workers for skills and dividing up tasks. Lynn also understood that wishing for the papermaking workshop to produce paper on a large scale would not be so simple. But, as long as the paper produced can temporarily satisfy Tate's schools and Old John's hospitals, it would be enough. The need for paper in other positions on the territory can be postponed. After conducting a round of inspections and ensuring there were no anomalies in the construction of the papermaking workshop, Lynn felt slightly relieved and glanced at the Heavenly Artifacts interface. He rolled up his sleeves and engaged in the ongoing finishing work. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Perhaps because he was too engrossed in one thing, time had unknowingly passed until the afternoon, unnoticed by Lynn. It wasn't until a guard, after inquiring with the construction workers, approached Lynn. "Master Lynn, the merchant Allan has arrived in town and is waiting for you." Lynn turned to look at the guard. "Isn't George present?" The guard hesitated, saying, "Master, it was Lord George who ordered me to find you." Lin put down the iron hammer and nails in his hands and walked out of the papermaking workshop. As he walked, Lin thought and opened the holographic map. In the open plaza of the town, Allan sat on a long bench. Were rows of 4 horse-drawn carriages, loaded with goods. Behind the carriages were tall horses tied together by reins. And at the side, George stood waiting. After closing the holographic map interface, Lin spoke to the guard. "Tell me." The guard did not dare have any hesitation and promptly said, "Lord George stated that Allan would only choose to deal with you. Lord George's status is not fit to deal with him." Listening to the guard's words, Lin's brow slightly furrowed. Without a word, he walked out of the papermaking workshop. Without needing an order from Lin, a townsman led Mo Ying in front of him. Lin mounted the horse, lightly squeezed Mo Ying's side, and Mo Ying let out a joyful neigh, galloping forward. The guard followed closely behind. The cultivated fields on both sides swiftly receded from Lin's vision. Lin returned to the open square in front of the small town. Pulling the reins, he gradually slowed Mo Ying down. Lin dismounted and walked forward. George, who had been waiting on the side, strode over to meet Lin. George hurriedly, and with difficulty, said, "Master." Lin acknowledged with a sound. "Explain in detail." George immediately began to explain. "Mr. Allan has brought a large batch of goods and war horses. But Mr. Allan said that his partners are you, not me, the household attendant. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't proceed with the transaction." Clearly, George's words differed from those of the guards. Even if Lin didn't speculate, he could understand that George intentionally omitted the unpleasant words Allan had said to ensure the smooth progression of the transaction. Lin remained silent, striding towards Allan up ahead. Only then did Allan stand up and smile as he spoke to Lin. "Master Lin, long time no see." Lin nodded casually. "Mr. Allan, it has indeed been a while." Lin shifted the topic. "Mr. Allan, I've heard from my household attendant that you will only work with me. If I'm not present, my household attendant doesn't qualify to transact with you." A slight surprise appeared on Allan's face. He hadn't anticipated that Lin would candidly address this topic. After a few seconds of contemplation, Allan nodded and said, "Yes, Master Lin. I will only transact with the master of the territory. Only in this way can I ensure the transaction is safe and reliable." Lin responded, "Certainly, Mr. Allan. You have your own transaction principles." Allan didn't speak further, but kept his gaze on Lin. He could feel that the atmosphere of the transaction discussion had become somewhat heavy. Was it because he had said, "not worthy of the position," to that household attendant? Lin, looking directly at Allan, said, "Mr. Allan, you can have your transaction principles. George Dalton pledged loyalty to me 9 months ago. He is my first and currently the only loyal household attendant. He is responsible for all external transaction matters in my territory, including exchanging war horses or other goods with you, Mr. Allan, for fine salt. His transaction conduct represents my opinion. Disrespecting him is disrespecting me." Hearing this, Allan's expression turned somewhat serious. He even glanced at George beside Lin. Lin continued, "Of course, if Mr. Allan is willing to work with George, I'd be very welcoming. If not, it's no matter. I can still use fine salt to exchange for this batch of goods and war horses. But next time, Mr. Allan will not pass through that city wall." Listening to Lin's words, George's face was full of determination. Even the once slightly bent posture by Allan's side now stood tall. Master Lin was actually standing up to Allan for him. It was all about defending him. Allan's eyes narrowed slightly, also meeting Lin's gaze directly. In his view, Lin was just a minor lord in a newly developing territory, lucky enough to find an exploitable open-pit salt mine. Were it not for the high profits and transport convenience of fine salt, even with a connection like Grayson, he wouldn't have come to such a remote territory. Not to mention the so-called household attendant beside a minor lord. Allan sensed a different aura from Lin, a feeling as if a robust and growing lion were shielding its own under its wings. The cold expression on Allan's face turned back into a smile. Looking at Lin and George, he spoke with a tone full of apology. "Apologies, Master Lin. Apologies, Mr. George. I apologize for my previous rudeness and abruptness. I've always considered Master Lin as the best partner, and since Mr. George is Master Lin's household attendant, he naturally is the best partner too. Lynn returned the smile. Of course. Mr. Allan, what goods have you brought me this time? Allan walked past Lynn towards the carriage. He waved his right hand, indicating, as you can see, Master Lynn, I have brought you war horses. 100 war horses. And there's meat. The carriage is full of fresh meat, a total of 30,000 pounds. Lynn's gaze quickly scanned over the war horses. Badon war horses, medium war horses, with rather good speed and maneuverability, etc. Unlike the previous Bada pureblood and upper-class war horses, Allan transported medium war horses this time. However, compared to draft horses, medium war horses have superior advantages that draft horses can't match. At the very least, soldiers can ride war horses onto the battlefield to engage enemies. Lynn scanned around, confirming there were no injured or sick horses. Lynn looked at Allan. Mr. Allan, you may quote the price. Upon hearing Lynn's words, Allan smiled. Master Lynn, I won't waste words. Although these are just medium war horses, they also come from Badon. They've also undergone rigorous instruction training. As for the price, it's 20 gold pounds per horse, along with 50,000 pounds of meat, totaling. Before Allan could finish, Lynn interrupted him. Mr. Allan, these war horses and goods, I can exchange for 89,400 pounds of fine salt. Allan didn't speak, but quickly calculated in his mind. Allan revealed a slight smile. Of course. Thank you for your generosity, Master Lynn. George didn't need any arrangements from Lynn, and independently called over the assistance of the trading guild and nearly 100 townsmen. They began unloading the meat from the wagons. Meanwhile, a dozen others untied the reins of the horses from the wagons and led them to a pasture outside the town. Allan's gaze moved from those unloading townsmen to Lynn beside him. Curiously, Allan addressed Lynn. Master Lynn, are you so confident that I will continue to trade with you? Upon hearing these words, Lynn also glanced at Allan. Of course, didn't Mr. Allan say that we are the best partners? The confrontation earlier, leaving no face spared, was indeed a psychological battle for Lynn. Allan's presence would enable Lynn's territory to quickly own its own war horses. This was an undeniable fact. However, this didn't mean Allan could disregard this land, disregard him as the lord. Exchanging goods for fine salt was originally a very simple transaction. As long as Allan quoted a price deemed appropriate by George, converting it into the equivalent amount of fine salt. After both parties confirmed, the exchange transaction was completed, but the pride in Allan's heart made him look down on George. If Lynn yielded this time, continuous concessions awaited him, because, in Allan's view, Lynn needed him to transport war horses to this land. This time it might be merely insulting George. Next time it could be falsely reporting prices. Then next time, it might even mean riding roughshod over Lynn. Previously, Lynn might have conceded, but now, he needed to display the poise befitting of a lord. To Lynn's surprise, Allan agreed and even apologized. If it were someone else, they might have left this place with wagons without hesitation. But Allan stayed, cheerfully conducting the trade. And this was the terrifying part about Allan. Allan nodded in agreement. Of course, the best partners. Until 2 hours later, all the meat on Allan's wagons had been unloaded. Nearly 90,000 pounds of fine salt was loaded onto Allan's wagons. After waving goodbye to Lynn, Allan mounted his horse and left with the wagon and the guard team. Watching the wagons slowly depart, George walked to Lynn's side. He spoke hesitantly. Master Lynn, do you think Mr. Allan will come again next time? George felt that this conversation between Master Lynn and Allan would be etched in his memory forever. It was the first time someone had faced off against another for his sake. Even when he was in the Dalton clan, his father never shielded him. There were only endless disdain and neglect. Lynn glanced at George, calmly saying, I always believe that for a merchant, as long as there is enough profit, they could even bring over their mother to exchange for fine salt. Upon hearing this, George was momentarily stunned. He felt that Master Lynn's words were both comforting and insulting him. The territory's managerial merchant. Isn't he also a merchant? On the lime road between the farmlands, Allan rode on a tall horse, his body gently bouncing with the horse's stride. A burly guard captain wearing chain armor pressed his horse's belly and came to Allan's side. The guard captain looked back at the plate armor cavalry following closely on horseback. Master, do you need me to do anything? He always stayed a few meters behind Allan, closely protecting Allan's safety. Naturally, he heard the words of the lord of this territory clearly. Allan gave him a look and said, "Do something? What do you think you can do?" The guard captain instantly fell silent. Listening to the sound of hooves behind him, Allan glanced back at the standard plate armor cavalry. "Or do you want to take out those cavalry?" The guard captain's face showed a hint of exasperation. "Master, you're joking." Allan's face instantly turned cold. "Then why are you talking nonsense?" The guard captain immediately shut his mouth. Allan snorted coldly, withdrawing his gaze from the guard captain. Compared to Lin's resolute words, the most unbelievable thing for him was Lin actually had plate armor cavalry. He clearly remembered that the last time he came to this land, those soldiers were only wearing ordinary linen clothes. Moreover, such standard plate armor specifications he had never seen in the Karidi Empire despite traveling there for years. Clearly, these standard plate armor were not purchased by Lin from outside. The only possibility is that Lin on his own territory forged and manufactured these standard plate armors, and they have already been put into soldiers' wear and training. If anything unexpected were to happen, angering Lin, prompting him to make a decisive move. With the attack power of these plate armor cavalry, they wouldn't be able to leave this land. This was one of the reasons why Allan agreed with Lin. There's another reason. That is, there's an iron mine that can be excavated in Lin's territory. A set of standard plate armor requires at least 50 pounds of quality iron. The plate armor soldiers following behind number at least 100. That means just the plate armor on these soldiers requires 5,000 pounds of quality iron. And that's just what he saw. Who knows how much more there might be that he doesn't see. If it weren't for the iron mine on the territory, how could a fledgling territory be willing to use so much quality iron? Of course, with Lin's possession of a salt mine and method for producing fine salt, acquiring enough quality iron wouldn't be difficult. But it would require enough time. It couldn't possibly be this fast. With only an open-pit salt mine, Allan might not care. On this continent, there are many lords of sea salt, rock salt, or lake salt. After he reported the name of the Brown clan, he could still traverse unimpeded. But with an open-pit salt mine that can be excavated, a method to produce fine salt, plus an iron mine that can be mined, and the ability to refine iron ore into quality iron and produce standard plate armor, things become different. This is a lord who has money and is armed. Allan couldn't help but curse once more. Damn Grayson. Night fell once more. It was like an invisible black curtain shrouding the entire earth and sky. The third floor of Morrison Manor. In a lavishly decorated room, a corpulent figure entangled with two young maids. Strange sounds echoed sporadically throughout the room, accompanied by the continuous rise and fall, like the sound of clapping. Outside the room, Chief Attendant Ackman's brows furrowed tightly, as if enduring something. He turned his body, peeking through the crack in the wooden door, and that obscene scene was imprinted in his eyes. Ackman's heart immediately raced, and he quickly withdrew his gaze. Looking at the two guards responsible for the door, he spoke, "You two watch over the master. I'm going out for some air. It's clearly winter, yet why is it so hot?" The two guards understood and replied softly, "Yes." Ackman tugged at his collar and walked towards the distant staircase. Descending the stairs from the third floor to the second, Ackman's gaze scanned the surroundings. He looked all around, but did not see that familiar voluptuous figure. Ackman, somewhat puzzled, proceeded to the first floor. As he stepped into the first floor hall, that familiar voluptuous figure's back came into Ackman's view. Ackman's eyes lit up instantly, and he strode over. Before he could get close, the voice of instruction came from the voluptuous woman's mouth. "Remember, the steak must be medium rare, preferably with a slight trace of blood. The master likes it tender. The fish, as always, must be carp and must be steamed. Only this way can the meat's flavor be preserved. Other fish, the master does not like." Before the voluptuous woman could finish speaking, Ackman stopped her from behind, interrupting, "Madam, the master said he needs you to take me to the wine cellar to fetch a bottle of wine." Upon hearing this abrupt statement, Justin couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She stopped giving instructions to the maid and turned her head to look over. Seeing Ackman's half-smiling face and those eyes brazenly fixed on her chest, Aiden's primary wife, Justin Valentine, instantly understood. Justin feigned inquiry. Wine. The master hasn't purchased wine for some time. Finding it might take a while. Ackman nodded. No problem, madam. The master said he has plenty of time. Justin knowingly nodded. Let's go then. You help me find it. It'll be quicker that way. Ackman nodded respectfully. Yes, madam. Justin turned to instruct the maid to start cooking, then led Ackman towards the depth of the estate. Justin set forth, with Ackman closely following. His eyes were nearly gleaming as they fixated on that high and swaying derriere. Even though Justin wore a loose robe, it couldn't conceal her curvaceous figure. They walked through what seemed to Ackman a long corridor. Justin and Ackman arrived at the doorway of the wine cellar. Justin reached out to open the wooden door and simultaneously lit the wall lamp beside. With the grease in the wall alcove spreading, the oil lamps in the wine cellar quickly ignited. Justin descended the wine cellar stairs. Ackman sensibly closed the wine cellar's wooden door, following behind Justin. As he perceived the change in surroundings and the utter silence, Ackman's breathing became rapid. He even involuntarily swallowed. They descended the stairs. Ackman and Justin entered the wine cellar. Justin turned to Ackman, asking, "What vintage wine does the master want?" Ackman said nothing, stepping forward and wrapping his arms around Justin's waist. He unabashedly buried his face in Justin's chest. Justin's face showed no fright. Instead, there was an inexplicable enjoyment. As time slowly passed by, a strange noise echoed in the wine cellar. The sound was not loud, but seemed intentionally restrained. An hour later, Ackman contentedly opened the wine cellar's wooden door. Under the illumination of the wall lamps on both sides, sweat could be seen clearly on his face and open chest. Upon returning to the manor's front hall, he saw the guards who were supposed to watch the door, searching for something in the hall. Ackman wiped the sweat from his body, tightened his clothes, and approached them. "Weren't you supposed to watch the master? What are you looking for?" The guard directly skipped Ackman's question and said, "Captain, the master is looking for you." Hearing the guard's words, Ackman felt a brief tension. Could it be that I've been found out? But the next second, Ackman dismissed this thought. If he'd been discovered, it wouldn't be just this guard waiting for him. Ackman replied, "Understood, I'll go right away." Without any hesitation, Ackman took large strides, climbing the stairs towards the room on the third floor. Reaching the third floor room's entrance, Ackman knocked on the slightly ajar wooden door. "Master?" No sooner did Ackman speak than Aiden's voice came from behind the door. Upon hearing this, Ackman slowly pushed the wooden door open and entered. As soon as he stepped inside, a thick smell of sweat and intermingled body odor reached Ackman's nose. Even in the entire enclosed room, Ackman's gaze glanced at Aiden, only to find those two fair bodies still entwined on Aiden's. He quickly bowed his head. "Master, do you have any instructions?" Aiden, eyes closed, enjoying the maid's massage, slowly opened his eyes. He placed his right hand on the maid lying on his legs and said, "Chief Attendant, I've suffered heavy losses recently. The Storm Mercenary Corps, hired at great expense, chose to ally with a bandit corps and plunder my villages together. Burning, looting, killing. Women imprisoned as slaves, men conscripted, forced to become bandits. Now it's winter, so there's no need for farming. But what about when spring arrives tomorrow? Who will help me farm these nearly 10,000 acres of farmland?" Ackman remained silent, listening to Aiden's words with his head down. Aiden's questioning voice reached Ackman's ears. "Bakoman, you are my chief attendant. Not only must you protect my safety, but also the safety of the territory." Ackman hesitantly replied, "Master, my name is Ackman." Aiden's face tightened. "That's not important. Tell me, how can I get rid of that damned Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps and those renegade storm mercenaries?" Upon hearing this, Ackman's mind began to turn quickly. Sitting on the chair, Aiden's right hand continuously roamed and kneaded the maid's body. Ackman hesitantly said, "Master, I've thought about it and feel there are two ways to handle this." Ackman sneakily looked up at Aiden, but he found his view blocked by the maid's fair body, so he quickly bowed his head again. Aiden's voice sounded, "Speak." Ackman said with his head down, "First, the Storm Mercenary Corps was dispatched by the Mercenary Guild in Kakasong City, with whom you cooperated. You've paid 50% of the commission, So the mercenary guild must take responsibility for you. If they don't, and you cause a scene, who would dare to cooperate with them in the future? Upon hearing this, Aiden immediately frowned, losing interest even in needing the maid. Ackman's heart grew slightly tense. The other way is to seek Marquis Ducas' assistance. As long as Marquis Ducas' army presses the border and suppresses these bandits and mercenaries, only then can your territory be truly free of worry. Aiden fell into silence, but from his shifting eyes, it was clear he was contemplating something. Aiden said nothing, and naturally, Ackman dared not speak either. Honest and still, he stood with his head bowed. Until a few minutes later, Aiden spoke in a deep voice. "Prepare a carriage for me. I want to go to Kakasong City." Upon hearing this, Ackman's heart instantly relaxed, and he quickly bent his waist. "Yes, master, I will arrange it right away." Lamps along the walls illuminated the spacious hall, clearly revealing the silhouettes of several busy attendants. They pushed wooden carts, placing trays of food made through cooking in front of Len. Golden roasted pork ribs, fragrant pan-fried river fish, boiled chicken soup turned yellow and white, wheat-baked bread, and a pot of wheat and pork porridge, plus a large jug of beer. Looking at these foods, Lin's eyes showed satisfaction. After inviting Kisi to dine together, Lin showed no restraint, chewing heartily. As for the ritual of prayer before meals, what Lin cared about least was etiquette. After dinner, Lin sat on a chair with leather cushions and backrest. He watched the glowing anthracite burn slowly in the fireplace, without spurting flames. Even though the castle's hall was close to 300 square meters, the use of glazed glass for windows provided good sealing. Compared to the 3-degree temperature outside the castle, the interior was at least 10 degrees. Furthermore, being near the fire, Lin felt hardly any chill. Thoughts in Lin's mind were continuously turning, planning future territorial development. First, the papermaking workshop is already constructed and can begin production tomorrow. The wood for the tools and tree bark for papermaking, cut down over these days, is at least initially sufficient. Next, a lumber mill should be built in the forest for fixed cutting and sawing, producing the needed lumber boards and bark. No need for many workers at the lumber mill. 30 people at most will suffice. As long as no major projects are undertaken, their daily output can support the entire territory's needs. In this way, stable production of lumber boards for the territory is ensured, along with sufficient bark materials for the papermaking workshop. Once the papermaking workshop is completed, workers need to undergo skills training. Fortunately, he used the memory pearl to replicate the knowledge of constructing the papermaking workshop to Colin. Colin can be responsible for training the papermaking workshop workers. Next, the current most important project for territorial development: construction of the territory's rail system. From the town to the salt factory, to the open-pit coal mine, to the city walls, and even later to the ranch and red brick factory. With sufficient labor, the rail can be built, utilizing it for transportation. Under the current conditions, a hand-cranked rail cart can be used temporarily. As the town continues to develop, other energy sources can certainly be used for power, perhaps a steam engine or inscribing a magic array. Of course, this is just an idea he has at the moment. Constructing tracks within the territory is extremely necessary. Lastly, Lin thought of Rose, who came to report in the early morning yesterday. Cavalry under the night, gathering intelligence. Lin vaguely felt that the attack by the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps and the Storm Mercenary Corps was growing near. Perhaps a war will occur this month. If not, by January of the new year. Heavy snow and frost will cover the ground, making it difficult for horses to pass, and even before the attack, they might be toppled over. If they want to attack, it will be before the snow and frost cover the ground. Thinking about this, Lin had already made up his mind. From tomorrow onwards, let Rose increase the troops guarding the city walls, just in case. The spy Jeremy, lurking in Morgantown, did not gather much detailed information about the Iron Blood Bandit Corps and the Storm Mercenary Corps. But with the city walls and heavy troop presence, unless they have several times the power of the territory's soldiers, and possess siege equipment. Otherwise, for them, the city walls will still be easier to defend and difficult to attack. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, a sound of footsteps slowly approached. Lin turned his head to look, and it was Kisi. During the day, Lin had already instructed Kisi to move into the castle with Red. Such a large castle could not possibly be occupied by Lin alone. Otherwise, it would be too cold and desolate, no different from a cold palace. Kisi walked briskly to Lin's side, bent over, and said, "My lord, the hot water is ready. Would you like to bathe now?" Lin glanced at Kisi and said, "Now, please." Kisi responded and led Lin to a room with double doors. Entering, Lin surveyed the room. It was a private chamber. Simply put, it was a private bathing room for the lord of the castle. A bathtub made of baked clay with a gray-white color. Inside the bathtub, an unknown layer of flower petals was floating. Wisps of steam slowly drifted out of the bathtub. Next to the bathtub were several wooden buckets stacked after being filled with hot water. On the nearby table, there were pieces of cloth made from linen and coarse wool for wiping the body after bathing. On another wooden table, there was a thick cloak made of silk and wool. Kisi seemed to have a tinge of nervousness on her face and asked, "My lord, do you need help removing your clothes?" Lin looked at her and replied, "I'll do it myself." Hearing Lin's words, Kisi instantly felt relieved. But for some reason, a clear sense of loss also appeared in her heart. Kisi bent over and said, "Yes, my lord, I will wait at the door." After getting Lin's permission, Kisi stepped out of the private chamber, closing the intricately carved wooden door behind her. Lin took off his clothes, stepped onto the bathtub's ladder, and finally leaned back slowly into the bathtub. A warm comfort enveloped Lin's entire body instantly. Lin, whose entire body was warmed by the bath, put on the wool and silk-mixed cloak and walked out of the private chamber to the master bedroom next door. Lin's eyes once again scanned the master bedroom. Despite the decorations and items placed, Lin still felt the master bedroom was enormous. At least 30 square meters. A 3-meter wide, 3-meter long large bed could easily accommodate 8 people rolling around together. On the bed was a mattress and quilt made of coarse wool, from which the plush soft appearance indicated a large amount of wool inside. Below the large bed was a carpet woven from linen and coarse wool, simple and unadorned without any patterns. Facing the direction of the large bed was a small fireplace, burning anthracite and warming the entire room. The light emitted from the fire complemented the oil lamps on the wall and table, illuminating the entire room. On the heavy walnut-long table, several candlesticks and beautifully fired glazed stoneware were placed as initial decorations. Lin surveyed the room, nodding in satisfaction. The space of this room alone exceeded the red brick house he previously resided in temporarily. Not to mention these decorations, Lin sent Kisi away, allowing her to rest in her room. Lying on the large bed, the full comfort washed over Lin. In this cold winter, taking a warm bath and entering a cozy room, slipping under comfortable bedding, it was simply indescribably comfortable. Lin habitually rose early, had the breakfast cooked by Kisi, and descended to the castle's ground floor. After the guard brought Mo Ing from the stable, Lin mounted the horse and rode out of the castle. The war was drawing ever nearer. Lin had to speed up the production rate of standard plate armor at the blacksmith workshop. As he rode, Lin glanced at the resource panel. With the constant consumption of anthracite in the territory, it was visibly clear that the storage of anthracite was steadily decreasing. The number of standard plate armor, up to now, is only 400 sets. 400 sets of standard plate armor are not even enough to fully equip the soldiers trained by Ross. While Lin was pondering, Mo Ing had already arrived at the entrance of the blacksmith workshop. Lin dismounted and handed Mo Ing to a guard at the door, then stepped into the blacksmith workshop. The blacksmith workshop in the morning had already engaged in the production of standard plate armor. Some apprentices were so focused that they didn't notice that their master Lin was inspecting from behind. Irello, who had just finished instructing an apprentice, turned around and saw that familiar figure. He dared not hesitate and hurriedly went to greet him. Standing before Lin, Irello respectfully said, "Master." Lin nodded and said, "Irello, last night, Ross came to find me at dawn." Irello was stunned, somewhat puzzled, and asked, "Instructor Ross returned to the town from the city wall barracks at dawn?" The next second, Irello understood the meaning in Lin's words. "Master, are you saying that there was something unusual outside the city wall?" Lin did not hide anything. Ross said that a cavalry came at night to reconnoiter the military situation of the city wall. Irello's brows instantly furrowed. Lynn continued, I came here personally early this morning to tell you. If far, after spring plowing and planting next year. If near, within this month. Hearing this, Irello's eyes instantly contracted. He already understood the implication of Master Lin's arrival. Irello promptly said, Master, I understand. Starting today, the 3 blacksmith workshops will work around the clock, striving to manufacture 900 sets of standard plate armor at the fastest speed. Lin shook his head and said, Irello, I want to change the blacksmith workshop's production task target. After the blacksmith workshops manufacture 500 sets of standard plate armor, focus entirely on producing chest armor and helmets. Lin naturally understood that the efficiency in producing standard plate armor was already pushed to its limits. There are many processes involved in producing a set of standard plate armor, and producing 900 sets in a short time is indeed not easy. While on his way, Lin had already thought of a remedy. Currently, the number of warhorses is limited, with only about 200. The trained heavy cavalry can only number around 200. The remaining 300 sets of standard plate armor will all be used to equip the heavy infantry. These 500 heavily equipped soldiers will be the main force for charging into battle. The remaining archers and guards will only wear chest armor and helmets. Helmets and chest armor can effectively protect the vital areas from harm. Temporarily producing only chest armor and helmets will reduce the use of anthracite, alleviating the current pressure of insufficient anthracite storage. As for the other components of the standard plate armor, they can be supplemented once the demand for soldier helmets and chest armor is met. Situations are fixed, but people are flexible. Lin would not insist on Irello producing 900 sets of standard plate armor, knowing the production capability of the blacksmith workshop is limited. Listening to Lin's words, Irello was slightly stunned. But soon he understood. Irello's face revealed a gleam of joy, and he promptly replied, Yes, master. With Lin's granted permission, Irello walked a few steps, then quickly jumped onto a several dozen centimeter high platform. He shouted continuously, conveying the instructions that Lin had just given. The slow production progress of standard plate armor is largely due to the excessive number of parts in standard plate armor. The smaller the plate armor parts, the greater the difficulty in trimming, polishing, and cutting leather. If only chest armor and helmets are needed, Irello was confident he could produce them quickly. After delivering the orders, the blacksmith apprentices immediately altered their production targets. A completed chest armor and helmet sandbox was placed on the workbench one by one, awaiting the melted iron to be poured into the mold cavity in the sandbox. After arranging everything, Irello searched around with his eyes, only to find that Master Lin was no longer in the blacksmith workshop. Lin strode through one workshop after another, all bustling with ongoing production. Rough woolen robes had already been made, and the weaving workshop had temporarily entered a period of leisure, having continuously rushed out 3,000 sets of linen robes and pants, then tirelessly produced 6,000 sets of rough woolen robes. Even if the weaving workshop enters a restful period, they deserve it. After all, people aren't machines and can't work nonstop around the clock for several months. Even machines can't withstand that. Lin noticed that, even though the weaving workshop entered a leisurely period, Yamani didn't let these weavers idle, but instead had them retting flax. The 20,000 pounds of flax sent by Boer Commerce Association's Gene had been piled in the warehouse and had not been ret. Now, it's just right to take advantage of the leisure period at the weaving workshop to ret the flax into fibers. Once dried, the flax fibers can be spun into linen thread. During her busy work, Yamani caught sight of Lin at the workshop door out of the corner of her eye. Yamani quickly bent over, observing proper etiquette. Lin nodded and left the textile workshop. Lin went to the pottery workshop. As soon as he arrived at the door of the pottery workshop, on the wooden rack on the other side of the wall, there were all kinds of glazed glass products. The slender bottle neck matched with the round, palm-sized bottle body. Such a glazed bottle was perfect for holding perfume, potion, or essential oils. The glass cup with a large opening and a faint golden glow. Even a blue and transparent, smooth-surfaced, small, flat-bottomed glazed dish. Lin stood in front of the wooden rack, observing them carefully. Each of the glazed products was smooth in texture, with not a single internal crack, worthy of being called high-grade glazed glass. Perhaps because they were already familiar with making ceramic-like products, Bio and Layla had decent talent in glazing as well. While Lin was admiring these glazed items, Bio walked briskly to Lin's face. Lin glanced at Bio and said, "These glazed products are made very well. If sold outside, they will definitely fetch a good price." With a modest smile on his face, Bio said, "Master, you praise me too much. It's all thanks to your good guidance. Without you, we would never be able to make such exquisite glazed products in this lifetime." Lin nodded. Making glazed glass is just the basic firing technique. If you're interested, you can delve deeper into the firing process. Bio raised his eyebrows, puzzled. Deeper into the firing process? Lin responded, "Yes, like I've previously told you about the firing proportions. Adding different proportions of silicon sand, flux, and limestone can yield different qualities of glazed glass. For instance, reducing the amount of silicon sand, adding more flux limestone, and some metal fragments, you can make high-end decorations or optical lenses. If quality glazed glass is produced, it can be used to make telescopes." Listening to Lin's words, Bio was somewhat bewildered. Every word Master Lin said, he understood. But when combined, he couldn't grasp the meaning. Bio still responded, "All right, Master, once these batches of glazed glass for the castle are completed, I will try combining and melting different raw materials." Lin replied, "Okay." After letting Bio continue his work, Lin left the pottery workshop. The pottery workshop also had the role of a glass workshop. Since the demand wasn't particularly high now, it didn't affect anything. If in the future a large-scale glazed glass production is needed, a separate glass workshop would have to be constructed, requiring more labor input. After inspecting other workshops, Lin returned to Flint's blacksmith workshop. At this time, Flint was leading a group of blacksmith apprentices in basic forging training. Seeing Lin, Flint asked in confusion, "Lord?" Lin looked around the blacksmith workshop and directly said, "Flint, I need you to forge me a fishing rod." Ever since the last fishing trip where he caught that 30-pound river fish and broke the rod, Lin had already not gone fishing for a while. The confusion on Flint's face grew more apparent. "Fishing rod." Lin nodded. "Yes, use quality iron. I need it to be strong, resilient, solid, at least able to handle pulling 30 pounds or more without breaking." Listening to Lin's words, Flint's thick eyebrows slightly furrowed. After a moment, he said, "No problem, Lord. Give me a day, you can come pick it up tomorrow." Upon hearing Flint's confident response, Lin's eyebrows shot up immediately. This seemed to be his first time making a request that was agreed to so readily. Lin looked at Flint approvingly and said, "At dinner time, I'll take you to the tavern to taste the distilled spirits Lex brewed." Flint's eyes instantly lit up. He quickly changed his tone and said, "Lord, I'll have the fishing rod forged by evening." Lin looked at Flint somewhat startled. This guy even left space for himself to forge the fishing rod. After inquiring about Flint's progress on crafting the scale armor with chain liner, only to find out Flint hadn't started at all. However, Lin didn't urge him. Crafting scale armor with chain liner is unlike producing standard plate armor. Standard plate armor only requires making the sandbox and then casting it with iron. Scale armor with chain liner needs to be hammered again and again to forge. This demands extremely high forging skills from the blacksmith. And Lin had dispatched 200 apprentices without any forging experience to Flint. Flint could only start teaching these apprentices from scratch. Time needed might be long, but as long as these apprentices can learn, once these 200 apprentices graduate, they can then lead more apprentices. Then, his territory would never lack blacksmiths again. At that time, his cavalry would never lack high-quality armor and weapons. Leaving the blacksmith workshop, Lin went to the canteen on the right side of the town. Amidst the puzzled looks of some newly joined chefs, he picked up the bone-cutting knife and started chopping the pork on the cutting board. The sound of the bone-cutting knife breaking bones occasionally echoed in the kitchen. Cooking experience, +1. Cooking experience, +1. Cooking experience, +1. The experience for the cooking skills started to increase. Although it's still early, the town's population has grown. The chefs in the kitchen almost have to get up at 3 or 4 in the morning to start cooking breakfast for the townsmen. Once breakfast is cooked, The chefs can basically start cleaning the tableware and preparing lunch. Only by evening do the chefs get some leisure time. Compared to the townsmen working outside, the chefs' working hours are longer. But the job doesn't require much physical effort, nor do they have to worry about any accidents from labor. It's considered an easy job within the territory. All the lunches were completed, and Lin randomly ate lunch in the dining hall. He was about to ride Moing to go to the papermaking workshop. Two guards approached Lin with Tate and a little girl. The little girl was none other than Sienna. Despite being accompanied by guards and Tate, there was still a trace of fear on Sienna's face. The guards and Sienna came before Lin. Tate bowed slightly, speaking respectfully. Lord, Sienna has encountered something unexpected. Her mood has become anxious and uneasy. I asked her what happened, but she wouldn't say anything. Lin looked at Sienna and asked, "What's wrong?" Sienna still didn't speak, but looked at Tate and the two guards beside her. Lin glanced at the three, who immediately understood and stepped back several meters. Lin continued, "Did you see or hear something again?" Sienna took a few steps forward, getting closer to Lin. Confirming no one nearby could hear, Sienna cautiously said, "Refugees. A lot of refugees." Hearing this sudden remark, Lin couldn't help but frown. Sienna took a deep breath, seeming to try to calm her heart. "Master, I heard from the Raven that a group of bandit cavalrymen is plundering villages. They seize grains and livestock from the villages, kill any men who resist, and assault young women in the villages. They don't even spare the children, slaughtering them all." Lin's expression was calm as he silently listened. Sienna's voice continued. "They even invaded a village town with 2,000 people. Those displaced refugees are fleeing everywhere. A group of refugees is fleeing 45 miles outside your territory." Hearing this, Lin understood. He asked, "Did you hear how many refugees there are?" Sienna's expression turned somewhat recollective. She said, "Master, at least over 300. They are coming from the northeast direction." Lin continued to ask, "Are there bandits chasing the refugees?" Sienna shook her head and said, "Master, the Raven didn't mention this. I don't know." Looking at Sienna's serious expression, Lin touched her head. "I understand. Go back and rest quickly." Sienna didn't dodge at all, widening her eyes and looking straight at Lin. "It's Master who works hard." Lin smiled faintly, and his gaze turned to Tate. Tate understood and stepped forward, taking Sienna back. Even after walking over 10 meters, Sienna still turned her head, looking far at Lin. Watching Tate and Sienna leave, disappearing at the corner of the red brick house. Only then did Lin retract his gaze. His mind quickly started strategizing. Given Sienna's identity as a witch and her ability of hearing all things, Lin naturally believed the information was reliable. The only unknown factor is whether there are bandits or mercenaries chasing the refugees. Having pursuers means there is unknown danger, but over 300 refugees. This greatly tempted Lin. If he can bring these refugees into the territory without losing a single soldier, 300 laborers could boost the speed of development for the territory. Once Colin completes the tools needed for the papermaking workshop, these townsmen could all be employed there as papermakers. Moreover, he could conduct another military expansion, increasing the territory's armed soldiers to 1,000. Pros and cons abound. While strategizing in his mind, Lin mounted his horse and headed towards the walls in the forest. The 40 to 50-mile journey would take at most a little over an hour on horseback. While Lin pondered the pros and cons, he had already passed through the forest, and the walls appeared before him. Before getting close, Lin saw in the distance soldiers training on the open ground. Wearing silver-black standard plate armor, holding 5-meter-long winged spears, they formed squads, repeating the same training maneuvers. Rose, also clad in armor, walked gracefully on the squad's edge, continuously surveying everyone. Beside the open ground, several warhorses were tied to tree trunks. Rose also led these soldiers through horse riding training. As Rose turned his body and saw several riders approaching from afar, he bypassed the soldiers' training squad and approached them. Besides merchants trading within the territory, the only ones who could come from the town to the walls, apart from townsmen transporting supplies, would be Master Lin. When the riders drew closer, Lin was seen first by Rose. Rose strode forward to meet him. Lin pulled the reins, slowing Mo Ying's speed. Dismounting Mo Ying, Lin gazed at Rose and straightforwardly said, "Rose, I'm assigning you an outside task." Upon hearing Lin, Rose's eyebrows suddenly twitched, his stance firm. "Master, just give the order." Lin responded, "In the northeast direction, 40 to 50 miles, a group of refugees is fleeing. The exact location is unclear. You may need to search." Rose listened intently. "I need you to take 200 trained cavalry to intercept them. Ensure there's safe escort here." At this point, Lin paused. "If you encounter bandits chasing them, decide whether to counterattack or retreat based on the situation. But remember, the lives of these soldiers are more important than the refugees." Rose's face was solemn, shouting, "Understood, Master." Lin nodded and said, "Go. I'll await your return on the wall." Under Lin's gaze, Rose stepped back and left. He walked forward to the squad of soldiers who were training. Rose scanned the group and shouted, "Stop training. Gather." The 200 soldiers who were deftly swinging their winged spears immediately stopped. They raised the winged spears upright and quickly approached Rose. An orderly formation of soldiers stood in front of Rose. Rose said in a deep voice, "By the Master's command, you will accompany me to bring in the exiles. Everyone, find your warhorse now." Following Rose's command, the soldiers dispersed orderly to find their respective warhorses. The soldiers, clad in plate armor and mounted on warhorses, gathered on the red brick ground beneath the city wall. If these plate armor soldiers weren't wearing full face helmets, one could clearly see their invigorated expressions. They were the earliest townsmen chosen as soldiers and had been trained the longest. Yet, their duties involved only daily training and escorting merchant caravan to the town. They had never ridden warhorses on such a large scale. At this moment, they could truly be called cavalry. Rose mounted on top of his warhorse, gently guided the horse beneath him, and circled around the squad for inspection. After confirming everything was in order, Rose turned his gaze upwards toward the top of the city wall. There, Lin was leaning on the recess of the wall, looking down at them. The mountain wind ruffled Lin's hair, adding a few hints of sternness to his seemingly youthful face. After the heavy iron gate was opened, Lin shouted, "Depart." Hearing Lin's brief but inspiring command, the hearts of all soldiers on horseback raced. Receiving Lin's command, Rose also shouted loudly, "Depart." Rose clamped his legs around the warhorse, which had been trained to recognize commands instantly. Amid the warhorse's neighing, Rose led 200 plate armor soldiers charging toward the city wall gate. The continuous sound of hooves echoed on the lime-paved road, converging into a battle hymn. In just a few seconds, this cavalry squad rushed out of the city wall, transforming into a metal line galloping toward the northeast direction of the city wall. Where the warhorses passed, dust rose. Lin continued to stand on the city wall, watching the cavalry depart until they disappeared at the wilderness's edge. This mission to bring in the exiles naturally carried some risk, but at least 300 exiles were equally important to Lin now. Population is the foundation of a territory's development. After a moment of watching, Lin stepped down from the city wall. Looking at the townsmen behind him, cutting down the surrounding logs, Lin stepped in to join them. Rolling up his sleeves, he gripped the end of the axe handle with his left hand for support. He held his right hand 2 to 3 fists above his left hand as a leverage point. This ensured the stability of the axe while effectively utilizing power. Lin swung the iron axe in his hand, constantly cutting down a pine wood. Collection experience, +1. Collection experience, +1. Collection experience, +1. Since building the first wooden hut, Lin had already mastered the technique of using the axe. Logging was not difficult. The townsmen were cutting logs around the city wall naturally to expand the barracks. As more soldiers were conscripted, the nearly 100 red brick houses had become insufficient for the soldiers to reside. Currently, the soldiers numbered 600, and there would only be more in the future. As Lin continued to log, accumulating experience, time swiftly advanced. According to the full-speed long-distance galloping speed of a medium warhorse, it's 30 kilometers per hour. This meant that from the city wall to the area where Sienna said the exiles fled, at most, it would be an hour. If deviation occurs, searching might consume some time. By evening, Rose should be able to return to the city wall with the soldiers and exiles. After accumulating experience for several hours continuously, Lin stopped. At nightfall, amidst the surprised gazes of the soldiers in the barracks, Lin joined them for a dinner. They had heard their lord, Master Lin, would often personally work the land, build houses, and produce tools. After half a day together, it turned out to be true. The night gradually deepened. Even though the current temperature was 3 degrees, the temperature in the mountains was even lower, only 1 degree. Yet, the soldiers on top of the city wall hadn't relaxed their patrols and watches. However, beside them, there were piles of small bonfires for warmth. If conditions weren't available, so be it. The current territory still had a certain amount of anthracite stored, so there was no need for these soldiers to suffer in vain. In an empty red brick house dormitory, the anthracite burned vigorously in the fireplace. The entire 30-square red brick house housed 8 bunk beds, allowing 16 soldiers to live relatively comfortably. There were passageways and cabinets for storing items. The beds were laid with woven wild straw mats and a slightly thin coarse wool blanket. Although not very thick, it was far better than covering with straw and weeds. Moreover, with the anthracite for heating, it was enough for these soldiers to endure the winter. Just as Lin was warming by the fire, observing the soldiers' living conditions, a soldier took large strides, running to the door of the dormitory. He knocked on the wooden door of the dormitory and said, "Master, Master Lin, there are riders approaching." Hearing the voice outside the door, Lin stood up, picked up the tongs, and closed the fireplace's vent. With this, the anthracite in the fireplace, lacking oxygen, would burn more slowly. Immediately, Lin walked out of the red brick house and headed towards the nearby city walls. The guard responsible for delivering the message hurriedly followed behind Lin. Climbing the steps of the tower, Lin reached the top of the city wall. His eyes peered through the black night, searching slightly. Soon, in the distance outside the city walls, one could see faint yellow lights flickering in the black night. Those were the lights of torches. Perhaps due to the night wind blowing, or the galloping of war horses, some torches flickered intermittently. Yet, those torches almost lined up in a row, clearly visible. Lin stood on the city wall, waiting quietly. The soldiers patrolling nearby cast a furtive glance at Master Lin. Seeing the night wind flutter Master Lin's robe, he immediately signaled to the messenger soldier, then looked at the small anthracite fire beside him. The messenger soldier instantly understood, gave an approving look to the guard soldier. He placed the warming fire beside Lin. Lin naturally noticed this scene. As the marching team in the night became closer, the glow of the torches became increasingly evident. When the team came within visible distance, Lin finally saw that it was indeed soldiers clad in plate armor, wearing full-face helmets, riding war horses. They were none other than the people of Rose who had left at noon away from the city walls and had just returned. The cavalry unit was split into 2 parts, 100 riders at the front guiding the way, another 100 at the rear for defense and oversight, ensuring that in the event of an attack, a defensive line could be promptly formed and preventing the refugees from fleeing midway. Lin roughly scanned the refugees, numbering at least over 300. Until Rose's troop was near the city walls, Lin told the messenger soldier, "Open the gate." The messenger soldier promptly acknowledged and ran quickly towards the city walls. With the heavy opening sound of the gate, the cavalry, leading the refugees, flowed in one after another. Eventually, all refugees were arranged to stand on the open red brick ground. After the previous incident of informers infiltrating, Rose was terrified. Even before Lin gave any orders, Rose had already arranged for soldiers to start searching the refugees. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of a journey spanning dozens of miles, they were weary and directly sat on the ground. Coming down from the city wall, Lin stood at the forefront, scanning these refugees. Even though the iron gate of the wall was closed, their faces still bore a trace of fright. Obviously, they had not yet recovered from the terror of the bandit attack on the town. Compared to the various slaves brought by Grayson before, these free people, who only lost their land and homes, seemed much healthier. The refugees gathered in groups of 4 or 5, or in pairs, each group, or pair, forming a small family. As Lin surveyed the crowd, these refugees' eyes were also scanning this unfamiliar environment. Tall city walls, red brick houses, and beneath their feet a lime road stretching through the forest with no end in sight. Moreover, the fully armed plate armor cavalry they had never seen before. This filled them with intense unease. Half an hour later, ensuring no refugees secretly carried weapons, Rose stepped towards Lin. Rose bowed slightly, speaking respectfully. "Master." Lin responded, asking, "Didn't encounter any bandits?" Rose replied, "We had some luck, no bandit encounters. Some refugees were worried and afraid, but I still brought them over by force. We brought back a total of 320 refugees, 200 males, 100 females, and 20 children." Lin nodded in satisfaction. Rose continued speaking. "However, I heard from the refugees that bandits chased after another batch of fleeing refugees. The bandits seem overly ambitious, forcing those townsmen into their ranks, compelling them to become bandits or face death." Lin was not surprised. "That bandit group, they are the Iron Blood Brotherhood, aren't they?" Rose nodded. "Yes, Master, it's the Iron Blood Brotherhood. Also, a group called the Storm Mercenary Corps has joined the Iron Blood Brotherhood." Lin said, "I understand. Well done, you brought back all my soldiers." Rose bowed, acknowledging his words. Retrieving his gaze from Rose, Lin looked at the refugees ahead. Perhaps due to his silk wool robe or Rose's deferential manner of reporting, Lin noticed many refugees were staring wide-eyed at him. Lin took a few steps, standing on the steps not far away. Rose and several plate-armored soldiers holding torches stood beside, illuminating for Lin. "Friends, I am the master of this land, Lin." A strong and loud voice suddenly rang out. Those who were still looking around immediately began searching. Finally, their gaze landed on the tall and handsome man. Confirming that the young and handsome man was claiming to be the Lord, a distinct look of surprise appeared on their faces. However, seeing the guards around them, they dared not utter any words. They all looked up at Lin. "Everyone, there's no need to be nervous or afraid. Being able to come to this territory will be the luckiest thing in your life." A look of doubt appeared on the faces of the refugees. Having left their homes, jobs, and houses behind, they came to this wilderness to escape for their lives. Can this really be called the luckiest thing? Lin continued speaking. "In this territory, you will have a wall to rely on, with standard plate armor soldiers for protection. As for bandits, they will never dream of crossing into this territory." The refugees looked at the wall to their left. The presence of the wall indeed put them at ease. If their village also had such walls, they would never have been attacked by bandits. In this territory, you will no longer worry about food or shelter. You only need to work hard at the tasks I arrange. You will receive 3 meals a day and have red brick houses like the ones you see now, with each house occupied by a family or 2 people only. You will have homes and rooms that belong to you. You can cook in the fireplace in the living room or burn anthracite for warmth. You might even receive long robes made from coarse wool like those soldiers to keep warm in the winter. You will receive different work assignments, perhaps in handicraft workshops, weaving, pottery, forging, or logging, farming, breeding, digging. You could even become like them, a guardian of the territory, heavy cavalry. Harder positions will come with benefits. And your underage children will also have their place, schools. They will receive taught approval from the scholars of Triumph City in schools. At this point, Lin paused. To obtain all of this, all you need is to work hard. In Lin's view, there was nothing novel in his words. From the initial promise of 3 meals a day, alleviating hunger concerns, to having meals with meat, then red brick houses, to children receiving education, to becoming plate armor soldiers. Even now, Lin has never painted a false narrative for these townsmen. All along, he only promised what the territory had. The newly arrived refugees' eyes began to shine with a peculiar light. If what this young lord says is true, then this place is simply heaven, because no matter where they go, they are destined to labor for food. But here, they will receive all of this in advance. A young refugee stepped forward and responded, "Lord, my name is Wesley Don Quixote, the last descendant of the Don Quixote clan. I am willing to join your territory and offer you my loyalty." As Wesley Don Quixote came forward and responded, more refugees expressed themselves one after another. "Lord, our family is also willing to join your territory." "Lord, I am willing to." "Lord, my wife is pregnant. Please allow her to stay. I can do her share of work." Lin looked at the last speaking middle-aged man. Beside him, A middle-aged woman wearing just a coarse wool robe was carrying a round belly. Lynn spoke, "Pregnant women over 3 months need not work and can rest at home. Moreover, pregnant women shall receive eggs and chicken to supplement their nutrition. Next year, they will even receive sheep milk and cow milk." Listening to Lynn, some refugees had faces of joy. This lord actually provides such good care for pregnant women. It's known that other lords, regardless of whether free people are sick or pregnant, as long as free people do not labor, they receive no wages and might even be penalized for breaching their contracts. But here, the treatment for pregnant women is exceptionally high, completely beyond their imagination. Is such treatment really something these people can enjoy? The words from Lynn touched all the refugees. They wondered what life would be like afterward. In reality, under the pressure of these fully armed plate armor soldiers, even if the Lord here asked them to work tirelessly, they would have no choice. No way can bandits' power compare to standard plate armor soldiers. Lynn instructed Rose to have the soldiers lead these refugees to the small town, and he mounted MOing and returned to the small town ahead. The papermaking workshop was about to be completed. It's perfect timing to assign them to the papermaking workshop production. The remaining 800 construction workers and the 200 apprentices from the woodworker workshop can begin track construction. When Lynn returned to the small town, it was nearly midnight. By the time those refugees reached the small town, it would be at least 2 or 3 in the morning. 320 refugees require at least 160 red brick houses. If there aren't enough, they can only squeeze in and live together for a few nights. Once the new red brick houses are completed, they will be allocated and moved in. Returning to the castle, the guards responsible for guarding the gate hurriedly opened the gate, allowing Lynn to ride in. Inside the castle, Lynn dismounted, and the guards beside him immediately stepped forward to hold MOing, leading it to the stables. Kisi, who had been waiting downstairs, promptly approached. "Master, you're back." Lynn glanced at Kisi and said, "In 2 hours, a batch of refugees will arrive in the town. Please arrange for the cooks to prepare some simple food for them." Kisi raised an eyebrow but showed no hesitation. "All right, master, I'll get on it right away." Lynn nodded, and, after sending 2 guards to accompany Kisi, he ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor of the castle. After washing up, Lynn came to the dining table in the hall. Having risen even earlier, Kisi was setting Lynn's breakfast: egg custard, wheat porridge with minced meat, pan-fried bread, and a piece of pork with vegetables. Sitting in the armchair at the head of the dining table, Lynn picked up a piece of bread with chopsticks and began to eat. While eating, Lynn looked towards Kisi. At this moment, Kisi clearly showed signs of fatigue with dark circles under her eyes. Lynn asked Kisi, "What time did the refugees arrive in town last night?" Standing by, Kisi explained, "It was past 2 in the morning. After they finished eating, because it was so cold, I arranged for them to stay in the remaining red brick houses. However, there weren't enough red brick houses. I found some pregnant women among them, so I prioritized them. The remaining refugees were crammed 10 or so into a single red brick house, but they all managed to fit. Today, we need to arrange for construction workers to continue building red brick houses." Lynn nodded. "Well done." Hearing Lynn's praise, Kisi's previously drowsy expression instantly became more spirited. After finishing breakfast, Lynn rode on MOing and left the castle. He arrived at the open square in front of the town. Nearly 300 refugees who had eaten breakfast stood neatly in formation at the guard's request. On the way back to town from the city wall last night, Lynn had already thought of the use for these refugees. Papermaking workshop to produce paper. Looking at the expectant faces, all looking at him, Lynn announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, starting today, you will join the newly constructed papermaking workshop and become papermaking workers of the territory. Under the guidance of the guards, you will go to the papermaking workshop, where Foreman Colin will teach you how to produce paper." Hearing Lynn's words, the townsmen's faces showed a look of surprise. Papermaking workshop? They had never heard of it before. However, since there would be teaching, they could naturally accept it. With Lynn's command, nearly 300 refugees, under the guard's guidance, marched towards the papermaking workshop outside the town. Not far away, a young man dashed out from the refugee crowd, rushing towards Lynn. 4 or 5 guards were shocked and wanted to intercept him immediately. but the young man easily avoided them with a few nimble steps. Seeing the young man getting closer, the guards quickly called out, "Master, be careful." Subsequently, the guards drew their scimitars from their waists, striding forth in pursuit. Lin glanced at the young man. He had seen this young man last night. He claimed to be the last descendant of the Don Quixote family. Clearly, Wesley Don Quixote was a man who understood decorum. When he was 5 meters from Lin, he knelt down directly, with his left leg bent and right knee directly on the red brick ground, his right hand in a fist on his chest, while his left palm was upturned, extending forward. Firm words resonated from Wesley Don Quixote's mouth. "My lord, I am Wesley Don Quixote. Please accept my loyalty." The soldiers arriving from behind were about to place their scimitars on Wesley Don Quixote's neck. When they saw Lin extend his right hand, they instantly understood, nodded in acknowledgement, and sheathed their scimitars, standing by. Lin once again looked towards Wesley Don Quixote. A string of text appeared before Lin's eyes. Name: Wesley Don Quixote. Abilities: Hunting level 3, level 2 Production, Collection level 2. Attributes: Attack D+, Defense C+, Speed D-, Constitution E-, Energy E. Talent: Wind God's Blessing. The favor of the heavens accumulates wind on the arrows, increasing their power. Skills: Wind Power. The arrows shot are imbued with wind power, extending the effective range of the bow and can easily tear through armor. These refugees had just arrived in town, and he hadn't had the chance to check their attribute panels yet. Wesley's attribute panel made his eyes light up slightly. With the talent, Wind God's Blessing, and the skill, Wind Power, Lin felt that Wesley was more like a sniper. Looking at Wesley kneeling in front of him, Lin calmly said, "Why should I accept your loyalty?" Wesley's face was momentarily stunned. He indeed did not expect Lin to ask him this question. Wesley's thoughts raced in his mind, and he quickly responded, "Lord, I want to become a part of your domain. As long as you need it, my lord, I can do anything for you." Lin stared at him and continued to ask, "Mr. Wesley, just state your purpose directly." A trace of hesitation appeared on Wesley's face. Wesley spoke, "Apologies, my lord. My purpose holds no malice towards you. The reason I want to pledge allegiance to you is because I am the last descendant of the Don Quixote clan, and the Don Quixote clan is a family blessed by the wind god. As long as one's will is firm and sincere, one can tap into a sliver of the wind god's power. But a long time ago, the Don Quixote clan declined. The former prosperity is gone. The people dwindled, leaving only me. My ancestors said this is the curse brought by obtaining the wind god's power." At this point, Wesley's tone shifted. His words became resolute again. "But I don't believe it. I am determined to revive the glory of the Don Quixote clan." Lin nodded. "So, I am the power you intend to use." If before, he indeed was like those vagrants, fleeing from villages and towns just to survive. He saw such a young lord, saw a clearly recently constructed tall city wall, saw expanse of newly cultivated land, and also saw a vast red brick house residential area, towering castles over 10 meters high, and those ranks of plate armor soldiers. Wesley knew this is a land growing vigorously, a force rapidly developing, and the Lin before him was the master of this land. Wesley exhaled a hot breath. Without any timidity, looking straight at Lin, he spoke. "Yes, my lord. I want to leverage your power to re-establish the Don Quixote clan in this empire, on this continent. But, no matter what, not only me, the Don Quixote clan will forever be the sharp blade in your hand, my lord." Lin said nothing, his gaze locked with Wesley's. Wesley lowered his head. He felt the oppressive aura of an overlord from Lin. Lin spoke. "Wesley Don Quixote, I, Lin, accept your allegiance." Lin stepped forward, approaching Wesley. Finally, he stood before Wesley, extending his right hand, slowly brushing across the palm of Wesley's left hand. Feeling the warmth from the palm, Wesley's emotions suddenly stirred rapidly. Even his entire body trembling inexplicably. Pledge of allegiance means he will become Lin's household attendant. His family and descendants will all become Lin's household attendants. They must provide services in all aspects for Lin the Lord. It means he must pledge eternal allegiance to Lin the Lord, for betrayal will mean losing everything. But the warmth in his palm gradually faded. Wesley's lowered head sank even further. In a firm voice, words emerged from his mouth. Yes, my master. Lin spoke coolly. Rise. Without any hesitation, Wesley stood up. Lin continued speaking. Wesley, what you said about the wind god's blessing. Wesley, without any concealment, began to directly explain. Master, the wind god's blessing is somewhat peculiar. It is unlike those swordsmanship techniques or spear techniques, more akin to a sense. Having sensed it, the arrow shot forth holds extraordinary power. Wesley's words continued. My lord, I'm not sure if you've heard about the battle of light and darkness. Lin nodded. I have some memories, but not much. The memories of the battle of light and darkness in his mind are merely legends passed down by word of mouth. What the truth really was, what happened, Lin naturally does not know. Wesley explained, My lord, the battle of light and darkness. It truly existed. Because my ancestors participated in that war. Lin raised an eyebrow. In Wesley's eyes, there was a look of reverence. Although I do not know the origin of the battle of light and darkness. But I know that during that war, my ancestor, with an arrow imbued with the wind god's power, slew the 68th ranked demon god, Belial. Because, from that point on, my ancestor was granted a title by the light camp, the demon-breaking arrow. Wesley's voice grew somber. However, when darkness was driven back to the abyss, this land no longer needed heroes. The heroes of old gradually aged and passed, leaving only their descendants to carry on, continually passing down these legends of heroes. Until now, the Don Quixote clan, granted such a title, only has a single heir left. Lin looked straight at Wesley, saying, One day, the Don Quixote clan will once again stand tall on this continent, becoming known to all households. Listening to Lin's words, Wesley suddenly lifted his head, eyes filled with awe as he gazed at the young lord before him. Or perhaps eyes above everything. However, what Wesley saw in Lin's eyes was ambition. Wesley bowed slightly. Yes, master. Lin nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. There happens to be a position suited for you. Wesley asked in confusion. A suitable position for me? Master, is it related to archery? Lin looked at Wesley with appreciation. Yes, I need you to help me train the archers. They don't need to be perfect shots, just need to be able to perform volleys and direct shots. That will be enough. A hint of joy appeared on Wesley's face. Then this position is indeed more suitable for me. Naturally, Wesley was unwilling to go to a paper mill and work as an ordinary paper worker. Accompanied by several guards, Lin took Wesley to the archery training ground outside the town. From a distance, Lin could already see Red leading a group of soldiers in unified training. Lin did not immediately lead Wesley in, but stood at the back and watched from afar. A slightly surprised voice came from Wesley's mouth. Master, that burly man. Lin explained, Red Harper, the guard captain of the territory, and also a hunter. Due to the lack of archery trainers, I temporarily appointed him. Wesley suddenly understood. I see. I thought their training methods were a bit odd, but this way, they can indeed teach soldiers how to draw a bow and shoot. Lin said nothing, stepping into the training ground. Red had just finished a round of training, preparing to train the next batch. He keenly noticed Lin coming over with a few people from behind. Red stepped forward a few paces to Lin's side, glanced at Wesley, and respectfully said, Master. Lin nodded. This is Wesley, a skilled marksman like you. From now on, he'll teach these soldiers archery training. Hearing Lin's words, Red showed no surprise. It seemed that before Lin's introduction, Red had already sensed this. Red bowed and said, Yes, master. Lin looked at Wesley, and before Lin could speak, Wesley walked forward. From the wooden rack beside, he picked up a longbow. He held it in his hand, continuously testing it for a moment before heading to the target area. Wesley took out 3 triangular armor-piercing arrows from the quiver nearby. Under the gaze of Lin, Red, and all the soldiers, he tossed the 3 triangular armor-piercing arrows into the air overhead. The 3 armor-piercing arrows scattered instantly and, under gravity, fell towards Wesley below. Without even raising his head, Wesley reached up, and his right hand accurately grasped one of the armor-piercing arrow tails. Withdrawing his arm, he knocked and drew the bow. The longbow instantly went full draw. With a slight release of his right fingers, the arrow shot out swiftly. After a sharp whistling sound, the armor-piercing arrow hit the bullseye precisely. However, Wesley's actions didn't stop. His body tilted slightly, capturing another falling arrow with his fingers again. Knocking and drawing the bow. The bow was fully drawn, fingers released. The armor-piercing arrow went towards the target ahead once more. A crisp sound followed as the armor-piercing arrow hit the target's bullseye precisely. The final arrow was about to fall to the ground. Under all the gazes, Wesley crouched suddenly. His right hand darted down, grabbing the falling arrow directly with his right hand. Wesley knocked the arrow again, drew the bow, released the fingers, and the arrow shot out, hitting the bullseye accurately. After completing all this, Wesley habitually slung the longbow over a shoulder onto his back. Amidst the sudden applause, a burst of clapping ensued. Wesley walked up to Lynn and said, "Master." Wesley was a bit clumsy. Lynn was not stingy with words of praise. Very impressive archery. This level of archery can no longer be described as simply excellent. To achieve this, one must have keen perception and agile body technique. Beside Lynn, Red looked at Wesley with eyes full of approval. Lynn's gaze shifted to the soldiers on the training ground and shouted, "Assemble!" The soldiers, who had been paying attention to Lynn, Red, and Wesley all along, heard the command of the Lord. They quickly shouldered their longbows and ran to the front of Lynn, beginning to line up. 200 soldiers stood in a formation with only a fist gap between them. The formation wasn't grand, but the orderly arrangement from short to tall still made it pleasing to the eye. Lynn swept his gaze over the crowd and said, "I mentioned before that, without a qualified instructor to lead your training, Captain Red would lead you himself." The soldiers' faces were stern. "Now, your instructor is here, Wesley Don Quixote. From this moment on, he will lead you in daily archery training, and after that, he will lead you in any operations." Upon Lynn's words, a uniform shout erupted from the soldiers. Lynn nodded contentedly, looking at Wesley. Wesley understood immediately, stepping forward to appear in the sight of the soldiers. "Wesley Don Quixote. You may call me Instructor Wesley." Though, as Wesley said, the Don Quixote family had declined. But Wesley still had such a presence, in both his stance and the tone of his speech, clearly trained formally. This was precisely what Lynn needed the most at the moment. He needed someone to train these soldiers in a formal, systematic way, to ensure they follow orders to the letter. As Wesley introduced himself, drawing closer to the soldiers and beginning to organize a training plan, Lynn gave Wesley a few instructions before leaving the archery training ground. Red, no longer needed to lead the soldiers, quickly followed Lynn. Looking at the familiar back of Master Lynn, a sense of inexplicable reassurance appeared in Red. As Lynn walked, he asked, "Red, do you wish to stay by my side, or do you want to lead a team of soldiers?" Listening to Lynn's query, Red almost without hesitation replied, "Master, I'm not suited to lead soldiers." Red naturally knew that if he wished, Lynn would, without hesitation, assign him a team of soldiers, just like those archers on the training ground. However, Red was well aware of his abilities. He lacked the capability to command soldiers and the ability to lead them well. Lynn glanced back at Red and said, "Then stay by my side in the future. Where I go, you go." Returning to the small town, Lynn rode Mo-ing towards the papermaking workshop. Red likewise rode his warhorse, once again following behind Lynn. A dozen minutes later, Lynn arrived at the papermaking workshop. 300 townsmen who had just arrived were already waiting outside the papermaking workshop under the guidance of the guards. Under the watchful eyes of some onlookers, Lynn dismounted and walked towards the entrance of the papermaking workshop. Before getting closer, Colin happened to step out. Seeing Lynn, he hurriedly spoke, "Master, the tools needed for the papermaking workshop have been completed." Lynn nodded slightly and walked into the papermaking workshop. What his eyes saw were wooden tools that Lynn was seeing for the first time. First was the processing and boiling area. The bark from felled trees could be peeled from the logs or soaked to remove the bark. But soaking to remove the bark requires a lot of time, ranging from several days to over a month. While peeling off the bark, you can also create a trough to soak the logs for bark removal. The collected bark is added to an iron pot, along with lime and other alkaline materials, to be boiled, accelerating the decomposition of the bark fibers. Next, was the pulping area, divided into the pestle area and the trough area. The boiled bark can be put into a stone mortar, where repeated pestling turns the bark into fine fibers, making it papermaking material. The trough area is used to mix the pestled bark fibers with water, allowing the fibers and water to fully blend and stirring, forming a pulp suspension, preparing for the subsequent paper molding process. Then was the paper molding area, divided into the paper sieve drying area and the wet paper drying area. The paper sieve drying area is the core area of paper molding. One can hold a ready-made bamboo sieve, immerse it into the pulp trough, then slowly lift it out. The surface of the bamboo sieve will be covered with a thin layer of paper, then turn the pulp onto the wooden workbench to let it preliminarily form. Once the pulp has preliminarily formed, it undergoes initial ventilation and drying to accelerate the drying speed of the wet paper. Next is the processing area. The air-dried paper enters the cutting area for preliminary trimming and sizing to the required dimensions and shapes. Then it goes into the pressing area, where a stone press compacts and flattens, enhancing the paper's density and quality. Finally, there is the storage area for finished products. As paper is extremely susceptible to moisture, it's crucial to ensure the storage area is dry and ventilated. Lynn's eyes swept over each processing area one by one. He turned his gaze to Colin. Later, a residential area needs to be built behind the papermaking workshop, allowing the workers to live directly nearby. Residences, kitchens, public baths, wells, and toilets, etc. The papermaking workshop is not exactly far from the town, about more than an hour's walk. Better to build supporting structures and living facilities around the papermaking workshop than lose an hour commuting. Colin didn't hesitate, speaking up. All right. The papermaking workshop is built, papermaking work is completed, and the required labor is in place. Now what's lacking is the raw materials for the papermaking workshop. Lynn exited the papermaking workshop and began assigning labor among these 300 people. 250 townsmen were handed over to Colin to have him train them in different positions. The remaining 50 people were directly sent by Lynn to the shipyard to row the skiff upstream to the forests of the Acadia River. The 400 townsmen had felled logs which needed to be transported downriver. As for the fuel needed for boiling the bark, this was straightforward. Directly allocate 5 wagons from the town's caravan of anthracite from the open-pit coal mine. These 5 wagons would specifically supply anthracite to the papermaking workshop. The journey from the open-pit coal mine to the papermaking workshop is much shorter. Each wagon can carry 1,500 pounds and can make 3 trips a day, which is 4,500 pounds. 5 wagons, that's 22,500 pounds. It's more than enough for the daily consumption of the papermaking workshop. With everything arranged, Lynn strode into the papermaking workshop again. Looking at the teams standing apart, a hint of satisfaction appeared on Lynn's face. Due to long-term contact with him, Colin had indeed learned the division of labor by positions. Workers responsible for peeling bark specifically handled peeling. Workers responsible for cleaning and boiling the bark handled cleaning and boiling. Pulp-making workers specifically handled pulp-making. By dividing the labor, their work transfer processes were reduced. Having them become proficient in their own work, skill comes with practice, thereby improving work efficiency. Dividing them also improved Colin's own teaching and training efficiency. Each obtained multiple benefits. Lynn didn't disturb Colin and instead rode Mo-ing away from the papermaking workshop. Regardless of the tools lacking in the papermaking workshop or the guidance and training needed for the workshop's workers, with Colin present, there was no need to worry at all. What Lynn had to focus on now was the upcoming rail construction. Lynn rode Mo-ing, galloping on the lime road. Mo-ing's hooves hitting the ground with crisp sounds. These sounds merged with the hoofbeats of Red and several guards riding behind. Ironically, it created a peculiar sense of comfort. A dozen minutes later, before reaching the edge of the forest, Lynn saw from a distance trees falling one by one. Arriving at the forest edge, Lynn leapt down from Mo-ing and walked toward the logging site. At the edge of the forest, 400 townsmen were continuously felling trees with half-meter diameters. The shadow of the iron axe swinging, the humming sound of the iron saw being pulled. After the trees collapsed, 7 or 8 townsmen worked together on the tree trunks. Tall logs over 20 meters were divided into 3 sections and carried back, piling up. What surprised Lin was that, with 400 people uniformly cutting down trees, the entire logging site was astonishingly orderly. When Lin spotted that strange yet familiar figure in the distance, he understood. It was Garcia, with the talent of planning and doubled efficiency using the two-handed axe. Lin looked at a guard and asked him to call Garcia over. Upon receiving the instruction, the guard immediately walked to the forefront of the logging operation. Upon reaching Garcia's side, the guard explained briefly. When Garcia turned his head and saw Lin, he promptly put down his two-handed axe and jogged over to Lin. Coming before Lin, Garcia quickly bent over, and his words were full of respect. "Master Lin." Lin responded, "Garcia Paul, how many trees have been cut down now?" Listening to Master Lin accurately calling his name, Garcia felt invigorated inside. After all, standing before him was the lord of the entire territory. There were nearly 6,000 people in the entire town, and Master Lin could call his name precisely. How could he not be excited? Garcia spoke somewhat hurriedly. Master, since you arranged for us to start felling, nearly 1,000 trees have been cut so far. 400 people, with 2 people collaborating to fell a half-meter thick tree, cutting 2 per day, plus transport and branch clearing. The efficiency was relatively quick for cutting nearly that many in a few days. Lin inquired, "Are they all following your guidance in the felling process?" A sincere, shy smile appeared on Garcia's face. "Yes, master. Because my previous work was cutting trees, I'm somewhat more skilled than they are." Lin nodded. "Very well done. In the future, I plan to construct a logging processing site at the forest edge with a workforce of 50. I need you to lead them as a foreman for logging. The main work will involve felling trees and transporting logs to the processing area for further work. Rail construction requires a large number of sleepers, and these sleepers will be processed from the logs felled by Garcia." A look of astonishment appeared on Garcia's face. "Master, are you saying me? But I'm afraid I might not live up to your trust, master." Seeing Garcia's somewhat worried expression, Lin resolutely said, "How will you know you can't without trying? Besides, aren't you doing great now?" Previously, the forest passage from the open pit iron mine to the Acadia River was cut through by Garcia leading the logging workers. Now, here is Garcia again, leading these 400 logging workers in an orderly felling operation. But due to his personality, he lacks confidence. This is straightforward. Lin gives him confidence. Listening to Lin's encouraging words, Garcia was taken aback. Garcia seemed to have made up his mind. "Master, I can do it." Lin nodded in satisfaction. "Good. From now on, you are the foreman of the logging site. I will have the carpenters from the woodworker workshop come here to set up the logging site." Garcia nodded heavily. "No problem, master." Lin responded softly, and after patrolling the logging site for a moment, he rolled up his sleeves and joined in the logging of the logs. Collection experience, +1. Collection experience, +1. Collection experience, +1. Slowly, the collection experience kept increasing. Those logging workers, seeing their lord joining in the logging, became even more diligent. Was slowly passing by. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Lin sat in the temporary rest shelter at the back, gulping down well water. Looking at the various cleaned logs, his mind rapidly calculated. The distance from the open coal mine to the town is 2 miles. If each sleeper is laid approximately 1 meter apart, 2 miles is 10,000 meters, requiring 10,000 sleepers alone. Assuming a sleeper width of 2 meters from a 20-meter tall log, that meets the size requirement for a sleeper. At most, only 5 sleepers can be produced. Just the need for sleepers requires cutting down 2,000 trees. This doesn't even account for the rail wood needed for the tracks. Including the rail wood, a 20-meter-high log, after removing the top and bottom sections, can at most be processed into one 10-meter rail wood. For the 20-mile rail for mine carts to run back and forth, 1,000 more trees for rail wood are needed. In total, at least 11,000 are needed. Felling this many logs is a major undertaking. Assuming 2 people can only cut 2 trees a day, even after drafting all the construction workers from the papermaking workshop and the carpenter apprentice, it's only about 1,000 people. It would take 1,000 people logging continuously for 10 days to gather enough timber for the wooden tracks. Though it may seem slow, Lin understood that even if it is slow, it must be done. While the efficiency of extracting anthracite is sufficient, the transport capacity of wagons is truly limited. He must increase transportation capacity in order to completely lift the territory's limitation on using anthracite. Lin took 2 large gulps of well water again, just about to get up and return to the felling battle. Red's reminder echoed beside Lin. Master, all the construction workers and apprentices from the papermaking workshop have arrived. Lin turned back to see a large group of figures approaching from afar, led by the guards, to the edge of the forest. The papermaking workshop has now entered on-the-job training. There is now nothing for these construction workers and carpenter apprentices to do. At this time, when the territory needs development the most, Lin wasn't going to let them stop. 2 hours ago, he directly sent the guards to the papermaking workshop to transfer these people over. Seeing the puzzled faces, Lin stepped up on a pile of logs and called out, "Everyone, the work at the papermaking workshop is temporarily on hold. Now what you need to do is follow me to the edge of the forest, continuously swinging the iron axes and pulling the iron saws, to topple down those trees that have been growing for decades or even hundreds of years. I need logs, lots of logs." Listening to Master Lin's words, the already puzzled townsman became even more confused. Lin continued speaking. Because the whole territory is about to speed up, building wooden tracks and producing track mining carts. Once the construction is complete, the town's transportation capacity will replace the draft power of cattle and horses. Some townsmen with experience in mining couldn't help but exclaim. They've seen some mining carts, but those carts all require human or animal power to pull them to move. Master Lin says to produce mining carts that can replace draft power. Lin didn't continue to explain anything to these townsmen. If they can understand, it's naturally better. If they don't understand, it doesn't matter. Right now, what they have to do is keep shedding sweat to fell the logs needed for laying the wooden tracks. As for the subsequent processing, Lin directly had the carpenter apprentices with woodworking experience handle the processing and production. Lin began to assign tasks to the 600 townsmen who had just arrived. 800 construction workers were all assigned to the first site of felling by Lin. Physically strong and robust men were divided into pairs, cooperating in felling trees. Then, 2 physically weaker or thinner men or women were assigned to clear branches from the tree trunks and assist in carrying. The 800 construction workers could be split into 200 groups. With collaborative division of labor, each group could fell at least 4 trees. In at most 14 days, felling can be completed. The 200 carpenter apprentices at the woodworker workshop immediately used logs to construct the wood workshop on site. This saved transportation time for red bricks and quickly enabled the wood workshop to be constructed and put into production as soon as possible. With Lin's order, everyone dispersed. The workers in charge of felling formed groups of 4, holding iron axes and iron saws, heading to the forest's edge. The carpenter apprentices also took action. After Lin determined the location for the wood workshop, the carpenter apprentices began clearing the logs piled on the ground. Apprentices who went back to the town to fetch iron tools also returned. The 200 carpenter apprentices began to construct the wood workshop. Many of these carpenter apprentices had been following Colin from the start, building the salt factory, constructing various workshops, and constructing the dock shipyard, and so on. Moreover, the construction of the wood workshop wasn't considered difficult. With the cross pickaxe and iron hammer digging foundations, and iron nails and large coach screws as fixtures. By evening, the main structure of the wood workshop, covering over 500 square meters, was completed. The workshop layout was also extremely simple and clear. Just needed to construct 40 wood processing workbenches from logs. The 200 carpenter apprentices were divided into groups of 5, 20 groups tasked with processing and making appropriately sized sleepers, 20 groups making track wood. The processing didn't require much skill either. First, select logs that are straight and free from obvious decay or worm infestation. Then, cut according to the length and size required for sleepers or track wood. Then, remove the bark from the surface of the logs, aiming to keep the bark intact for later use as raw material for the papermaking workshop. Next, perform initial shaping of the logs to remove excessive curves, shaping them into the rectangular form of sleepers or track wood. Then, perform fine processing and polishing on the initially shaped logs, using an iron planer to smooth the sleeper's surfaces until they meet the needs for track laying. Finally, dry the entire processed sleepers. Lin also considered carbonizing these logs. But given the current limited conditions, he had to abandon the idea. Lin thought again, deciding it's not much of a concern. Even sleepers not carbonized could still last for years. In case of damage, they could just repair it. Perhaps after a few years, the territory's tracks would already become iron tracks. After arranging everything, Lin looked at the 1,000 townspeople who had already entered a working state and nodded in satisfaction. Although the current logging efficiency and raw wood processing efficiency are slow, but as they continue with the logging and production, it will only take a few days for their efficiency to improve. Only then did Lin set down the axe in his hand and had the guards notify everyone that they could stop working and return to the town for rest. All the townspeople packed up their tools, gathering in groups of 3 or 5, chatting leisurely as they headed back to the town. Lin did not ride a horse, but walked among the crowd with Red. Some townspeople with smiles on their faces saw Lin and instinctively bent their bodies slightly as a sign of respect. Listening to the cheerful and casual conversations of the townspeople, Lin felt an inexplicable comfort. Lin returned to the town. Just as he sat on a bench in front of a red brick house, George walked over. Approaching Lin, George said respectfully, "Master." Lin glanced at him and said, "What's the matter?" George did not hesitate and began to explain. "Master, during your time out, Mr. Boar came to the town. He brought 50,000 pounds of barley and 10,000 pounds of meat." Lin nodded, "Very good. You can manage such transactions yourself." George bent slightly and continued, "By the way, sir, Mr. Boar also said that the area outside the territory is becoming increasingly chaotic. Not long ago, the Iron Blood Brotherhood raided Manila town, where townspeople either died or fled. Many townspeople were even forced to join the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps, which now has a scale of at least 1,000. Even several lords of Morgantown have dispatched numerous guards and followers into a high alert state." George paused before continuing. He also said that if the situation becomes urgent, to avoid unnecessary losses, they might reduce the frequency of transporting goods by carriage to your territory. After listening to George, Lin nodded and said, "I understand." George bowed and said, "Then, Master, I will withdraw for now." Lin acknowledged with a sound. If what Boar said is true and the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps has nearly 1,000 people in scale, there is indeed nothing to fear. Just the 10-meter-high city wall at the mountain pass is enough to keep them out. Plus, now with the blacksmith workshop producing standard plate armor daily. Lin glanced at the resource management panel, which now had nearly 400 sets. Once the 500 complete sets of standard plate armor are finished, and the remaining 400 chest and plate armors are also complete, when the trained soldiers have completed their training, then for this territory, Lin would have some initial armed forces. 200 heavy cavalry, 300 heavy infantry, plus 200 archers, 200 light infantry. For those great lord nobility with tens of thousands of cavalry and several tens of thousands of infantry, these forces indeed mean little. However, for ordinary wandering bandits, it's more than sufficient. Lin even thought that if conditions permitted, he might lead this group of soldiers to war against the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps. Only soldiers who have undergone the baptism of iron and blood can be deemed qualified. Otherwise, they're just rookie soldiers. After resting for a while on the bench, Lin headed towards the castle with Red. Approaching the iron gate of the castle, Red's steps became hesitant. Lin turned back and looked at Red. "What's wrong?" Red hesitated in his speech and said, "Master, will I also live in here in the future?" Lin raised his eyebrows and said, "Unwilling." Hearing this, Red quickly shook his head and explained, "Master, you've misunderstood. What I mean is, I'm just an ordinary person. Before meeting Master Lin, he was just a farmer who could hunt. Never in his wildest dreams had he thought that one day he would be able to live in such a castle." Lin smiled faintly and said, "You're not an ordinary person now. You're my guard captain." Listening to Lin's words, a slight pause appeared on Red's face. But thinking back, since following Lin, his life indeed changed dramatically. Moved into a red brick house, had enough food. No longer had to take some meat into the forest to fight with wild animals. no longer had to worry about bandit attacks. Moreover, Master Lin bestowed upon him the position of guard captain. All of this was because, at the beginning, he and Kisi chose to stay by Master Lin's side. All of this was given to them by Master Lin. Looking at Master Lin's smiling face, Red nodded firmly. Yes, Master. As 4 guards respectfully addressed him, Lin led Red into the castle. Walking through the winding passages in Wang's city, Red's eyes scanned everything around. He seemed to want to commit the layout of the entire castle to memory. As guard captain, he naturally had to know the castle better than the Lord Lin. If any mishap occurred, he would need to lead Lin out of here promptly. Upon reaching the second-floor hall, Lin gazed through the dark blue window into the distance. The sky had already started to darken. Maids bustled around the hall, each one holding a fire stick, lighting oil lamps on the walls. The originally dim hall gradually became brighter, surrounded by the smell of burning oil. Lin crossed the hall, headed for the stairs, and directly arrived at the balcony on the 3rd floor. The height of more than 10 meters allowed Lin to see further. Outside the town, streams of townsmen going out for work converged into flows of people on the lime road. Finally, they gathered at the open square in front of the town, then entered the dining hall to enjoy their meal after a day's labor. Further at the horizon, a bright shimmer was gradually fading. Winter daytime hours were inherently shorter. By 7 o'clock, the already gray sky had completely darkened. Near the castle, various red brick buildings formed a continuous area. Handicraft Workshop District, Market District, Residential District, Dockyard, Shipyard. Not only Lin was observing all of this. Red behind Lin was also observing all of this. Watching wisps of smoke rise from the red brick houses. Watching fleets of figures walking on the roads. Compared to before, where Master Lin was the only resident in a solitary wooden house, it felt unreal. The contrast felt like a different world. Footsteps sounded behind Lin and Red. The vigilant Red immediately turned to look. Seeing Kisi, the expression on his face slightly relaxed. Kisi also saw Red, and her face displayed a hint of surprise. Kisi paced to the back and said, "Sir, dinner is prepared. You can dine now." Lin looked back, walking toward the stairs, and said, "Let's go. Let's eat together." As Lin, Red, and Kisi dined, nightfall enveloped the entire world. A carriage convoy was speeding along. More than 10 followers riding horses, holding reins in one hand and torches in the other, were galloping quickly. In the middle of the followers' convoy was a carriage, on the top of which was an oil lamp emitting a faint glow. Under the constant sway of the carriage, the faint light also swayed slightly. Faintly, a graceful maid could be seen entwined around Aiden's bloated waist. With the continuous shaking of the carriage, heavy sounds sporadically echoed inside. Ackman at the forefront of the carriage looked into the darkness ahead as a giant silhouette emerged and drew nearer. Ackman gave way at the very front of the carriage and slowly reduced the speed of his horse, arriving on the right side of the carriage. He glanced at the carriage and called aloud, "Master Aiden, Kakasong City is near." Along with a deep sound, Aiden's slightly weary voice rang out. "I know. It's so late already. Let's rest at the Honey Peach Inn for the night." Listening to Aiden's words, Ackman's eyes brightened instantly. Not only Ackman, but the eyes of the numerous guards beside him also glimmered brightly. The Honey Peach Inn in Kakasong City was highly renowned, because it was both an inn and a brothel. Many passing merchants were willing to spend their shillings at the Honey Peach Inn. Not only could they get solace for the soul, but also rest for the body. Moreover, due to the presence of many young beauties at the Honey Peach Inn, many nobles, and even great merchants were willing to stay here. After all, do you not have to spend money no matter where you stay at an inn? Ackman did not hesitate for a moment and promptly responded, "Yes, sir." As Kakasong City was about to close its gates, Aiden's carriage convoy entered Kakasong City. A town capable of housing 1,000 to 2,000 people was now desolate. Even though it was nighttime, only a few buildings had oil lamps and candles lit. However, every house door was wide open. The streets were even more of a mess. Clothing, wooden boxes, and bodies dyed red with blood. The flowing blood pooled together, coagulating into stream-like patterns, drying and solidifying in the gaps of the cobblestone roads. As the night breeze passed by, the entire town emanated a thick smell of blood. Inside a spacious hall, despite no fireplace, a bonfire burned. The added firewood came from chairs in the hall and dismantled door frames. Anthony, wearing plate armor, sat by the bonfire, feeling the comforting warmth emanating from it. Beside Anthony, to the right, was Hall. However, Hall's complexion and physical outline had noticeably changed compared to before. His complexion was pale, eyes sunken, with lips stained deep purple. Though seated by the fire, Hall's entire body trembled constantly. Facing Anthony and Hall were the Storm Mercenary Corps' leader Fanu and Deputy Tyrone. The Storm Mercenary Corps had joined the Iron Blood Brotherhood. Fanu became the second in command of the Iron Blood Brotherhood. Fanu's face carried a hint of a smile as he looked at Anthony and said, "Anthony, it's already mid-December now. There are less than half a month left until the instructions from the Master." Anthony's eyes shifted, glancing at Fanu, and he spoke calmly. "You also mentioned the Master's instructions are for you to assist me in breaching that city wall. Then tell us your plan." Upon hearing this, Fanu immediately fell silent. The 10-meter-high city wall was guarded by soldiers patrolling 24 hours a day. Moreover, according to recent nighttime reconnaissance, there had been noticeable changes among the soldiers on the wall. Sometimes 20 people, sometimes 40. It's possible that the soldiers on the wall had already detected someone spying on them, hence the changes. As for how many soldiers were behind the wall, they had no information at all. With their current team of nearly 2,000, it seemed like a large force. But among them, at least 1,000 were the free people they had captured. Whether they had the courage to engage in a siege was another matter. They didn't even have proper weapons. Each was holding sickles, axes, iron hoes. Sending such a ragtag group to attack the city wall? It was no different from sending them to their deaths. Previously, he attempted to have 10 somewhat clever subordinates infiltrate behind the wall mixed in with a group of free people. But unexpectedly, they were exposed so easily. Almost half a month without any information. Either they had defected or they'd been executed. Fanu couldn't think of a third possibility. Fanu's face once again bore a faint smile. "Lord Anthony, as the leader of this team, we naturally follow your orders." Tyrone, who stood beside Fanu, said nothing, silently listening. Looking at Fanu's half-smiling face, Anthony couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Anthony pondered for a moment, his words full of resolve. "In that case, we can only proceed by filling it with corpses. Unable to find another passage into that territory or dismantle its power from within, the only option was a frontal assault. Besides this, Anthony could think of no other solution." Hearing Anthony's words, Fanu's mouth opened slightly, but soon closed again. Fanu understood this was the last resort. The only hope was that there weren't many soldiers behind the city wall. They would rely on their numbers to forcibly break through the wall. Just then, an inexplicable chill appeared behind them. The eyes of Anthony, Fanu, and the others all shifted simultaneously, looking towards a patch of darkness behind the bonfire. It was the farthest corner of the conference building. Because of the bonfire's limited illumination, it couldn't dispel all the darkness. Anthony and the others quickly understood, their expressions becoming grave. At this moment, his expression drastically changed, his entire body rising from the wooden chair. He took a step as if wanting to run out of the conference hall. Perhaps due to his body being overly weak, his right leg gave out as he took the first step, causing him to fall to the ground. A dull thud echoed as his body hit the floor. But Hall ignored the intense pain from his body. He used his hands and feet to slowly and painfully crawl toward the door. As he crawled, he shouted desperately, "No, don't come over." After crawling a few steps, Hall glanced back towards the dark corner. A voluptuous figure, as black as ink, had condensed in the darkness. A long, slender black leg stepped out of the darkness, followed closely by the voluptuous figure. Seeing this, Hall's eyes narrowed, and his crawling speed turned frantic and helpless. "A devil. She's a devil. Lord Anthony, save me." Anthony frowned, standing silently watching the scene. Not only Anthony, Fanu and Tyrone were silent as well. As the pain slightly subsided, Hall struggled to stand, raising his right leg first. With the corner of his eye, he saw the shadowy figure stepping towards him. Fear gripped Hall's heart as he rushed towards the door, shouting as he went, Someone help me." Despite his full-throated cries, There was no response from outside the door. Unwilling to give up, Hall continued shouting, "Lord Anthony, my body can't take it anymore. If this goes on, I'll die." Before he could finish his words, the shadowy figure transformed into ink-like tentacles, pouring into his mouth wildly. The unfinished words turned directly into a garbled whine. The tentacles continuously separated from the shadowy figure, surging into Hall's body. The shadowy figure vanished, leaving Hall standing with his head hanging down, abruptly opening eyes with only black pupils. The wheezing and eerie inhalation sounded from Hall's mouth. After inhaling consecutively for 2 seconds, the eerie sound ceased. Hall's black eyes glanced over the 3 people in the conference hall. A sharp voice, mixed with Hall's own voice, echoed, "You're running out of time." Fanu and Tyrone dared not meet his gaze, bowing their heads humbly. Only Anthony stared directly at Hall, asking aloud, "Didn't you promise me until the end of December?" "It's only mid-December now. There's still time." Fanu and Tyrone remained silent throughout. Hall took steps, walking over to Anthony's side. Like a cat, Hall swayed his body around Anthony, circling him once. Under Anthony's wary gaze, Hall placed a hand on his shoulder. "Oh, it seems Lord Anthony is quite confident. Tell me, how do you intend to break through that wall?" Anthony spoke with unhidden assurance, a frontal assault. "I don't believe a single wall can stop a 2,000-man attack." Listening to Anthony's words, Hall's previously cold facade seemed to flicker with indifference. A cold voice emanated from Hall's lips. "Lord Anthony, is this the best strategy a knight trained in the 7 skills of the night can come up with?" Anthony's face turned cold, filled with frost, asking, "Oh, then what brilliant idea do you have?" Hall, full of disdain, withdrew his hand from Anthony. "Why must you attack the wall? Couldn't we make the Lord behind the wall come out?" His words carried a teasing, mocking tone. Upon hearing this, Anthony's eyes noticeably brightened. Not only him, but Fanu and Tyrone across the bonfire also showed surprise. Anthony pondered for a few seconds, saying, "It's indeed a good idea, but how do we get them to come out?" Hall's lips curled into an eerie smile. "Or Hansen." In the blink of an eye, several days passed. It was already December 20th, just 10 short days from the end of the month. As Lynn walked on the red brick roads of the town, his mind stirred, and he opened the holographic map to check. 800 townsmen were still diligently chopping down trees, working in groups of 4. The felled trees, after processing, were transported to the wood workshop. The carpenter apprentices in the workshop debarked, cut, and further processed the wood. The peeled bark was transported back to the papermaking workshop by the workers using small boats, as it was needed as material for papermaking. After a few days of processing, several piles of long timber stacks had already accumulated outside the workshop. Whether it was logging or wood processing, everything was being carried out in an orderly manner. Lynn's thoughts shifted again, and his vision turned to the papermaking workshop. The silhouettes of workers were busy in the papermaking workshop. They washed the bark, soaked it, and then pounded the bark that had been soaking for several days. One by one, the workers placed the pounded bark fibers into tanks filled with lime and animal glue. Lime helps decompose the fibers, removing the pectin, lignin, and other impurities. Animal glue, made by boiling the hides and bones of cows and pigs, effectively enhances the strength of the paper and improves its writing properties. With the continuous addition of well water and river water, stirring, the water in the tank turned into a uniform gray-white paper pulp suspension. Another group of workers used bamboo screens to scoop paper. They dipped the screens into the pulp tank to collect pulp, rocking them to drain water, ensuring the pulp adhered evenly and initially formed on the bamboo screens. The papermaking process appears simple, but it is not easy to produce a sufficient quantity of paper with quality that meets the standards. The finished wet sheets were stacked one by one, then finally pressed to remove water and left to dry naturally. Just the production process alone takes a week. At this pace, with organized production, the first batch of self-produced paper will soon be available in the territory. Lynn nodded with satisfaction. Whether from constructing the papermaking workshop or using it to produce paper, the efficiency was much faster than he had imagined. Of course, this was the return on Lynn's substantial investment in manpower and resources. With another shift of thought, Lin's vision moved to the nearest red brick factory. The firing of red bricks at the factory had never ceased. 300 workers, according to their normal working hours, engaged in the firing work daily. Moreover, as their proficiency in division of labor continuously improved, the efficiency of brick firing significantly increased. From initially being able to fire 360,000 bricks in one go, it had now increased to 420,000. Correspondingly, the red brick factory also required a large consumption of anthracite. Lin had naturally considered temporarily closing the factory. But thinking about the importance of red bricks, Lin chose to continue the firing. Insufficient production of anthracite could be resolved by using wooden tracks to change transport methods. If red bricks were needed, yet insufficient, it would take 5 days of firing to complete produce. Lin then looked towards the archery training ground. Under Wesley's leadership, 200 soldiers were training in an orderly manner. Subsequently, Lin glanced at the 3 ongoing mining sites and the salt factory, among others. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, Lin closed the holographic map. Lin had already arrived at the blacksmith workshop. The continuous clanging of metal echoed endlessly in the workshop. Lin directly stepped inside. Arello, with a face full of seriousness, was inspecting the blacksmith apprentices making components of the standard plate armor. Because Master Lin had previously assigned one of the blacksmith workshops to Flint, now there were only 3 workshops producing standard plate armor components. Luckily, Master Lin had not assigned the 200 blacksmith apprentices to Flint. Instead, he redeployed 200 townsmen. When Arello turned past a few apprentices, his gaze fell upon that familiar figure. Arello, without any hesitation, strode forward. Coming to Lin's side, Arello bowed slightly. Master Lin. Lin got straight to the point. How is the progress of the standard plate armor? Arello quickly explained. Master, as per your requirements, the remaining 300 sets of standard plate armor have been completed. With the 400 chest armor and helmets remaining, 100 sets have already been made. I assure you they will all be completed by the end of the month. Lin slightly nodded. Very well. Afterward, I will have Rose bring his soldiers to collect the armors. Make sure to help them with adjustments and fittings before they leave. Arello, full of seriousness, nodded firmly. Yes, master. Lin responded. You may continue with your work. Arello dared not utter a single word of waste, bending over and retreating. Lin marched through the workshop, inspecting. Due to his orders to Arello, the blacksmith workshop was evidently operating around the clock. The blacksmith apprentices showed signs of sleep deprivation, their spiritual power somewhat drained. However, there was no alternative. With war approaching, producing a large amount of plate armor was necessary to ensure that the inherently weak soldiers gained a certain combat strength. Just using weapons for close combat with the enemy will definitely come with a bloody price. He doesn't have a lot of people to waste casually. After patrolling around, he saw the storage area of finished products in the blacksmith workshop with piles of standard plate armor parts. Lin nodded with satisfaction. Lin came to Flint's blacksmith workshop next door. At this moment, Flint was teaching 200 blacksmith apprentices how to perform forging. The deep and thick voice continuously echoed from Flint's mouth. Forging armor is not difficult. As long as you remember the key points, forging high-quality armor will be as easy as playing. First, it's the strength and rhythm of the hammering. Start forging with a small hammer, gently finding balance, setting a benchmark, then medium hammer to extend with the iron hammer. Next is the shaping technique. 4 flat shapes, hammer vertically. For curved designs, place the iron material on a specific mold, hammer diagonally. For complex shapes, prepare several molds. Then, it's the well-known principle. Strike while the iron is hot. When the iron's temperature drops to a critical value, its plasticity worsens and resistance increases. It must be reheated in the furnace to maintain a good forging state, going back and forth until it takes shape. Otherwise, forced hammering will only cause cracks. Then comes the most important step in the entire forging process, quenching and tempering. Flint's gaze swept over the blacksmith apprentices present. He noticed that the faces of these blacksmith apprentices were full of curiosity and longing, but more were expressions of admiration. An inexplicable sense of pride appeared in Flint's heart. He had never felt this among the fireplace race. Because this kind of urgent forging knowledge, the fireplace race is born with it. Just as Flint was about to withdraw his gaze, he noticed Lynn standing behind the blacksmith apprentices. But Flint did not interrupt his teaching, continuing to speak. Quenching can increase the hardness of the forged piece. Immerse it into water, oil, or salty water at critical temperature. The speed of cooling will affect the performance of the finished product. Water quenching is fast, with high hardness but high stress. Oil quenching is mellow, with moderate hardness. There's also saline water. Choose differently according to the characteristics of the iron material. Quenching completes, but doesn't mean the forging process has ended. After that comes tempering. Low-temperature tempering focuses on hardness. High-temperature tempering results in tough pieces. The frequency and time of tempering need adjustment depending on the purpose of the forged piece. Finally, it's the rough grind, fine touch, and final polishing of the forged piece. This whole set is the detailed process of forging. You must remember it deeply in your minds. Listening to Flint's words, the blacksmith apprentices responded in unison. Yes, Master Flint. Flint said, start your hammering training each. Receiving Flint's instructions, the blacksmith apprentices dispersed, returning to their workstations to begin training. As for Flint, he took quick small steps to Lynn's presence. Lynn nodded and said, these apprentices seem to follow your instructions well. For these blacksmith apprentices, Flint, as a dwarf, was an anomaly. But Lynn did not see any disdain or disapproval in the eyes of the apprentices. Instead, there was more admiration and worship. Flint's bushy eyebrows raised with confidence and said, naturally, I am of the fireplace race. I am Flint, a true master blacksmith. Lynn glanced at Flint, noting the different tone in the first half versus the second half of Flint's words. Lynn spoke, is the fishing rod I need finished? Last time he saw Flint, Lynn had asked him to craft a fishing rod. But due to daily busy schedules, he didn't have time to go fishing, let alone the fishing rod. Listening to Lynn's words, Flint said confidently, a small fishing rod. Of course, it is finished. However, Lord, the strong distilled spirits you promised old me. Dwarves are always straightforward and bold, never beating around the bush. Yet before Flint finished speaking, Lynn looked to Red beside him. Red understood instantly, taking a ceramic jar from the guard behind him, walked up to Flint. Flint looked at the ceramic jar, only 30 or 40 centimeters high and 20 centimeters wide. His eyebrow twitched a few times. Despite not yet opening, Flint, extremely sensitive to alcohol, has already detected the fragrance of the spirits from the jar. Flint hastily reached out, his mouth full of appreciation, saying, what aromatic spirits! After his words fell, Flint wanted to reach out to open, but suddenly remembered he was still in the blacksmith workshop. Lynn was still standing before him. His face full of awkward laughter said, save it for a rest. Save it for a rest. Speaking, Flint hugged the jar and ran to a room inside the blacksmith workshop, preciously storing the jar away. He then went to a workbench, picked up a slender fishing rod, and approached Lynn. Flint handed over the transparent black fishing rod to Lynn. With a slight pant, he said, Lord, here's your fishing rod. Without hesitation, Lynn reached out and took it. Suddenly, an indistinct weight appeared in his hand. Lynn began to observe it closely. The weight of the fishing rod was at least around 2 G. Compared to the aluminum fishing rods he had used before, it was much heavier. The length of the fishing rod was about 3.6 meters, which was reasonably similar. At the end of the rod's handle, there were protruding dots, apparently to prevent the rod from slipping when lifting a fish. At the top of the fishing rod, a crystal-clear fishing line was tied, winding down around the front of the handle. With a thought, a textual panel appeared before Lynn's eyes. Fine fishing rod, crafted by the dwarf master blacksmith Flint. Using high-quality iron and magic deer tendon, it boasts high strength and good toughness, suitable for fishing, etc. Upon seeing the description of the fishing rod, Lynn couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Having seen Flint's forging of one-handed swords and that set of armor, Lynn was no longer surprised by this fine-level fishing rod. But what astonished him was the appearance of magic deer tendon in the rod. Perhaps noticing the change in Lynn's expression, Flint began to explain. The fishing line is made from the tendons inside the magic deer, though over the years, it has lost its magical properties. However, Even a century-old magic deer tendon cannot be compared with common fishing lines made of twine and the like. Lynn gripped the top of the rod with both hands, testing its flexibility. How's the tensile strength of this fishing rod? Without hesitation, Flint replied directly. Old man here tested it after making it. At least 200 gene. Hearing this, Lynn felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Withstanding 200 gene of tension, let alone the river fish of at least 30 gene from last time. Lynn could even attempt to catch larger river fish. A bold idea popped into his mind. Using ordinary magic deer tendon as fishing line alone could endure such immense tension. What if a fishing rod and line of higher quality were crafted, along with the right bait? Wouldn't it be possible to catch something legendary? For example, a mermaid? For example, a sea siren? If such fish were caught, what rewards would the fishing system grant? An anticipation suddenly appeared in Lynn's mind. He handed the fishing rod to Red beside him, gave Flint some instructions, and then set off towards the Acadia riverbank. Crossing the dock and passing the shipyard, Lynn arrived at the spot where he fished last time. Taking the fishing rod from Red, Lynn skillfully unwound the line, hooking chicken innards on the fishhook. With his right hand holding the rod, and his left hand lifting the line, using the bait's weight, he cast it towards the river surface. The bait submerged into the river water. As it sank, only a small section of reed stem was left floating on the river surface. Lynn sat on the wooden chair Red had already placed, entering a state of waiting. The river breeze gently swayed the weeds behind him, making the already withered and bent stems adhere even more to the ground. Even if a sudden gust lifted them from the ground, they would fall again in just a second. This chill-laden river breeze also ruffled Lynn's black hair and wool coat. The weather was growing colder. Despite approaching noon, no sunlight was visible in the sky, with the temperature barely reaching 5 degrees. After mid-December had passed, Lynn reduced the number of fishing boats and sampans for river fishing at the fishery workshop. River fish naturally declined in winter, and catching 200 to 300 gene in one net was considered a bountiful harvest. Rather than spending too much manpower on fishing, it was better to shift the focus of the fishery workers to crafting smoked fish and producing fish oil. The captured river fish could be salted with fine salt, then smoked to make smoked fish, to be used as meat reserves for winter. The innards of the river fish also had various uses. Fish bladder, after cleaning, boiling, and concentrating, could be made into fish glue. Gallstones in the fish's gallbladder could be used for leather tanning. Other innards could be used along with rotted earth and hay, etc., to make compost. Seemingly insignificant items, yet with great utility, especially for a domain that had to be almost entirely self-sufficient. As for other workshops and positions, everything was proceeding according to the original plan. Just as Lynn dismissed the stray thoughts from his mind, a huge feeling of strength instantly appeared in his hands. Lynn hurriedly gripped the end of the rod with both hands, standing up, with his left hand holding the rod's end, braced against his abdomen, and his right hand gripping half a meter from the tip. As the river fish below struggled, the fishing line was pulled taut, and the rod bent like a fully drawn bow. Lynn could clearly feel the familiar tugging on the rod. If it weren't for the fishing rod crafted by Flint and the magic deer tendon line, an ordinary wooden fishing rod would certainly have snapped immediately, or the flax fishing line would have been severed. But this time, don't think you can escape from my hands. Red and the 4 guards who were quietly waiting behind Lynn had obvious expressions of excitement on their faces. Lynn, matching the river fish's direction under the water, stepped along the riverbank. Fishing requires skill, especially when catching big fish. You must give the river fish space to swim, but not so much that the clash of strength breaks the rod and line. The single-handed sword at Red's waist behind Lynn had somehow been drawn. His expression was tense, eager to try. It seemed as if all Lynn had to do was give the order, and he would jump into the river without hesitation to battle the river fish. The river fish continued to swim beneath the surface, as if it had endless energy. In the constant back and forth of playing the fish, Lynn began to feel his body heat up. The larger the river fish, the more energy it expends to swim quickly. Lynn could clearly feel the tugging force on the rod gradually decreasing. A smile tugged at the corner of Lynn's mouth, and he used his right hand to slowly lift the rod upwards. In the somewhat murky river water, the huge and elongated silhouette of the river fish gradually emerged, appearing before Lin, Red, and the others. The rod had no reel, so Lin could only pull the river fish out of the water by stepping back. As soon as it left the water, the river fish violently thrashed its tail, trying to break free from the fishing line's restraint. But Lin didn't give it the chance, using his hand to quickly force the fish into a pile of withered yellow grass. Red and several guards immediately rushed forward, Lin following closely behind. The elongated back was yellow-brown, with black evil narrow stripes, and the sides were marked with many white spots, the belly silver-white. Lin immediately recognized it as a pike. Roughly estimating, Lin guessed this pike was about 1 meter long and weighed at least 40 pounds. A text panel appeared in Lin's view. Hint: acquired ordinary fish, pike ×1, received reward, skill book, Commander's Roar. With a thought, he opened the skill details. Commander's Roar. Giving a passionate speech to a group of soldiers triggers this skill, which can boost the entire army's morale, increasing the soldiers' attack power, defense, and speed for a period. Looking at the text prompt in front of him, Lin's eyebrows lifted. Not only could it boost morale, but also enhance the soldiers' abilities. Lin even felt it was more practical than the one-handed weapon mastery and bow mastery he had acquired. Lin looked at the pike with satisfaction. Even though he had not yet given an order, Red with 2 guards had already started using wild grass for bow fishing technique. The pike continued to thrash its tail, flinging some mud onto the faces of Red and the 2 guards. With a quick turn of thought, they promptly spat out the mud from their mouths. Yet their faces were filled with the joy of the harvest. Even Lin couldn't help but smile. With the fishing rod made by Flint, not only had he avenged the previous snap, but he had also received a skill reward. The best of both worlds. He had the guards take the pike back to the castle in advance, to have the chef cook it, planning to eat the fish directly that night. Once Lin calmed his mind, he once again got back to fishing. Lin could clearly sense that the river fish in the Acadia River had significantly decreased. Lin had caught only 10 river fish. Excluding the pike, they barely weighed 20 pounds combined. Aside from obtaining the Commander's Roar skill book, Lin also acquired 120 energy stones. After waiting for 2 hours without even a bite, Lin simply gave up. He glanced at the remaining energy stones on the Heavenly Artifacts panel. Along with the achievement rewards from the milestone, there were still more than 3,000 in total. After pondering for a moment, Lin decided to use all these energy stones for upgrades. Would you like to consume 1,000 energy stones to enhance Constitution from E to E+? With a thought, Lin answered, yes. Would you like to consume 1,000 energy stones to enhance Constitution from E+ to D-? Would you like to consume 1,000 energy stones to enhance Constitution from D to D? 3,000 energy stones were instantly consumed. At the same time, a comfortable warmth quickly spread through Lin's body, enhancing and improving his constitution. Lin could clearly feel his control over his body becoming more evident. His eyes grew brighter, seeing farther. His body was like a warm stove. The coolness that the river breeze brought moments ago was almost imperceptible now. It could even be described as refreshing. Lin felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. However, when he saw the depleted energy stones, Lin couldn't help but sigh. The methods for obtaining energy stones were too scarce. Yet there were so many areas where energy stones were needed. Taking Red and the others, he returned to the town. It was still only mid to late December, with the temperature barely 3 to 5 degrees. If the temperature dropped further and the Acadia River froze, fishing would become impossible. Walking down numerous stone roads, Lin returned to the town. Before Lin could catch his breath, Kisi came running briskly from ahead. Seeing Kisi slightly out of breath, Lin asked, "What's wrong?" Kisi, not bothering to catch her breath, quickly explained, Master, the woman imprisoned in the red brick house, is missing." Lin's brow immediately furrowed, and while stepping towards the red brick house district, he said, "Calm down, speak in detail." Kisi, Red, and a few others followed closely behind. Taking a few deep breaths of cold air, Kisi tried hard to calm her breathing. After walking more than 10 meters past the red brick ground, Kisi said calmly, "Everything was normal after the guard brought lunch today at noon. However, in the afternoon, One of the guards at the gate disappeared, and the other guard found out immediately. I brought the guards into the red brick house and found the guard tied up in a cage, unconscious. His clothes were even stolen. Lynn said nothing, silently listening. After passing a dozen red brick houses, Lynn arrived in front of the red brick house where the succubus was held. Striding in, indeed, the iron cage door was wide open, and the cage was empty, leaving no trace. Kesey brought in a guard, and she explained, "Master, Bronson was the guard responsible for delivering meals." The middle-aged man, full of panic, bowed his head and stood in front of Lynn. Although Lynn hadn't spoken yet, the middle-aged man's body trembled uncontrollably. It was as if he felt the murderous intent of a hunter toward its prey. Lynn looked at Bronson and said calmly, "No need to be so nervous. Carefully tell us what happened when you delivered the meal to the red brick house." Bronson dared not hide anything and quickly began to explain. "Master, like before, I delivered meals to her on time. Not looking into her eyes, not listening to her words. I placed the food near the cage and was about to leave when I found my mother in the cage. That familiar face and body, the way of speaking, even the look in her eyes. Everything was exactly like my mother's. My mother was restrained within the cage, saying familiar things, calling my name continuously. I instinctively approached her, and the moment I touched my mother's hand, my vision turned black, and anything afterward, I know nothing about. Until Lady Kesey woke me up." Listening, Lynn continued asking, "Besides that, is there anything else you might have missed?" Kesey and Red stood by Lynn, quietly listening without interruption. Upon hearing this, Bronson showed a look of recollection. After a short while, he said confidently, "Master, I'm sure there's nothing missed." Bronson bent his knees and knelt directly in front of Lynn. "Master, for the mistake I made myself, I hope you punish only me, and I'll bear any punishment alone. I beg you to spare my wife and children." After finishing his words, Bronson prostrated his hands on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing to Lynn. His speed was fast, his power great. With just a few times, bloodstains began to appear on the ground. Lynn glanced at him, saying, "Deduct 1 year's worth of military pay." Even a succubus bound by iron chains possesses extraordinary charming abilities. How could Bronson, an ordinary person, be able to resist? Upon hearing Lynn's words, Bronson raised his head in shock. "Master, are you serious?" Even if Master Lynn ordered him beheaded for this blunder, Bronson would hold no grievance. Yet, Master Lynn only deducted a year's worth of his military pay. Lynn nodded, saying, "Go to Old John's hospital for some treatment." Bronson's face was still full of disbelief. Before he could speak, Red's voice rang out. "Bronson, the master has spoken. You may leave now." Upon hearing this, Bronson no longer hesitated, quickly getting up from the ground. While expressing his gratitude to the master, he left the red brick house. In the red brick house, only Lynn, Red, and Kesey remained. After scanning around once more, Lynn left the red brick house with Kesey and Red, saying, "Go handle your tasks separately." Hearing Lynn's words, Kesey was slightly stunned, but she did not question or ask. She simply acknowledged and retreated. Being a succubus like Yaya, trying to hide in this territory would be difficult to find even with Lynn's holographic map. Wearing the same rough wool robe, amidst numerous red brick houses, plus the ability to change appearance easily, all provided Yaya an excellent environment for disguise. Instead of wasting a vast amount of time and resources searching, it might be better to let her reveal herself in this small town. As a slave captured and sold, the entity she most despised was naturally him, the Lord. Upon arriving at the open square before the town, Lynn sat directly on a bench. The dusk was slowly fading, and night was quickly falling. The townsmen returning from work were once again walking on the lime road back to the town, ready to enjoy a leisurely life after labor. Lynn's gaze shifted, just in time to see, afar, a somewhat short but extremely sturdy figure running toward him. Besides the children in town, other than Flint, Lynn couldn't think of anyone else. Arriving before Lynn, Flint, reeking of alcohol, said, "Lord, what's the name of the liquor you gave me? The taste is indeed great." Looking at Flint's large nose, which had turned red, even hiccuping due to his words, Lynn fixed his gaze on him, saying, "Flint, should I wish, I can crown you as a master blacksmith. At the same time, I will not restrict your love of drinking. But if you cause problems because of drinking, even if you're a master blacksmith, I'll throw you into the dungeon. Master Flint, am I clear enough? Flint looked up at Lynn, feeling the overwhelming aura coming from him. Overexcited, Flint instantly regained clarity. Flint's words became calm as he spoke. Lord, I understand. Rest assured, I promise you I will never let drinking interfere with my duties. Otherwise, I'll bear all the consequences myself. Lynn nodded and said, the distilled spirits were made by Lex at the brewing workshop. I don't know its specific name yet. Flint repeated Lynn's words. Distilled spirits, brewing workshop, Lex. Flint nodded. Lord, then I shall not disturb you any further. Receiving Lynn's nod of approval, Flint took his leave. Watching Flint's figure fade into the distance, Lynn frowned slightly. Although Flint's exact identity was unknown, to Lynn, Flint seemed to be a true drunkard. Lex had told Lynn that a barrel of beer weighing 300 pounds could be finished by Flint in just 2 or 3 days. He was a complete drunkard. What puzzled Lynn was that after drinking so much, Flint could still energetically show up at the blacksmith workshop the next day. From what Flint described, he had evidently experienced something with the fireplace race. Lynn, accompanied by Red, returned in the direction of the castle. Back at the second-floor hall of the castle, the maids had already lit all the candelabras in the hall and the oil lamps on the walls. Although darkness had fully descended, it did not affect the brightness inside the hall. Before the 30-meter dining table, Kesey, accompanied by several maids, was setting up dinner for the day. The centerpiece of the platters was a nearly 40-pound northern pike. Because it was steamed, it wasn't chopped at all, and the cleaned whole northern pike was placed on top. Due to the various spices previously traded with Zod being added, even before approaching, Lynn could smell the fresh aroma of the meat. Accompanied by wheat bread, pan-fried pork belly, stewed beef, and so on. Lynn couldn't help but feel his mouth watering. Such a large fish, it was the first time even for Lynn to taste it. Letting Kesey and Red sit down, the three of them started enjoying the dinner of the day. Despite Lynn's insistence, Red and Kesey ate quite a bit, but a nearly 40-pound northern pike was just too much. The three of them ate just 1/4. As for the remaining northern pike, Kesey preserved it. She said it could be eaten again tomorrow. The days of boiling viper meat in the river, he had lived through them. For Lynn, eating leftover northern pike counted as a rare feast. The cold of the night enveloped the entire town. Lynn had Kesey prepare the hot water in the private bathtub, and then let Red and Kesey go rest in their rooms. Lynn entered the warm private room, soaking once again in the spacious bathtub. Steam rose, enveloping the area, drifting up gently from the water's surface. His head leaned against the bath pillow, and he covered his eyes with a heated towel for a hot eye compress. An intense sense of comfort enveloped Lynn's entire body. A faint, rhythmic sound came from outside the door. After the knocking, Kesey's voice followed. "Sir, may I come in?" Lynn didn't move, responding, "Come in," with Lynn's words. The sound of a wooden door opening was heard. The wooden door was gently closed. Kesey's gaze searched and ultimately fell on Lynn in the bathtub. She did not come closer, but stood at the door with a hint of shyness in her voice. "Sir, would you like me to give you a massage?" Listening to Kesey, Lynn removed the now cooled linen cloth from his eyes. He turned his head to glance at Kesey and nodded. "A massage? Sure. It's been a while since I had one." With Lynn's permission, Kesey responded and slowly approached Lynn. Reaching Lynn, Kesey first placed her hands in the hot water to soak them, thus warming her hands. Watching Kesey's meticulous actions, appreciation flashed in Lynn's eyes. Kesey's technique was indeed professional, making her quite suitable for serving others. After soaking for half a minute, Kesey came to Lynn's side, placing her fair and slender hands on his arms, gently kneading them. Softly, she spoke. "Sir, is this pressure okay for you?" Lynn nodded slightly. "It's fine." Kesey smiled gently and continued to massage Lynn. From his arm, to his shoulder, to his head, then to the other arm. Even the neck wasn't neglected with a little rub. After half an hour of continuous massage, Kesey crouched to Lynn's right side, speaking softly. "Sir, do you require me to get into the bathtub to massage your body?" Lynn glanced at Kesey without hesitation. "Of course." Under Lin's gaze, Kisi slowly removed the coarse wool robe she was wearing. Following was a thin linen robe and pants. In less than half a minute, Kisi's fair and slender body appeared in Lin's view. Her proud, snow-white curves now completely revealed without any cover. Her abdomen, without a trace of excess fat, showcased a defined vest line, along with her not too long, but perfectly straight and coherent legs. Lin couldn't help but take another look. As Lin watched intently, Kisi stepped into the bathtub. A unique sight entered Lin's view. Kisi approached Lin, speaking, "Sir, shall I start with your feet?" With Lin's consent, Kisi wasted no words. Kneeling in the water of the tub, she began massaging Lin. Kisi didn't mind that during her massage, her body swayed, causing the water in front of her to ripple. The oscillating water in the bathtub also created waves. Kisi didn't care that Lin's eyes were fixed on her. Kisi's massage continued, from the feet, to the calves, to the knees, then to the thighs. After another half hour, Kisi's hands explored further between Lin's legs. Her soft voice sounded again from Kisi's mouth. "Sir, the next step in the massage is..." Kisi's cheeks were tinged with a rosy glow. There was a faint smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Just as Kisi was about to touch Lin, a sound like metal scraping rang out in the private room. Lin's right hand moved, drawing the one-handed sword placed beside the bathtub. In an instant, the sword was pressed against Kisi's neck. Feeling the coldness at her neck, Kisi's face was filled with shock. Her words were stuttered as she nervously asked, "Lord, what are you?" Perhaps because of the fright, Kisi's body crouched down slowly. The round, snow-white visage in front of her was directly exposed to Lin's eyes. Lin had no intention of looking further. His right hand held the one-handed sword, still pressed against Kisi's neck, with a composed expression as he looked at Kisi. "Your bed. I think you can revert to your original form now." Hearing Lin's words, Kisi was momentarily stunned and asked in confusion, "Lord, what are you saying?" Lin said nothing, just kept his gaze fixed on Kisi. Under his steady gaze, a trace of unease appeared on Kisi's face. Lin spoke calmly. "Your transformation disguise ability is indeed strong." Kisi's expression turned calm as she continued to ask, "But what?" Lin continued, "You've overlooked the relationships between people. Relying solely on transforming and disguising a body, a facade, daring to approach others is too naive a tactic." Kisi was already an adult, and although Red kept hunting to provide extra nutrition, how could she, as a free people, have such a well-rounded figure? The inexperienced Kisi was evidently reserved in matters of men and women. How could she possibly offer him a massage willingly? Perhaps Yaya assumed that by relying on body and facade, Lin would lower his guard. But she didn't realize that every move she made was a huge flaw in Lin's eyes. Such an infiltration, as long as one's thoughts were slightly meticulous, could be easily detected. Listening to Lin's words, Kisi was momentarily stunned. She repeated Lin's words, "Relationships between people, huh?" After Kisi's words fell, the private room fell into silence. Kisi's body began to tremble, her face started to twist, and sounds of bones shifting emerged from within her. Kisi in front of Lin had reverted to Yaya's succubus form. Blood-red eyes, sharp black horns like a goat's sprouting from the top of her head. A black tail ending in a red heart slowly swam through the water. The bat-like wings were also submerged in the hot water. Even though Kisi reverted to Yaya's form, there was no change in the voluptuousness in front of her. Yaya seemed to have noticed Lin's gaze, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. A seductive voice emerged from Yaya's mouth. "Lord, I'm feeling a bit cold. Could you hold me?" Yaya slightly moved her graceful body to draw near Lin. Yaya's body froze in place. She clearly felt a sharp pain at the neck. Along with that came a scalding feeling. Yaya's eyes were full of unwillingness as she said, "Lord, can you really bear treating Yaya like this?" Yaya has been an orphan since childhood. Lin looked straight at Yaya. "You have 10 seconds to put on clothes, or else." Dot. Feeling the chill in Lin's words, the tenderness on Yaya's face vanished instantly. She quickly stood up from the bathtub and stepped out under Lin's watchful gaze. Without caring about being seen completely naked while dressing, she quickly moved. The succubus's figure was indeed great. White skin that could snap under the fingers, alluring contours, plus that succubus's unique flesh tail, wings, sharp goat horns, and 4 sharp fangs. Such a form easily stirred strange emotions in others, making one want to pin her down and whip her fiercely. After Yaya dressed herself, Lin shouted toward the door, "Come in." Hearing Lin's words, Yaya was momentarily stunned and quickly looked toward the private room door not far away. With the sound of the door opening, Red stepped in with 6 guards. They unsheathed their scimitars, encircling Yaya. Red gave Yaya a calm look. Then, stepping forward, he came to Lin's side and asked, "Lord, are you all right?" Lin nodded and said, "I'm fine. Lock her up in the dungeon." Upon hearing, Red wasted no words. "Take her away." Having the guards escort Yaya, they exited Lin's private room. Only when the room door closed again did Lin step out of the bathtub, don his clothes, and leave the private room. Kisi, with a worried look on her face, saw Lin and rushed over. Kisi hadn't finished speaking when Lin interrupted her directly. "I'm fine." Kisi's expression visibly relaxed, her mouth slightly opened, as if wanting to say something but hesitated. Lin noticed her expression. "Just say what's on your mind." Kisi no longer hesitated and curiously asked, "Lord, how did you know that woman would come to you tonight?" After dinner, when hot water was prepared, Lin let her go back to rest. But now, that woman had turned into her likeness and entered Master Lin's private chamber while he was bathing. As for what happened afterward, Kisi naturally dared not imagine further. But how did Master Lin know? Lin spoke. "I guessed it. Don't think too much. Go back and rest." Upon hearing this, although Kisi felt a bit puzzled, she dared not ask further questions. She responded honestly and bowed before retreating. The castle hall was still bright, illuminated by animal fat candles and oil lamps, despite the late hour. After a glance around, Lin returned to the master bedroom and lay down on the spacious and comfortable bed. Images from earlier surfaced in his mind. Yaya's arrival was indeed coincidental, but it was within Lin's expectations. Being someone with half succubus blood, Yaya wanted to hide and live in this territory. The longer she stayed, the harder it would become. Every household, every family in the town, is registered with their real names. Even if Yaya constantly changed her appearance and hid among them, unless she assimilated with the townsmen to live as an ordinary person, she would eventually stand out as an alien race. To survive or leave here, the best way is to control him, the Lord. Maybe from Yaya's perspective, she had just escaped from the imprisonment of the red brick house today. Anyone would think she'd hide immediately or seize the chance to escape into deep forests. But she chose to be unconventional, sneaking into the castle today and used her charm ability to control the Lord. Yaya's transformation disguise ability is indeed very strong. If Lin were not so familiar with Kisi, and without a text introduction panel, others would surely not guess Kisi is the enchanting demon Yaya. However, from the brief interaction with Yaya, Lin yet felt the succubus ability was only SOSO. To be precise, Yaya's ability was only SOSO. Besides transformation disguise, Lin sensed a desire from physical instinct, but felt no psychological allure. Not to mention an uncontrollable urge to do anything for Yaya. Is it because Yaya is only half succubus blood? Or is it because Yaya just reached adulthood and can't skillfully use her ability? Even if Lin tamed Yaya for his own use, with Yaya's current abilities, sending her to a great lord or nobility, it would just be sending over a succubus pet. She certainly needs some training. Lin recalled his prior thought, using succubus abilities to control a great lord nobility or an emperor. This idea sounded somewhat ridiculous. Those who become great lords, nobility, or emperor are surely not ordinary people. Throwing the thoughts out of his mind, Lin gradually fell asleep. In the blink of an eye, Lin woke up early as usual. He came to the living room, enjoying a nutritious breakfast. A guard approached Lin, bowed respectfully, and said, "Master, Colin wants to meet you. He's waiting outside." Lin glanced at the guard. "Let him wait at the door. I'll go after finishing breakfast." The guard responded, bowed again, "Yes, master." After responding, he withdrew. Lin finished the delicate fried egg on the plate in a few bites and drank the chicken soup from the bowl. Then he got up and went toward the castle. Red, who constantly guarded beside Lin, followed closely. Lin descended the stairs and walked out of Wong City to the castle gate. perhaps because the weather was getting colder. Colin, hands wrapped in a thick wool robe, paced back and forth. His gaze occasionally fell inside the castle gate. A look of excitement was clearly visible on his face. Upon seeing Lynn, Colin hastened his steps to greet him and disperse. Coming to Lynn's side, Colin spoke directly. Master Lynn, the papermaking workshop succeeded in making paper. Despite the cold weather, Colin's words were filled with joy and excitement. During the conversation, Colin moved his hands, took out a roll of brownish-yellow paper from his bosom, and handed it to Lynn. Lynn raised his eyebrows, reached out to take it, and inspected it. The paper, produced by boiling tree bark to obtain pulp, showed a brownish-yellow color. The surface had some irregular fibrous textures. Likewise, it had noticeable fine-textured feelings. To produce paper in such a short time was indeed beyond Lynn's expectations. Returning the paper in his hand to Colin, Lynn said, "How many pounds of paper can the papermaking workshop produce in a day now?" Colin pondered for a moment and said, "About 20 pounds. Master, you know, besides me knowing how to make paper, before coming to your territory, those workers didn't even know what a papermaking workshop was." Lynn nodded. "I know this. Strengthen their role orientation and training. The more they work and the longer they do it, efficiency will rise. The paper produced should be primarily provided for Tate's school and Old John's hospital. As for other workshops requiring paper, they can be given based on need. With paper, Tate could write down his knowledge on sheets of paper and distribute them to children in the school. Let them take this knowledge home and reread it at their leisure. Additionally, they can try writing words." Listening to Lynn's explanation, Colin responded, "Yes, my lord." Having explained everything Colin needed to know, Lynn dismissed him. Lynn turned his body and walked into the castle. The facilities inside the castle were fully equipped. From the lord's bedroom, private quarters, reception hall, to the residences of household attendants, guards, even the servants, and including kitchen, warehouse, stables, even the dungeon for imprisoning prisoners. Lynn walked through winding alleys and came to a downward staircase. Without any hesitation, he stepped down. The dungeon's lighting relied on only 2 or 3 red brick-sized light shafts, making the already poorly lit dungeon even darker and gloomier. Lynn walked to a tightly shut iron door. Through the 10-centimeter opening on the door, Lynn looked inside. Still wearing a coarse wool robe, Yaya was sitting curled up on a wooden bed. The footsteps of Lynn and the guards naturally reached Yaya's ears. She remained unmoved. Lynn looked at the guard beside him. "Open it." The guard, hearing this, did not hesitate and walked to the iron door to open it. Upon hearing the sound of chains, Yaya slightly raised her lowered brows and looked at Lynn, who stepped in. Seeing traces of spilled barley porridge on the floor, Lynn spoke. "Your bed. Would you like to engage in a cooperation with me?" Upon hearing Lynn's words, a hint of surprise appeared on Yaya's face. She questioned Lynn back. "Cooperation?" Lynn nodded. "If you can meet my terms, I can release you from your status as a slave and make you my partner." A slight brightness appeared on Yaya's face. But quickly, a vigilant look emerged in her eyes. What kind of cooperation? A man who could precisely guess her actions, remain unmoved under her bodily charm, and keep his clarity. Yaya didn't think he would be so kind. Lynn stepped forward again to Yaya's side, his gaze scanning her tail coiled around her right leg. "If you can meet my requirements and pass my test, you can live on my land just like the townsmen." Yaya's slender eyebrows slightly lifted. Her blood-red eyes seemed to be contemplating something. Lynn continued, "Of course, if you go to the place I designate and gather intelligence, that would be even better." Yaya understood, and her voice turned cold. "Using my beauty and body to get close to other lords and extract useful information for you?" Lynn merely looked at Yaya without speaking. Seeing Lynn's expression, which could be considered consent, Yaya continued to ask, "Aren't you afraid that once I leave your land, I might escape immediately?" Lynn shook his head, saying, "That's why I said we can become partners. As long as you can pass my test, I can help you find a suitable job, and you can choose to live on this land. Or you could go someplace else, hide your identity, and infiltrate, gathering intelligence for me. Of course, you could try to escape during this process." Yaya frowned involuntarily. Lynn shifted his tone. "However, given your identity, even if you escape, Where do you think you can go? Hide in human cities? I imagine the so-called clergy of the church would be eager to capture you as an achievement for their promotion. Perhaps, before burning you at the stake, they might enjoy you as well. Return to the enchanting forest where you lived before, continuing to scurry like a rat in darkness. But on my land, I can let you live openly and legitimately. Hearing this, hesitation appeared on Yaya's face. Just as Lynn said, her identity to humans is that of an alien, a demon. Even if half of her bloodline comes from humans, she still couldn't escape the discrimination and hatred from humans. If she hadn't been hiding in the enchanting forest, living alone, she would have been tied to a stake and burned to ashes long ago. Seeing Yaya's silence, Lynn continued, "You can have time to consider." His words shifted, and Lynn stepped away, preparing to leave. Yaya's questioning voice sounded from behind Lynn. "What is the test?" Lynn did not stop, continuing to walk out of the cell. But he explained, as his voice resonated in the cell, "I will release you from the cell. You can transform and disguise within my territory. If you manage to harm me without my knowledge, you pass the test." After Lynn finished, stepping out of the cell, the guard closed the iron door and secured it with a chain. After a series of footsteps, the dungeon, originally quiet, once again fell into silence. Yaya's mind was still replaying Lynn's words. Lynn, accompanied by Red, walked out of the dungeon, onto the red brick ground of the small town. Several passing townsmen, upon seeing Lynn, stopped and respectfully called out, "Master." Lynn nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and Red, following behind Lynn, couldn't help but speak. "Master, isn't it too risky to keep that woman?" Lynn opened his mouth and said, "Of course, there will be some risk. But whether it's for her or for you as the guard captain, it will be a test." With Yaya's ability, she was simply not sufficient for Lynn to send to the side of other great lord nobility to gather the intelligence needed for him. And the defense capability of the guard team led by Red was equally too weak. This was a perfect opportunity to train the guard team's defensive abilities. The presence of Yaya, at least, was within a controllable range. If later on, a spy more powerful than Yaya infiltrated, how could his safety be guaranteed with the current alertness and capability of the guard team? Stopping at Lynn's words, Red understood and nodded. "Yes, master." In the conversation between Lynn and Red, the two had already arrived at the entrance of Arello's blacksmith workshop. Just as Lynn was about to walk in, the sound of orderly metal footsteps echoed from behind the blacksmith workshop. Lynn walked through the blacksmith workshop to the open space at its back. A number of soldiers wearing neatly arranged standard plate armor were being assisted by blacksmith apprentices in adjustments. Standing at the front, Arello and Rose saw Lynn and quickly bent over, calling out, "Master." Lynn nodded, his gaze sweeping over the soldiers present, and he spoke to Arello. "Are these the 300 sets of standard plate armor you made?" Hearing this, Arello quickly responded, "Yes, master. 500 sets of full-body standard plate armor have been completed, and of the additional 400 sets of helmet and chest armor, over 300 have also been made. All can be completed in, at most, 2 days." The original task target assigned to the blacksmith workshop was 900 sets of full-body standard plate armor. But due to limited ability, it turned into 500 sets of full-body standard plate armor and 400 sets of helmet and chest armor. Although it could not temporarily form a fully armed heavy infantry force, but it was quite sufficient to equip archers and light infantry. Lynn's gaze turned to Rose beside him before he could ask. Rose took the initiative to report, "Master, during this period, no spies have been seen coming to investigate the fortress wall's intelligence. However, in the morning, Jeremy, who was hidden in Morgantown, brought back information about Morgantown. He said that the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps has greatly increased in numbers, and Morgantown has entered into lockdown." Lynn frowned and addressed Rose. "I heard this information from Boar more than a week ago. Why is it only being reported now?" Rose lowered his head and explained, "Because the manor lords in the town, in order to prevent armed soldier information from leaking to the Bandit Corps, enforced a policy of no exit. It was hard for them to send anyone out of town. The personnel who went out this time even had to hide in manure carts filled with excrement." Lynn looked directly at Rose. "Rose, you must find a way to improve the methods of intelligence transmission, a 7-day delay in intelligence. If there was any major military situation, 7 days would be enough to raise the entire territory. Rose solemnly responded, "Yes, master." Lin acknowledged with a sound, looked again at the 300 standard plate armor soldiers ahead, and his heart eased slightly. After watching for a moment, Lin instructed Rose a few more things before he left the blacksmith workshop. As Lin was preparing to head straight to the forest edge outside the town to grind collection skill experience. On the lime road between the barley-planted fields, a long convoy of carriages entered Lin's sight. 10 huge carriages, each drawn by 4 horses, led the way, followed by long lines of figures. George also walked over from the distant market area. Seeing Lin, George quickly bent down, speaking respectfully, calling out Master Lin. Under the watchful eyes of Lin and his companions, the carriages snorted and stopped in the open space of the square. At the forefront, a figure leaped down from a tall horse. It was none other than Grayson. Grayson naturally saw Lin ahead. A smile appeared on his face, and he quickened his pace, walking towards Lin. Coming in front of Lin, Grayson performed a merchant's etiquette before saying, "Master Lin, this time's trade. I'll give you a big surprise." Seeing the confident smile on Grayson's face, Lin became interested. Grayson did not hold back any secrets and said directly, "Slaves. A whole 600 slaves." Lin's eyebrows could not help but raise. Before Lin could ask about the origin of these slaves, Grayson explained first. "These slaves are from the Portland's Empire." Listening to Grayson mention the Portland's Empire again, Lin repeated his words with some confusion. Grayson said with conviction, "Yes, Portland's Empire. Just as you said before, the Portland's Emperor's pardon of the peasants was to provide achievements for the eldest grandson, Vadeo Gerard. A month ago, the Emperor of the Portland's Empire, Brant Gerard, passed away. He left a will, allowing the eldest grandson Kronos Gerard to inherit the throne." There was no surprise on Lin's face. It seemed a bit strange, but it was easy to deduce the real intention behind it. Grayson's words continued, "But as the eldest son, Vadeo Gerard, who is also Kronos's biological father, unwilling to become a mere minister to his son, he began his counterattack. A war between father and son has already started in the Portland's Empire." Grayson showed a hint of pride on his face. "But no matter how the Portland's Empire fights, for us cross-border merchants, we will never suffer a loss. If Vadeo wins, then the soldiers, generals, and even the nobility supporting his son will become prisoners. They will become slaves. If Kronos wins, then the soldiers and nobility supporting his father will become slaves. To eliminate future troubles and to obtain more national funds, either side will sell the enslaved soldiers. And Audrey is the largest slave trader in the Portland's Empire." Lin picked up on Grayson's words and said, "So, in the future, there will again be a large number of Portland's Empire slaves sent to me?" Grayson's right hand snapped with a bingo. "Without any accidents, the grandson Kronos Gerard will win this war. With the Emperor Brant's last will, he will rightfully become the new emperor of the Portland's Empire." Lin curiously looked at Grayson and said, "I suppose, among this, there is the support of your sister Audrey, right?" Hearing Lin's words, Grayson glanced at Lin in surprise. After thinking for a few seconds, he no longer hid anything. "Master Lin, you are indeed correct. It is precisely because of Audrey's funding that the young imperial grandson can recruit a large number of soldiers, ensuring they have enough food, armor, and weapons." Lin nodded slightly. Grayson continued, "There is one more thing that Master Lin might not know. Audrey supported the young imperial grandson in her personal capacity, having nothing to do with the Brown clan." Upon hearing the last sentence, a flash of surprise passed through Lin's eyes. In her personal capacity? A war for imperial authority, how widespread could its impact be? Or even tens of millions? It is known that the entire Karidi Empire has more than 50 provinces, each with a population of 1.6 million. The total population of the entire empire is a staggering 200 million. And the total population of the Portland's Empire is roughly equivalent to that of the Karidi Empire. Although each empire's territory is extremely vast, a war of imperial authority cannot affect the entire empire, but the number of participants would be at least in the tens of millions. And such a war is maintained by Audrey's personal funding for the imperial grandson Kronos. Compared to how many gold pounds are needed for this war, and whether victory will be achieved, Lynn is more concerned about Audrey. If according to Grayson's previous words, Audrey is now widowed and childless, how did she achieve this level alone? This is not something that can be done just by being wealthy. Moreover, as Grayson just said, if nothing unexpected happens, the imperial grandson Kronos will win this war and rightfully become the emperor of the Portland's empire. Then what will Audrey, as the sponsor, become? Will the new emperor become a puppet of Audrey, controlling the entire economic, military, and political lifeline of the Portland's empire with the power of one person? Lynn can hardly imagine. If Audrey truly accomplished this, what more would she need to care about the Brown clan? With her abilities, she would become an entity comparable to or even surpassing the Brown clan. As for Allan, Carrie, Zod, and even Grayson in front of him, who are currently fighting for the position of patriarch of the Brown clan, they are indeed too inferior compared to Audrey. No wonder Audrey dared to casually name a price of 5 shillings per slave when she came to his territory and stood before him. Audrey simply doesn't care. With such a powerful and terrifying sister, even if Grayson just profits a little from being by Audrey's side, obtaining the position of patriarch of the Brown clan would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Isn't Grayson currently extracting profits from Audrey's side? Lynn cast an unusual glance at Grayson. It turns out, Grayson is the real fortunate one. Grayson, who had been watching Lynn, naturally noticed Lynn's unusual look. He asked puzzledly, "Master Lynn, it looks like you are a bit dissatisfied with the continuous transportation of slaves to your territory in the future?" Lynn's mouth twitched slightly. Is Grayson deliberately showing off, or is he pretending not to understand? Lynn was too lazy to bother with Grayson's question and changed the topic. Besides the 600 slaves, what else? Grayson glanced at Lynn with confusion. Why does it feel like today's Master Lynn is looking at him unfavorably? He did not continue to ask, but explained, "Besides the slaves, I also brought you 30,000 yards of medium linen cloth and 30,000 pounds of coarse wool." Lynn nodded with satisfaction. Labor has always been something Lynn urgently needed. With more labor, he can expand the planting scale of his territory and harvest more food. Even though it's just early winter now, more labor needs to be accumulated to prepare for next year's spring planting. With more labor, he can expand the production scale of various workshops. To produce more plate armor and weapons, relying solely on the 4 blacksmith workshops is naturally not enough. Because later, not only will weapons and armor needed by soldiers have to be made, but also vests for the warhorses. Moreover, the woodworker workshop and bow and arrow workshop also need to be expanded immediately. He needs more craftsmen with production experience to make repeating crossbow arrows, crossbows, horseshoe crossbows, and even steel crossbows. With more population, he can continue expanding the scale of soldiers. Lynn can completely draw 300 more townsmen from those currently without fixed positions and add them to the territory's soldier ranks. Looking at Grayson in front of him, Lynn spoke. "The prices of these goods?" Grayson, without any hesitation, replied, "Master, slaves are still 5 shillings. The market price for medium linen cloth is 8 pence per yard. Coarse wool is 3 pence per pound. Master Lynn, if exchanged at 6 pence per pound of fine salt, you only need to give me 61,000 pounds of fine salt. That would be sufficient." This price had been calculated no less than 10 times on his way here. There naturally wouldn't be any errors. Lynn didn't speak, but rapidly converted in his mind. Slaves are transported from the Portland's empire using longships. It's normal for the price to be higher than the market. Besides, even if it were 6 or 7 shillings, Lynn would still acquire them without hesitation. If rock salt runs out, more can be mined. If fine salt runs out, the salt factory can produce more. But without labor, Lynn's territory development speed would slow down. As for the other prices, Grayson never exceeded market prices. Lynn nodded and said, "No problem. Let's go with the prices you mentioned." Once he finished speaking, Lynn looked at George beside him. George understood, added dozens of townsmen, and began organizing the unloading of goods. Meanwhile, Lynn took Grayson to the distant castle. Looking at the vast castle in front, Grayson's face bore a look of disbelief. Despite only visiting Lynn's territory once a month sometimes, He could confidently say he witnessed Lin's territory develop from a few wooden huts to the current scale step by step. But now, seeing the castle before him, his heart was still greatly shaken. Because it was built with red brick, one could clearly see the lime sand adhesive between the bricks. Upon closer inspection, it was so neat and straight. The 4 to 5 meter castle walls nearly enclosed and protected the main castle area. To enter, one must forcibly break through the nearly 20 to 30 centimeters thick iron gate under the castle. Plus, with the arrow towers and arrow slits on the walls. This added yet another layer of security to an already impregnable territory. Following behind Lin, he walked into the castle, passed through the Wung City, and reached the second-floor hall of the castle. Grayson glanced around. The hall's decorations were relatively simple, which didn't surprise him. The luxurious and magnificent decoration of a castle often requires generations of accumulation. They collected beautiful ornaments or valuable artifacts and antiques to showcase the lord's strength and substantial capital. But for Lin, merely having built the castle was already something Grayson was full of admiration for. Just as Grayson was about to look away, his eyes suddenly lit up. Grayson exclaimed in surprise, "Master Lin, is this glazed glass?" Grayson walked to a high wooden display table near the wall. On the high stool, there was a light blue glazed bottle. Soft daylight fell through the window onto the bottle, refracting streaks of star-like light. Lin glanced casually and said, "Yes, glazed glass." The surprise in Grayson's eyes became even more pronounced. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed on the nearby display tables were also placed various exquisitely styled and beautifully colored glazed bottles. Some had plate-shaped mouths, some were wide open, some had long necks, some were spherical. Some were chicken blood red, some were peacock blue, and some were purple and green mixed. Even Grayson was seeing so many glass bottles for the first time. Grayson could hardly believe it, sweeping his gaze once more around the hall. Only then did he realize that there was such a plethora of glass in this hall. Even the 4 to 5 meter high windows were made of glass. Grayson widened his eyes, looked at Lin sitting not far away, and curiously asked, "Lin, Master Lin, these glass items must have been fired on your land, right?" Lin glanced at Grayson and nonchalantly said, "Yes, if you like, I can give them to you." Hearing this, Grayson couldn't help but swallow. The price of glass, very expensive. For such beautifully made and evenly colored glass, the price is even more astonishingly high. Grayson even heard of a great noble spending at least several dozen gold pounds just to buy a beautifully crafted glass bottle. Such luxuries as glass usually circulate only among noble lords and the church. Only they would associate these with symbols of status and identity. However, these glass items, deemed valuable by countless noble lords and church members, were at least in the dozens in Master Lin's hall, and of various styles and colors. More importantly, Master Lin's domain could produce such fine glass. Grayson couldn't help but think of his previous dismissive thoughts about the hall's simple decorations as he entered. The combined value of these glass items, he couldn't even estimate. A bold idea popped into Grayson's mind. If he could exchange goods for these glass items from Master Lin, transport them, and sell them among those noble lords and church members. Grayson's gaze immediately turned to Lin, suppressing his excitement and striving to make his voice calm. "I am not very interested in glass. But my sister Audrey previously spent a lot of money buying various glass items. She would be very happy if she saw so many glass items." Lin nodded slightly. Grayson's words turned, "Master Lin, can I trade goods for your glass items?" Sitting on the chair, Lin glanced at Grayson and asked in reply, "For such glazed glass, what price can you offer?" These glazed bottles don't have particularly exquisite craftsmanship. After all, they were just made by the newbies Bio and Layla. Grayson quickly pondered in his mind, seemingly deciding on the price he would offer. He picked up a blood-red glazed bottle in front of him and walked over to Lin. "Master Lin, for glazed bottles of this craftsmanship, I can offer 1 gold pound. No, 2 gold pounds each. Although the craftsmanship of these glazed bottles hasn't reached a high-end level, if they can be transported away, they could still earn him a fortune. As for what price they can be sold at, not even Grayson himself knows. But the market now is scarce for glazed glass products. Even medium-quality glazed bottles can fetch over 5 gold pounds. Grayson is certain he could make a lot of money. It might even be more profitable than fine salt. After all, fine salt is just a daily necessity, while glazed glass is a luxury. However, compared to the ease of transporting fine salt, transporting glazed bottles involves greater transportation risks. On the rugged roads, these glazed bottles can easily break. Upon hearing the price, Lynn wasn't surprised. Even though glazed bottles are made by firing silicon sand, the value of the craftsmanship contained within far exceeds the raw materials themselves. But Lynn possesses the technology. In Lynn's view, glazed bottles only consume some river sand, flux, limestone, anthracite, and labor. Yet they can be sold for 2 gold pounds. Lynn responded, "Of course, if you are willing. This time both slaves and goods can be exchanged for glazed bottles." Upon hearing this, Grayson spoke. "Master Lynn, how about the next batch? Once I transport this batch of fine salt, I'll bring some tools to protect the glazed bottles next time, then proceed with the exchange. However, Master Lynn, I can first exchange a few glazed bottles to see how the market responds." Lynn nodded. "You can pick 10 favorite designs and consider them as a gift." Grayson's carriage had limited capacity. Otherwise, all glazed bottles in the hall wouldn't be a problem for him to take away. As long as Lynn wishes, Bo and Layla can fire a batch in 2 to 3 days. Grayson raised his eyebrows. "Thank you, Master Lynn." After taking a tour with Grayson around the castle, Kesey approached with steps. She bowed slightly and respectfully said, "Master, all the fine salt has been loaded onto Mr. Grayson's carriage." Lynn looked at Grayson, and Grayson was the first to speak. Then, "Master Lynn, I'll take my leave now. Thank you for your gift." Lynn nodded. "I'll see you off." Lynn walked alongside him, heading towards the front of the town. While walking, Grayson seemed to think of something, and he spoke. "Master Lynn, the next time I come to your territory might be the last before the river freezes. Is there any cargo you need? I'll do my best to bring it to you." In the winter sea of Vortex, storms are frequent, with waves often reaching heights of nearly 100 meters. Wooden longboats simply cannot withstand such terrifying waves. Plus, in the freshwater river region after entering Gibraltar Strait, freezing conditions occur all year round. Longboats simply cannot sail. Lynn made little hesitation and spoke. "Slaves, grain, meat." "Grain is fine. The warehouses store enough peas, barley, and wheat to get all the townsmen through this winter. Meat is somewhat insufficient because the livestock in the ranch have not yet reproduced. As for slaves, Lynn needs them anytime." Grayson nodded and said, "Then I'll try to transport another batch of slaves to your territory, Master Lynn." Arriving at the open town square, Lynn watched as Grayson mounted his horse and with the fully loaded carriages gradually rode away. Withdrawing his gaze, Lynn looked at the slaves guarded by plate armor soldiers. Perhaps due to the journey, their faces showed signs of exhaustion. Compared to those slaves previously sent, the quality of these slaves is far higher. Among these 600 slaves, Lynn identified at least 1 to 200 strong men. Once they settle down and are dispatched to either the blacksmith workshop or used for expanding the army, they will be perfectly suitable. After a round of speeches by Lynn, the initially bewildered slaves had their eyes reveal expectations for life. Because this lord told them they would have 3 meals a day and live in their own red brick house. After raising the expectations of the 600 slaves, Lynn distributed an iron tool to each of them, sent by soldiers to the forest edge outside the town to join the tree-cutting army. With the addition of 600 slaves, whether felling trees, processing logs, or construction of tracks in a few days, progress would increase. Lynn stood on a stack of piled logs, eyes scanning the entire site of logging and processing. 1,600 figures sweating, it was truly grand, densely packed. Looking at such a large workforce, Lynn felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Soon, Lynn stepped towards the edge of the forest. Rolling up his sleeves, he took the two-handed axe from the logger beside him and swung it freely. Collection experience, +1. Collection experience, +1. Collection experience, +1. As Lynn rhythmically swung the iron axe in his hand, experience accumulated bit by bit. Until 2 hours later, after chopping down 2 trees with half-meter diameters, he returned the iron axe to the logger. He stepped away, leaving the forest edge. The constant swinging of the iron axe had long made Lin's body feel hot and feverish. Under such intense labor, how could he still feel the chill? Lin couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, labor is the most effective way to keep warm. Arriving at the watershed behind, Lin took a wooden ladle from the water jar and drank water without hesitation. After gulping down several mouthfuls of well water, Lin comfortably let out a satisfied belch, feeling relaxed all over. After resting on the nearby log for a few minutes, Lin stepped toward the town to return. Crossing the open square in front of the town, Lin arrived at the weaving workshop. Inside the weaving workshop, Yamani was arranging for 200 textile workers to receive the newly delivered linen cloth and coarse wool. Seeing Lin, Yamani told the textile workers to continue storing, then walked over to Lin. Yamani bent slightly, respectfully addressing him. "Master." Lin responded with a nod. "There are 30,000 yards of linen cloth, 30,000 pounds of coarse wool. Make another 2,000 sets of coarse wool robes, and use the remaining wool and linen cloth to make quilts and mattresses. Make sure to tell Steward Kesey to prioritize distributing the finished quilts and mattresses to the elderly, weak women, and especially pregnant women." While resting at the logging site, Lin had already checked the weather forecast a few times. On January 1st, which is 3 days away, the temperature will drop sharply again, down to around 0 degrees. If warm bedding isn't made for these townsmen, nights will be too hard to endure. Yamani didn't hesitate and nodded. "Yes, master." With Yamani following, Lin inspected the weaving workshop. Confirming that there were no abnormalities, he stepped out. Just as Lin walked out of the weaving workshop district, a joyful voice reached his ears. "Master, I was just about to look for you. Didn't expect to meet here." Lin looked ahead. It was Lex with a smile on his face. And behind Lex was his assistant Belinda. The two approached Lin, greeted him, and before Lex could speak, strict and observant, Lin immediately noticed something unusual about Belinda's body. After a few seconds of close observation, Lin opened his mouth in surprise. "Is she pregnant?" Lex smiled. "Master, Belinda is pregnant. It should be 4 months now. We hadn't noticed before." Lin nodded approvingly at Lex. "Good. You've certainly made a great contribution to the territory. You don't need to work anymore. Rest and care for the baby at home. Eggs and meat will be delivered to supplement nutrition for you and the child." Hearing Lin's words, Belinda's face was filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Master. Steward Kesey already informed me." Lin responded, once again looking at Lex. Lex instantly understood and explained. "Master, mass production of distilled spirits has begun. Of course, the scale is not yet comparable to the previous beer, but over 300 pounds can be produced daily." Lin nodded, inquiring, "How's the progress of alcohol production?" Lex's face showed a trace of difficulty, and he explained. "Master, I am using containers to distill the spirits again, hoping to obtain higher levels of alcohol, but each distillation's result isn't ideal. That's why I came to find you." Lin asked, "Tell me, what's the problem?" Lex hesitated not a bit and quickly began recounting. "Master, during distillation, it's hard to distill higher purity alcohol from the container." Lin thought momentarily and said, "If there's no accident, it should be a problem with the distillation container and procedure. The distillation container is too thick, preventing the distilled spirits from evaporating into gas. Repeated distillation is needed to obtain higher purity alcohol. Go to the pottery workshop. Since Bio's pottery workshop is making glazed glass, you can make some tools needed for distillation out of glass. Maybe it could effectively solve the problem." Glazed glass products are made by firing silicon sand into molten glass and then pouring the molten glass into molds to cast. With suitable molds, it's entirely feasible to make the glass tools needed for distilling spirits. Plus, Bila and Layla are husband and wife, and also master potters. Just tell them the shape of the tools needed, and they can easily craft them. Listening to Lin's account, Lex's eyes lit up. "So that's how it is. Master, I won't disturb you any longer." Lex bowed with Belinda and then backed away. Retrieving his gaze from the departing duo, Lin took a stroll around the town and finally headed into the kitchen. Holding the bone-cutting knife in hand, Lin swung again at the pork to be used for lunch. Cooking experience +1. Cooking experience +1. Cooking experience +1. After having a casual lunch in the cafeteria, Lin sat on a bench at the edge of the open square. With a thought, he opened the resident information panel, and Lin began to check. According to what Grayson said, all these slaves came from the Imperial War of the Portland's Empire. Therefore, naturally, there would be some special individuals. Lin began filtering according to abilities. In the area of construction, Avery Dean, construction level 3, production level 3, collection level 2. Lorenzo Reeves, construction level 3, hunting level 2, collection level 2. Jode Tech, construction level 3, production level 2, collection level 2. Suddenly, the information boxes of 3 individuals with level 3 construction skills caught Lin's eye. The first, Avery, not only has level 3 construction, but also level 3 production. This is an invaluable talent for the rail construction he is about to undertake. With another thought, Lin filtered in the area of planting. Randolph Villa, planting level 3, collection level 3, cooking level 2. Terrence Vick, planting level 2, production level 2, cooking level 2. Aside from Randolph, who has 2 skills at level 3, everyone else in the area of planting is rather ordinary. At most, there's Terrence with level 2 planting. Lin thought, and found it normal. These people aren't slaves caught from villages or forests. Rather, they are genuine free people from small towns or cities. They don't possess notable abilities in agricultural planting. Lin filtered for production. Rachel Richards, production level 3, collection level 3, cooking level 3. Pamela Arnold, production level 3, breeding level 2, cooking level 2. Amber Allan, production level 3, planting level 2, breeding level 2. Renee Richmond, production level 3, collection level 2, planting level 2. Looking at the information panels in front of him, with over a dozen individuals showing level 3 production skills, Lin raised his eyebrows involuntarily. Just as he suspected, these people are mostly craftsmen. Moreover, they are craftsmen with high-level skills. Conveniently, Lin needs townsmen with crafting skills. Lin generally glanced over. There are 20 female residents with level 3 production skills. Additionally, there are 30 female residents with level 2 production. After training them at the lumberyard to temper their spirits a bit, he then plans to assign them to Yemeni's placement workshop. He can even select some female residents with level 1 skills to make up to 100 individuals, expanding Yemeni's textile workshop to 300 people. Temporarily putting down the plans in his mind, Lin continued filtering. With a thought, information boxes with breeding skills as the primary focus floated into Lin's view. Brendan Xavier, breeding level 3, collection level 3, production level 2. Nora Ferguson, breeding level 3, cooking level 2, production level 2. Bettina Neck, breeding level 3, cooking level 3, planting level 2. After filtering 4 production skills, having 8 individuals with level 3 breeding skills no longer surprises Lin. These 8 townsmen with level 3 breeding skills are indeed important to Lin. Next year, the ranch will enter large-scale breeding and cultivation, naturally needing as many townsmen with breeding skills as possible. Lin continued filtering for collection, hunting, cooking, medicine, forging, one by one. Almost every industry has 3 or 4, or even 4 or 5, townsmen with level 3 skills. Just right to fulfill his talent needs for large-scale development of handicrafts. Among the slaves sent by Grayson, there are as many as 100 with level 3 skills. According to what Grayson said, the Portland's Empire's Imperial War is just beginning. This means slaves will continuously be sent to his territory in the future. Lin thought of a problem. Even if one side in the Portland's Empire's Imperial War fails, aren't supporters still citizens of the Portland's Empire? Citizens of the Portland's Empire were sold as slaves by Audrey before the Imperial War ended. This woman is using the citizens of the Portland's Empire to replenish funds. One truly takes from the people and gives to the people. Closing the panel, Lin glanced over the townsmen who had completed their work. Some townsmen, seeing Lin, also paid their respects to him attentively. Their eyes filled with admiration and respect. A guard came running quickly, finally stopping in front of Lin. Lin looked at the guard, remembering him as one of the guards watching over the dungeon. The guard stopped in front of Lin, bowed and saluted respectfully. "Master." Lin asked, "What's the matter?" the guard explained. Master, the prisoner in the dungeon said she is willing to cooperate with you. However, she has one condition. Lynn said nothing, waiting for the guard's explanation. Her condition is that she wants to sign a demon contract with you. If she passes your test, she can only help you for 5 years, after which, regardless of circumstances, she will choose to leave. Lynn responded, Bring her over. The guard quickly bent over. Yes, master. Watching the guard turn and depart, Lynn pondered in his mind. A succubus wholeheartedly helping him steal information, 5 years' time. Completely sufficient. As for that demon contract, while Lynn was pondering, under the curious gaze of the surrounding townsmen, 6 guards surrounded Kisi and walked over. Kisi's hands and feet were both shackled with iron chains. With every step she took, there was a clattering sound from her iron chains rubbing against the ground. Ultimately, the guard stopped her 5 meters in front of Lynn. In Kisi's eyes, there was clearly a flowing blood-red color, and her gaze swept over Lynn with obvious greed. The Kisi before him was actually Yaya in disguise. Yaya's soft and alluring voice rang out. Lord, are you sure you want to agree to my terms? Aren't you afraid that I'll use another contract to enslave you? You know, succubi always like to absorb men's essence chi when mingling with them. Yaya's body slowly moved. Even the coarse wool robe could not hide her slender figure, enticing a few extra glances. Lynn directly ignored Yaya's body movements and got straight to the point. Tell me about your so-called demon contract. Yaya's flattering expression and swaying body disappeared. Kisi spoke. It's just a simple ritual. I'll chant some words, and afterward, all it requires is a drop of your blood, Lord, and the ritual will be complete. Lynn nodded. Then let's begin. Listening to Lynn's indifferent words, a barely perceptible hint of surprise appeared on Yaya's face. The calm and composure of the Lord before her gave her a strange feeling. Other men, upon seeing her body and hearing her words, couldn't wait to pounce on her. But in front of Lynn, it was as if he saw right through everything, as if the succubus's charm had no effect on him at all. A seed of unexplained dissatisfaction was planted in Yaya's heart. Yaya opened her mouth, exhaling a breath of warmth, her eyes gently closed. Yaya's eyes, which had just closed, suddenly opened, and the originally faintly red eyes became bright red. Obscure and incomprehensible words flowed from Yaya's mouth. As Yaya spoke, Lynn could feel an inexplicable chill centered around her, converging. Lynn noticed that beneath Yaya's feet, red energy was gathering and forming a swirling magical array. Symbols, signs, and some random patterns. Watching this scene, Red instinctively took a few steps toward Lynn, shielding half of his body behind Lynn. The other guards also formed a vigilant defensive formation. Finally, after 2 minutes, Yaya's chanting finally came to a stop. She looked at Lynn, speaking calmly. Lord, all that's needed is a drop of your blood, and the demon contract can take effect. Lynn did not speak. Instead, he glanced again at the array beneath Yaya's feet. A message instantly appeared before his eyes. Equal demon contract. Caster Yarbed. Contract content. To pass Lord Lynn's test, assist him in gathering intelligence for 5 years, after which the caster will regain freedom. If either party fails to fulfill the contract, they shall be eternally tormented by the eternal fire. Looking at the message, Lynn's brows furrowed lightly. Clearly, Yaya was trying to be crafty, deliberately concealing the consequences of breaching the contract. Lynn stared directly at Yaya and spoke. Did you forget to tell me the consequence of breaching the contract? Listening to Lynn's words, Yaya's body suddenly stiffened. She sensed the confidence in Lynn's tone. Could the young lord before her actually understand the contract content she just recited? Yaya hesitated for a few seconds, but she eventually spoke. The consequence of breaching the contract is eternal torment by the eternal fire. Upon hearing this, Red slightly moved his body, looking at Lynn. He wanted to dissuade him, but Lynn's voice had already rung out. I accept these terms. Although it's a demon contract, both he and Yaya would face the same consequences upon breaching it. But for Lynn, there's nothing to lose. For several thousand pounds of fine salt in exchange for a succubus, once the contract term elapses, he could simply release her. Obvious surprise flashed in Yaya's eyes instantly. Knowing the painful consequences, he'd still choose to make a demon contract with her? The only reason must be that the confident Lord Lin believed he could restore her freedom in 5 years. Lin continued, "What do I need to do?" Yaya snapped back, explaining, "I need a drop of your blood, Lord." Upon hearing this, Lin did not hesitate at all and drew the one-handed sword from his waist. The sound of the blade scraping against the hilt was heard. The sharp edge glided across Lin's left index finger, and a stream of blood flowed out. Just as Lin was about to speak, Yaya stepped out of the ritual formation. Under the gaze of Lin, Red, and the guards, she opened her rosy mouth and placed it over Lin's finger. As Yaya's mouth and tongue moved, Lin felt a sucking sensation on his finger. Lin's eyebrows immediately raised. After licking Lin's blood clean from his finger and confirming there was no more bleeding, Yaya finally backed away a few steps. Yaya's pink tongue licked at the corner of her mouth. She spoke contentedly, "Lord, the contract has been successfully concluded." Lin looked directly at Yaya and said, "Does the demon contract require swallowing the blood of the contract party?" Yaya's cheeks revealed a sly smile. "Of course not. I just wanted to taste the flavor of the Lord's blood and help you treat your injury." Lin glanced at his left index finger. The wound hadn't miraculously healed, but it did stop the bleeding. Lin spoke, "From now on, you are free. On the premise of not affecting the normal development of this territory, you can try any way to get close to me and harm me, and that would be passing my test." 2 guards cautiously approached Yaya and unlocked the iron chains on her wrists and ankles. Yaya rubbed her slightly reddened left wrist with her right hand. Her mouth curved upward, revealing sharp fangs. "Well, Lord, you need to be careful." Yaya transformed into the appearance of Kisi and then changed again. In just a few seconds, Yaya changed into the form of Lin, almost identical to Lin's speech. Except there was no weapon on her. Her demeanor and aura lacked Lin's composure. Everything else was identical. Whether it was Red or the few guards nearby, their faces showed a look of surprise. Just after transforming into Lin's appearance, Yaya glanced at the guards beside her, and her form changed again. In a matter of seconds, Yaya changed into a young guard. Under the gaze of Lin and the others, she ran towards the small town in the rear. After turning behind a red brick house, she completely disappeared from Lin and the others' sight. Red couldn't help but ask, "Master, are you just letting her hide in the small town like this?" Seeing that Master Lin had made up his mind, Red had no more doubts, retreated a few steps, and stood behind him. Looking at the still early sky, Lin re-entered the kitchen, continuing to grind cooking skills experience. Cooking experience +1. Cooking experience +1. Cooking experience +1. With a thought, Lin opened the Heavenly Artifacts panel. Construction, Level 2, 211/500, plus. Planting, Level 2, 91/500, plus. Collection, Level 2, 151/500, plus. Production, Level 2, 145/500, plus. Hunting, Level 2, 25/500, plus. Cooking, Level 2, 145/500, plus. Forging, Level 2, 16/500, plus. Medicine, Level 2, 9/500, plus. Breeding, Level 2, 34/500, plus. After sweeping a glance over the 9 great skills, since he had been building the castle, the construction skill had over 200 experience points. The remaining 8 great skills are still far from reaching Level 3. Lin does not feel despair. Seeing the progress bar clearly, every effort he makes can be visibly seen as rewarding. On the other side of the territory, on a barren, deserted wasteland, a caravan of carriages is traveling on a road paved with some gravel. Under the pressure of heavy loads on the carriages, even though the wheel rims have been reinforced with iron, they still emit unbearable screeching sounds while moving. Surrounding the carriages, over 20 guards in leather armor are encircling the area, their eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. A guard who appeared to be 16 or 17 drove a horse to the front. Smiling with dirt-stained cheeks, he spoke to the guard Captain Ryan beside him. "Uncle, will our escort missions always be this simple in the future?" This caravan consists of 12 carriages in total. Each carriage is fully loaded, transporting nearly 5,000 pounds of barley, totaling 60,000 pounds of grain. Departing from Morgantown, they arrived in this frontier land. Despite spending these few days with meals in the open and rest relying on tents and campfires for warmth, fortunately, they encountered no danger along the way. Neither the wild wolf pack nor the growing bandit corps had come across them. Ryan turned to glance at the young man. "Mike, do you think it's easy?" The young man, called Mike, simply nodded. Ryan rolled his eyes. "That's thanks to Master Boar's blessing. We're just lucky. Back a few months ago, before you joined the guard team, we encountered a massive group of bandits. They rode horses, waved weapons in their hands, and charged with bizarre cries. That sense of oppression can only be understood if you experience it yourself." Listening to Ryan's account, Mike turned to look at the carriages behind. A man dressed in silk sat upright inside one carriage, resting with closed eyes. He seemed uninterested in Mike and Ryan's conversation. Mike's curiosity grew further. "Uncle, how did you handle those bandits? Did you engage them in close combat?" Ryan shook his head. "Fortunately, thanks to Master Boar." Mike listened attentively as Ryan continued. "If it weren't for Master Boar having a good relationship with the Lord sent a military force for rescue. Although the bandits' target was our horses and the grain on the carriage, they didn't harm us. Yet for Master Boar, this would be a tremendous loss." I became increasingly curious about the Lord mentioned by my second uncle. Ryan had told him directly that the Lord had built a wall here in the borderlands that exceeded the height of Kakasong City. The Lord also possessed a group of soldiers clad in plate armor. Seeing Mike remain silent, Ryan's words shifted. "Don't worry too much. Just wholeheartedly follow Master Boar and do your job well. After transporting a few times, the money earned will allow you to marry your little wife." Upon hearing the words, "little wife," Mike's face instantly flushed with bashful redness. Mike, full of embarrassment, said, "Second uncle, what are you talking about?" Ryan couldn't help but grin and said, "What's so unspeakable about that? Come on, tell second uncle. How far have you two gotten?" "Haha. Well, I said there's no softies in our family." Listening to Ryan's teasing words, Mike's face blushed like a monkey's bottom. "Second uncle, what nonsense are you talking about?" The guards surveying the surroundings couldn't help but burst into teasing laughter. Sitting on the soft seat of the carriage, Boar opened his eyes at some point, listening to the conversation between Ryan and Mike. The dialogue between the uncle and nephew added some life to the otherwise tedious journey of transporting goods. Ryan was about to say more when his smiling face instantly turned solemn. His face shifted, looking ahead. Seeing Ryan's expression suddenly change, Mike asked curiously, "Second uncle, what's wrong?" Ryan said nothing, instead extending his right index finger suspended in the air, which instantly made Mike close his mouth. Mike's brow furrowed slightly as he looked at the surrounding guards. Like Ryan, their faces were full of seriousness and indifference. Boar looked at Ryan's back, just about to ask, when Ryan's voice suddenly rang out. "Pull the reins and stop. Switch rides. Quickly switch Master Boar to a different mount. Hurry." As Ryan's voice rang out, all the guards with solemn expressions instantly moved. The coachman driving the carriage disregarded the agonizing cries of the draft horses and pulled the carriage to a stop. With the help of two guards, Boar alighted from the carriage and mounted a warhorse. Ryan, controlling his steed, moved beside Boar. His face was full of solemnity as he stared at Boar. "Master, we must abandon the cargo and ride swiftly to Master Lin's territory." Boar instantly understood the reason and had no doubts. "All right." As Boar's voice fell, Ryan abruptly raised the whip in his hand and swung it up. "Ryan, what are you doing?" In Boar's wide-eyed questioning, the whip struck the warhorse beneath Boar. The warhorse instantly felt the pain, galloping forward with its four hoofs. Ryan immediately looked at Mike ahead and said, "Mike, hurry and follow to protect Master Boar." At this moment, Mike had already heard the thundering sound of galloping horses from afar. He naturally understood why Ryan had to do so. Mike's face was full of hesitation. "But, second uncle." Ryan's eyes suddenly glared, and he shouted, "When I brought you out, how did you promise me? The first escort hasn't even been completed, and you want to defy my orders?" Mike's eyes instantly turned blurry, and his voice became choked. I didn't. But second uncle." Ryan stared directly at Mike. "Execute the order." Mike could no longer suppress his emotions, exclaiming tearfully, "Yes." Ryan, without any courtesy, again raised the whip in his hand and struck the horse beneath him. The horse felt the pain, its forelegs leaping high before landing, chasing after Boar ahead. Mike's hands clutched the reins tightly, not daring to relax even a little. As the horse galloped quickly, teardrops in his eyes were immediately blown away, falling onto his leather armor shoulders. He looked to the distance on the right. A dense cavalry was galloping fast. The thunder-like pounding of hooves brought up dust like a sandstorm across the sky. And the target of these cavalry was precisely them. Such a massive cavalry force. Ryan could clearly see some small stones on the ground were gently vibrating. Perhaps because of the overwhelming momentum, the horse beneath him was frightened, moving uncontrollably. Ryan's gaze looked at the 30 guards still stationed near the carriage. He grinned. "Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Isaac originally wanted to take you to fortune, but unexpectedly, it's only come to this. You all have wives and children. If you want to live, run in the opposite direction while you can. Maybe there's a chance." A guard close to Ryan asked, "Captain, what about you?" Ryan grinned and said, "I am the guard captain. I must be responsible for Master Boar's goods." All the guards' bodies trembled fiercely. Seeing dozens of guards remain motionless, Ryan reminded them, "Everyone, if you don't move now, there won't be another opportunity." Listening to Ryan's words, the guard who asked earlier was full of hesitation. "Captain, my life was saved by you. Even if I die, I want to die ahead of you. I'm not leaving either. Without Captain, my wife and daughter would have been sold to a brothel long ago. If you all aren't leaving, then I'm not leaving either." Resounding voices of conviction rose amidst the thunderous sound of hooves. Ryan looked at the resolute faces behind him. His body couldn't stop trembling. "Since that's the case, then follow me to face the enemy. To kill one is no loss. To kill two is a blood profit." The sound of swords being drawn resounded beside the carriage convoy. The guards' accompanying roars also rose. "To kill one is no loss. To kill two is a blood profit. To kill one is no loss. To kill two is a blood profit." Ryan raised his scimitar, taking a deep breath. The next second, he roared loudly. Ryan fiercely squeezed the horse's sides, prompting the warhorse beneath him to gallop towards the empty wasteland ahead. Behind him were all the guard team members. But how could 30 cavalry guards ever stand against the entire Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps? They were instantly engulfed by the cavalry flood, with no trace left to see. The carriage convoy parked on the road at this moment, surrounded by a group of cavalry. When a sturdy figure came from the rear, the surrounding cavalrymen pulled their reins to make way. Anthony's gaze swept across the 12 fully loaded carriages, his brow furrowed, pondering something unknown. A cavalryman dismounted after inspection, his face full of joy as he said, "Leader, it's food, all food. At least 50 or 60,000 pounds." Anthony didn't speak. A reminder came from behind him. "Lord Anthony, there are 2 mounted riders escaping into the distance. If I'm correct, it should be Boar Hansen as mentioned by that gentleman." Clip-clop, clip-clop. On the road through the mountains and forests, 2 figures on horseback were swiftly traversing the mountain path. Their speed was so fast, and their sound so urgent that it frightened some winter birds into scattering. At this moment, Boar's face was full of seriousness and panic. With the scale of the cavalry just now, there must be at least a few hundred of them. In the area of Morgantown, having such a large number of cavalry, Boar could easily guess without thinking. It must be the Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps, which has been expanding frantically recently. He glanced back, thankful there were no sounds of cavalry chasing from behind. Boar did not relax at all. They were not out of danger until they reached Master Lin's territory. Fortunately, the sky was getting darker. With obstructed visibility, it would not be easy for those cavalry to chase and capture them. While Boar was contemplating, Mike picked up the pace of his horse, coming up beside Boar. Tear stains were evident on Mike's face. He asked hesitantly with trembling words, "Master Boar, my second uncle and the others." Boar turned to look at Mike and said, "The 30 of them are all wearing leather armor and carrying weapons. They surely escaped in the opposite direction from us. You needn't worry too much." Hearing Master Boar's words, Mike's panicked heart found a slight sense of calm. Boar's voice continued, "Follow me to Master Lin's territory. Master Lin will definitely take us in temporarily, considering our business dealings. Once we reach that wall, we'll be safe. Mike nodded in agreement. Yes, Master Boar. Retracting his gaze from Mike, Boar looked once again at the road ahead. The trees in the forest were tall, blocking the increasingly dim sky. This setting was much like Boar's heart at that moment. Boar naturally understood. Ryan stayed behind to draw the bandit core, making himself a target, buying a bit of time for his and Mike's escape. If the bandit core only aimed for cargo, Ryan and the others not resisting might survive. But if it's to kill, Ryan and the others were just 30 guards. The sound of the two horses' hooves continued to echo in the forest. Due to the forest's quiet, the hints of hoofbeats could faintly be heard responding from within. Boar looked again at Mike and said, after passing through this forest, in about 4 hours' journey, we'll reach Master Lin's wall. Hopeful light emerged in Mike's eyes as he nodded heavily. As Boar and Mike's horses continued their gallop, over half an hour later, the environment ahead gradually brightened. Finally, they were about to break through the forest. They must reach Master Lin's wall. Only then would they escape the bandits' pursuit and survive. As for the loss of 60,000 pounds of grain, it no longer mattered in the face of life. Gold pounds could be earned again. Without life, everything ends. The glimmer of hope that had just appeared in Boar's eyes vanished in an instant. His expression turned grave. Not only Boar, but also Mike's face turned fearful. Seeing the glow of torches ahead, Mike quickly looked at Boar and asked, Master Boar, what should we do now? Boar did not speak, his eyes rapidly changing. Boar finally understood. The bandits' target was not just to loot the merchant goods. Their target was him, Ryan, and those 30 guards. Boar tugged the reins, and the horse's speed slowly decreased. He gave a glance behind. In the same dark forest behind, there were also torchlights flickering. At a glance, there were at least 100 torches. The bandits pursuing from behind had caught up. Retracting his gaze, Boar looked at Mike. You're called Mike, right? First time with the carriage convoy. Mike didn't understand what was meant, somewhat at a loss as he replied, Yes, sir. Boar explained, Very well, Mike. As my guard, I am giving you your first task. Dismount and sneak into the forest. Head 50 miles south to the wall. There lies Master Lin's territory wall. I need you to tell Master Lin that Boar was captured by the Iron Blood Brotherhood bandits. Boar ceased his speech, not daring to utter more. As a man with a family, Boar of course wanted to live. How could Boar dare to ask Master Lin to rescue him? The last rescue outside the wall had already filled Boar's heart with gratitude. This time, the scale of the bandits was unknown. Nobody knew how many cavalry they had. If Master Lin was to rashly send out troops, it would only harm him. Master Lin had already shown him so much favor. Seeing Mike's silence, Boar asked pointedly, Did you remember? Mike resolutely stated, Head south through the forest, 50 miles to the wall. Tell Master Lin that Master Boar has been captured by the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps. Mike dismounted, just about to slip into the forest, when something flashed in his mind. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Boar. Master Boar, you are. Boar's brows furrowed, commanding, Go. That's an order. Hearing those two words again, Mike's heart suddenly trembled. Without daring to hesitate any further, he quickly ran into the bushes of the mountain forest on the right. As the bushes shook and then settled into calm, Boar felt a slight relief in his heart. The murmured words came from his mouth. Consider it as sparing you a life. A continuous thunderous sound of hoofbeats echoed from behind Boar. Boar came to his senses, pulled the reins, and looked back. Under the light of the burning torches, Boar clearly saw a knight wearing full-plate armor, with a helmet, riding a warhorse at the front. Boar, who often traveled between various villages, Morgantown and Kakasong City, naturally knew that this knight was Anthony. Perhaps it was to let Mike escape, or maybe he had already prepared for the worst. Compared to the initial panic upon seeing the bandits, Boar was now calm. He sat astride the horse, his eyes fixed on the approaching Anthony. Anthony also saw Boar. He pulled the ancient reins in his hand, and the warhorse beneath him gradually slowed down. Without needing to give any commands, several bandits dismounted directly and forcefully dragged Boar down despite his struggles. Held by two bandits, Boar, with his arms being bound, stared directly at Anthony, shouting, What do you want? I'm a traveling merchant registered with the Merchant Guild. Whenever I enter the city for trade, I pay the market tax to Marquis Duca. My safety is under his protection. Despite Boar making his final struggle with the Merchant Guild and Marquis Duca as his last threat, Anthony merely glanced at him indifferently and then withdrew his gaze. Fanu, riding a horse, came to Anthony's side. He glanced at Boar and then at the horse beside Boar. Looks like a little mouse decided to flee for its own life, regardless of its master's safety. Always following Fanu, Tyrone spoke. I'll go find him right away. Listening to Tyrone's words, Boar felt a tightness in his heart. Mike had just escaped, and if these bandits were willing to spend manpower and resources searching for him, then Mike wouldn't be able to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, Fanu stopped him, saying, "No need." Confusion appeared on Tyrone's face. Fanu explained, "The entire traveling merchant convoy has been captured, so no one can relay the information. Without anyone to relay the information, how would the Lord behind the walls know what has happened here? Without knowing what happened, how could they possibly lead people out for rescue? Without the Lord coming out for rescue, how could we possibly ambush him?" Tyrone nodded in realization. Fanu's gaze shifted, looking at Boar, who was tied up tightly with ropes. "Isn't that right, Master Boar Hansen?" Boar finally understood. The target of the Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps was not his goods, nor him. The real target behind all these actions was Master Lin behind the walls. Boar quickly contemplated. Then what is the purpose of these bandits? Was it for revenge for last time when Master Lin saved him? Such trivial conflict wouldn't be enough of a driving force. Boar thought of something. Master Lin's mineral veins on his territory. Salt mine, iron mine, coal mine. The Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps now has many members, yet lacks any armed forces and armor. If they could completely defeat Master Lin's armed forces and seize the walls and the territory behind them, then given time, the Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps would rise to power. How did the Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps know that Master Lin's territory had mineral veins? No one could answer him. A slightly lean figure was constantly moving through the bushes in the forest, though he wore leather armor, which blocked most of the sharp thorns and branches. His exposed hands, as well as his neck and face, had several noticeable scratch marks stained with blood. The sound of the hoofbeats from behind filled Mike with fear. Under such mental pressure, he felt no pain from the scratches. He knew that they were ruthless bandits who plundered villages and towns. The Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps. All he could do now was run, as far away as possible, then make his way to the city walls 50 miles away to relay the information to Master Lin. Pant, 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 pant. After long hours of passage through the forest, the exhaustion had Mike breathing heavily uncontrollably. Despite the onset of nightfall and increasingly colder temperatures in the forest, Mike felt no sense of cold. Instead, his back was covered in tiny beads of sweat, sticking his inner clothing to the leather armor. Mike paid no attention to these matters. Mike finally reached the edge of the forest. He hid behind a large tree, his eyes constantly scanning around. After confirming there were no torchlights, horse silhouettes, or any unusual sounds, only then did he start running southward. Perhaps due to excessive exhaustion, after running a few hundred meters, Mike's leg faltered, causing him to fall directly onto the ground. Mike clenched his teeth, crawling to stand up, and continued running into the darkness ahead. The darkness enveloped the entire sky and earth. In the small town under the night sky, apart from the guard team patrolling with torches, no other figures could be seen. On such a cold night, a family naturally surrounds the fireplace in the red brick house, finding it more comfortable and cozy. Inside one of the red brick houses, Mara, sitting in front of the fireplace, was knitting a linen scarf with wooden needles made from thin twigs, illuminated by the burning anthracite in the fireplace. In the entire red brick house, apart from the slight crackling sound of burning anthracite, there was only the faint sound of snoring coming from the room. After knitting for half an hour, Mara lifted the linen scarf and carefully inspected it. After confirming there were no dropped stitches, she picked up the scarf and walked towards Sienna in the room. Mara stepped lightly, afraid of waking Sienna from her dreams. Arriving at Sienna's bedside, Mara couldn't help but smile slightly as she listened to the gentle snores. She had never seen Sienna sleep so peacefully before coming to this territory. It was only here that Mara understood what truly stable living meant. Even now, Mara felt somewhat fortunate that the slaver named Grayson sold her and Sienna to Master Lin, just as Master Lin had promised when they arrived. Since coming to this land, she and Sienna no longer felt the pangs of hunger. Master Lin even provided eggs for children like Sienna. Such a life used to exist only in her imagination. Bending over, Mara placed the linen scarf she had knitted beside Sienna. She also covered Sienna with the linen cloth blanket. But soon, Mara noticed Sienna's smooth, relaxed brows gradually furrowing. Her once peaceful sleeping posture began to become restless. The head on the straw pillow started to move from side to side, as if she were having a nightmare. Pained murmurs occasionally escaped Sienna's lips. Her hands clutched the linen cloth blanket tightly, so much so that it began to twist and deform under her grip. Seeing this, Mara instantly became tense. She softly called out, "Sienna, don't be afraid. Anne is right here with you." Just as Mara's voice fell, Sienna suddenly opened her eyes wide, sitting bolt upright with a sharp, urgent intake of breath. Sienna's eyes appeared completely devoid of pupils, entirely covered by a layer of darkness. Mara fearfully took a few steps back until her back hit the red brick wall, where she finally stopped. "Sienna, are you okay? Don't scare Aunt." Sienna seemed to hear Mara's voice. Her stiff neck turned to look at her. Mara's figure was reflected in the darkness of Sienna's eyes. Sienna's eyelids began to blink, and after a few blinks, the darkness in her eyes vanished, returning to their normal pupil color. A somewhat ethereal and strange voice came from Sienna's mouth. Seeing Sienna's expression and eyes return to normal, Mara cautiously asked, "Sienna?" Sienna responded, "It's me, Aunt. Aunt, I heard lots of voices." Mara immediately understood. She stepped to Sienna's side, asking, "Just like last time?" Sienna hesitated for a few seconds, then said, "I need to see Master Lin." Mara nodded, picked up the scarf beside her, and wrapped it around Sienna's neck. "Let's go. I'll take you to see Master Lin." This time, Mara did not ask what Sienna had heard. Uncovering the cloth draped over Sienna, Mara helped her by the arm. Sienna rose and headed for the wooden door of the red brick house. Stepping out of the red brick house, the sound of caw-caw gradually faded away. As they walked, Mara's eyes continuously searched. After walking a few dozen meters, the silhouette of the guard team appeared ahead, and Mara immediately quickened her pace. Looking at the guard captain in front, Mara said directly without any fuss, "Guard, sir, we have urgent business with Master Lin." The guard captain in the front glanced at Mara, then at the somewhat frail Sienna beside her. He pondered for a few seconds, and then turned to look at the 9 guards behind him. "Continue your patrol." With that said, he turned back to Mara and Sienna. "Follow me." Under the leadership of the guard captain, Mara and Sienna passed through the red brick residential area and headed towards the castle district not far away. The wide reception hall was lit by the glow of oil lamps. A giant fireplace burned constantly, providing warmth to the entire castle. Red walked with steady steps through the hall, arriving at a double door guarded by 2 guards. Seeing Red, the 2 guards quickly bowed to show respect. After giving them a glance, Red went to the door and knocked gently. A questioning voice emerged from Red's mouth. "Master, are you resting?" A few seconds after Red's words fell, Lin's voice came from within the room. Red hastily explained, "Master, Mara has brought Sienna here, saying that Sienna wants to see you." Lin's voice sounded again. Red quickly responded, "Yes." Putting on a wool silk robe, Lin stepped out of the room. He felt the temperature outside the hall, and due to the large space, there was at least a 30-degree difference. Red brought Mara and Sienna up the stairs and into the hall. Once they came before Lin, Mara immediately pulled Sienna to make a bow, and Mara explained, "Master, Sienna said she heard many voices and must see you." Lin nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to Sienna. Perhaps because of the cold weather outside, Sienna's small body was trembling slightly. Lin spoke, "Tell me, what did you hear this time?" In the midst of speaking, Lin started walking towards the fireplace not far away. Sienna, unaware, followed beside Lin, finally standing within the range of the fireplace's warmth. Sienna began to explain, "Master, I heard the Raven say that a large army is dividing into 2 forces stationed about 40 to 50 miles from your domain. One force has 800 people, the other 1,000. They have a unified title, the Iron Blood Brotherhood. Upon hearing Sienna's words, Lin's brow immediately furrowed. Not only Lin, but Red and Mara also showed a serious expression on their faces. Iron Blood Brotherhood? An army of 1,800? If their target is Master Lin's domain and they wish to launch a siege, even with the protection of walls, a significant price would be paid. Lin nodded and continued to ask, "Is there anything else?" Sienna recalled for a few seconds and said, "Sorry, Master. That's all I heard." Lin acknowledged, "The information you provided is very helpful. Now, go back and rest." Lin turned his gaze to Kisi, who had arrived without notice, and instructed, "Take them to the warehouse and get 2 chickens, and take them back." Kisi quickly replied, "Yes, Master." Hearing Lin's reward, Mara explained, "Master, we don't need any reward. Living in your domain is already a blessing." Lin stared at Mara and said, "Don't you see she's getting thinner?" Listening to Lin's words, Mara's face stiffened. She turned to look at Sienna, indeed much thinner compared to before. Mara asked in confusion, "How could this happen?" Master Lin provided them with good food. Barley pork porridge, maybe barley chicken porridge, bread, vegetables, everything was available. As a child, Sienna even occasionally had eggs to supplement nutrition. Yet instead of filling with vitality, she became even thinner. Lin said, "Take the chicken back to nourish her body." Lin speculated it might have something to do with Sienna's ability. Mara dared not refuse further. "Yes, Master." Led by Kisi, Mara and Sienna retreated. Every time Sienna left, she would turn her head to look at Lin while walking. The understanding Red saw Lin standing by the fireplace, starting to think. He tactfully brought over an armchair. Lin glanced at Red and sat down in the chair without ceremony, quickly pondering in his mind. Through constant development and expansion, the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps now had 1,500 people. Although, among these 1,500, at least 1,000 were just vagrant peasants who couldn't find food. The adage, "many ants can kill an elephant," Lin understood. But what Lin didn't understand was, why did the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps split into 2 groups? Did the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps separate from the Storm Mercenary Corps? A troubling thought emerged in Lin's mind. Were these 1,800 people split into 2 groups to deal with him? 1,000 as vanguard, the other 800 as flankers? Lin dismissed this thought. To deal with him, to encircle him. The precondition was that he could leave his domain with his soldiers. Now the Iron Blood Brotherhood had already laid out their formation. That is to say, they had found the bait that would make him leave his domain. Lin's mind pondered again. What could make him leave the domain? Besides people, it would be goods. It basically came down to 2 things. Lin wanted to see what kind of bait the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps would throw at him. Lin did not return to his room to rest, but continued to sit in the armchair waiting. Today was December 30th. Lin looked at the weather forecast again. The temperature had dropped to 2 degrees, and tomorrow's temperature would drop to -2 in sleet. If the Iron Blood Brotherhood had any designs on his domain, then today was the last opportunity. Thinking about it, Lin looked at Red and said in a deep voice, "Deploy all the guards, fully armed, immediately to the walls. Notify Wesley to lead the 200 trained archers to fill their quivers and head to the walls. All guard soldiers are to warm up with fires under the walls awaiting orders, since today was the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps' last chance." Then, Lin firmly seized their last chance by the throat. Red quickly responded, "Yes, sir." Immediately, Red turned and took a few steps back, found several guards, and began to convey Lin's orders. Several guards briskly walked down the hall, headed to the stables, and mounted their horses. With urgency, they headed out of the castle. Neither the workshop foreman nor the soldier instructors responsible for training had moved into the castle yet. To issue orders, they had to go to the red brick residential area in the town. Lin opened the Heavenly Artifacts panel and began checking each function on the interface. Red returned silently, standing behind Lin without a word. Whatever Master Lin said, he would do just that. However, he slightly adjusted his stance, moving into the range of warmth from the fireplace. Lin opened the milestone and collected the rewards for several completed achievements. The number of energy stones had once again reached 1,000. Without any hesitation, Lin allocated them to Constitution. As his mind moved, a text panel appeared before his eyes. Do you wish to consume 1,000 energy stones to upgrade Constitution D to D+? Without the slightest hesitation, Lin replied, yes. A warm sensation, like that of a furnace, appeared in Lin's abdomen, quickly enhancing and strengthening his body. The benefits of improving Constitution allowed Lin to feel noticeably less fatigued after labor. Even after chopping wood for several hours straight, Lin felt refreshed, with plenty of physical strength to spare. Compared to when he first used the flint axe for chopping, it was like having an entirely different body. Lin opened the resource management panel again. Despite the current total population of the territory reaching 6,600 people, with daily consumption ongoing. Under the continuous transport by merchants like Grayson, Bohr, and Allan, the food supply maintained a stable stockpile. Lin looked towards the bottom of the panel. The output of the two newly established salt factories had finally increased, with a daily production reaching 3,000 pounds. As long as there was no large-scale exchange for valuable items, such as spices, warhorses, or silk, the 3,000 pounds of production was more than sufficient to exchange for the merchandise transported by the merchants. Lin then looked at the stockpile of armor and weapons. 500 suits of full-body standard plate armor, nearly 1,000 5-meter-long winged spears, over 300 combat-long spears, along with some curved sabers and round shields. The stock of longbows was also over 500, with 6,000 to 7,000 triangular armor-piercing arrows. All of this was entirely sufficient to support the current 200 archers' consumption and usage. Lin nodded in satisfaction. These armors and weapons were painstakingly crafted bit by Irello's blacksmith workshop. Lin opened Task, again, where the task to eliminate the Iron Blood Brotherhood had been hanging there all along. He couldn't help but smile. This task had existed for at least several months now. Closing the task panel, Lin checked the special building library, crop variety improvement, special seed store, animal breeding system, and so on. Without sufficient energy stones, he couldn't exchange for any items. Only the prosperity value and miracle panel remained. Lin discovered that the town's prosperity value had already exceeded 500. Current prosperity value, 510. Lord statue. Enhances the Lord's authority, keeps townsmen in awe, reduces conflicts within the territory, available for collection. Without any hesitation, Lin collected it directly. Looking at the attribute description of the Lord statue, Lin contemplated that once the construction of the territory's railcars was completed, he could also start drafting territorial law and establish a territory court. As Lin was examining each function panel, the guards on horseback found Wesley and conveyed Lin's orders. Over half an hour later, apart from the guards defending the castle, the remaining guards had gathered. The 200 archers trained by Wesley were also assembled. The guards held round shields in their left hands and combat-long spears in their right. The archers carried bows on one shoulder and quivers on the other. In Wesley's formation, over 300 people marched with orderly steps, holding torches, running into the darkness outside the town. Despite the abrupt drop in temperature and the cold night wind slicing across their cheeks like a blade, they showed no sign of retreat. If they didn't hold that wall, it would be their families who faced death. Time swiftly passed by, as Lin carefully studied the resident information column, searching for hidden talents within. The sound of a galloping horse echoed from outside the castle. The castle gates were opened by the guards, allowing the cavalry to enter unhindered. The sound of running footsteps emanated from the ground floor of the castle, quickly reaching the second floor. Lin's gaze shifted over. As expected, the information delivered by the guard was designed to lure him away from the territory. A brawny guard strode towards Lin, stopping 5 meters in front of him. The guard bent over, slightly panting. "Sir, urgent report." Lin glanced at him. "Report." The guard explained. "Sir, a young man claiming to be a guard from Bohr's caravan came to the wall, saying Bohr's caravan was attacked and Bohr was captured by bandits." Listening to the words of the guard, Lin's face was full of calm, just as he had expected. Unable to breach the walls of copper wall iron shield, they could only target people or goods outside the territory. But was it only Bohr? Seeing Lin remain silent, the guard stood on the spot, waiting silently. Lin spoke to the guard. "I understand. You may leave." The guard was momentarily surprised but quickly regained his composure, bending his waist hurriedly. Yes, master. Watching the guard retreat gradually, Lin's brow furrowed slightly. Over time, through continuous trading with Boar proved to be a good partner. When he most needed the winter barley seeds, Boar united local merchants to transport over 1,000,000 pounds of barley seeds. Afterwards, various goods were also transported, but solely based on this, dispatching soldiers for rescue. Lin stood up and walked towards his master bedroom. Lin, wearing scale armor with chain liner and wielding a one-handed sword at his waist, walked out of the master bedroom. Observing the all-black but subtly golden-gleamed armor in the lamplight, Red raised an eyebrow. He had heard from Kisi about Master Lin's extraordinarily handsome armor. This was his first time seeing it. From under the visor covering his face, Lin's voice sounded, "To the walls." Upon hearing Lin's voice, Red hurriedly bent his waist. "Yes, master." In the sounds of metallic boots stomping on the red brick ground, Red followed closely behind Lin, descending to the first floor of the castle. When two guards brought the warhorse, Lin swiftly set his left foot in the stirrup and mounted directly. His movements were agile and fluid. After multiple enhancements to his constitution, the weight of the 30-pound scale armor with chain liner seemed light as a feather to Lin. Lin's legs squeezed the steed Moing, which galloped towards the outside of the castle with a neigh. Following Lin, Red and 6 guards followed suit. The distance from the town to the mountain pass wall was 20 miles. Lin reached the forest. Before even arriving under the wall, Lin could see from afar teams of soldiers sitting around bonfires. 800 soldiers, divided into 10 bonfires, were warming themselves by the fire. As night deepened, the temperature reached 0 degrees, and in the forest, it dropped to -2 degrees. In such weather, if they didn't warm themselves by the fire, soldiers and guards would freeze before the enemy attacked. As Lin arrived in front of the wall, guards stepped forward to hold Mo Ying's reins for Lin. Lin dismounted directly. Lin's gaze swept over the front, able to see each soldier's face clearly illuminated by the bonfires. Perhaps due to the extreme cold, the soldiers' faces appeared slightly pale, with their bodies trembling slightly. Within their eyes, Lin could see a bottomless anxiety. Despite having trained under Rose for some time, they had never participated in a real war, never experienced the baptism of iron and blood. Lin walked to the forefront of all the soldiers, moved his hand, and opened the visor of his helmet. Originally curious about Lin's identity, the soldiers recognized his face and their eyes filled with surprise. Some soldiers were the first to stand up, their bodies straight, gazing at Lin ahead. The actions of these soldiers naturally triggered a chain reaction. One group after another stood upright. Suppressing their trembling bodies, they looked at Lin with determination. Within half a minute, all 800 soldiers stood up. They said nothing, made no movements, only stared wide-eyed at their lord, waiting for their lord to give them orders. As the soldiers' instructor, Lin equally stared at these soldiers. Inhaling a cold breath, he spoke in a deep voice. "Are you cold?" The soldiers were momentarily confused, unsure how to respond. With Lin's command, a powerful response echoed under the wall. "Not cold, not cold, not cold." The united shout resonated throughout the forest. Lin nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Perhaps you don't know why I've summoned you here in the dead of night. Now let me tell you. The Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps has long coveted this territory, aiming to breach the walls, snatch my land, and seize your livelihood." The soldiers' expressions grew increasingly solemn. "The development of this territory is witnessed by you, built brick by brick with your own hands. Would you willingly hand it over?" Echoed shouts sounded once more. "Unwilling, unwilling, unwilling." Lin's words continued. "Behind this wall lies your cultivated land, your houses, and your family. Should bandits break in, they'd ruin your cultivated lands, steal your homes, humiliate and kill your wives and daughters. Can you bear such consequences?" "Can't, can't, can't." Lin's deep voice resonated in the soldiers' ears. "Then, from now on, gear up and defend the wall to the death." The organized chant reverberated throughout the forest. Lin nodded in satisfaction. Turning his gaze, Lin looked towards Rose not far ahead. Rose quickly understood and jogged over. "Master," Lin asked, "where is the guard who brought the message?" Upon hearing this, Rose hesitated slightly before replying. Master, over there. Lin followed Rose's gaze. He saw a disheveled young man standing at the door of the red brick house, looking incredulous. His hair matted, blood flowing from the cuts on his cheek mixed with dirt, forming dark mud scabs. The leather armor he wore was covered in scratches. A broken tree branch was even lodged in the gap of his leather armor. No need for Lin to have guards bring him over. The young man, filled with urgency, ran down from the red brick house. As he neared the lime road, his foot slipped, and he fell to the ground. Seeing the remaining distance less than a dozen meters, the young man struggled to rise, dragging his dislocated right ankle towards Lin. Stopped by Red when he entered within 5 to 6 meters. Mike, unable to care about anything else, questioned urgently, "Hold the wall." "Master Lin, are you not going to aid Master Boar?" Red and Rose couldn't help frowning. They heard disrespect in Mike's words. Lin didn't say anything. He just looked at the bedraggled Mike. Mike's tone changed, becoming somewhat angry. "Master Lin, you have so many soldiers. Why can't you go rescue Master Boar? He has been captured by bandits. If we don't rescue him, there really won't be any hope left." Although Master Boar reassured me that Ryan and the others retreated in the opposite direction, I'm not stupid. They're staying put, guarding the carriage, and surely the bandits have killed them. "Master Lin, you." Lin interrupted him. "I can't go." Mike's eyes instantly widened, his face full of confusion. "Can't go? Master Lin, why can't you go? You have well-trained armored soldiers and so many warhorses. As long as you're willing to send them, Master Boar is sure to be rescued." Lin nodded. "I know, but I still can't go." Listening to Lin's calm words, Mike's chest began to heave rapidly. He stared at Lin, his heavy breathing audible from his open mouth. "Master Lin, aren't you and Master Boar partners? In Master Boar's time of crisis, you're choosing to evade, to hide behind these walls. It's a shame that Master Boar trusted you so much, yet you're choosing to betray him." Red and Rose couldn't help but step forward to try to stop Mike's indiscriminate words, but Lin stopped them with a raised right hand. Lin remained calm. "I betrayed him." Mike naturally saw the two burly men in front of Lin, and he responded nervously. "Isn't that the case? Master Boar tirelessly transported large amounts of grain from Morgantown to Kakasong City, then brought it to your frontier land. As a lord, you only know how to hide in your mansion, indulging in pleasures. How would you understand the hardships? As a lord, you only know how to hide under the protection of guards. How would you know that Master Boar faced difficulties from peers and was pursued by bandits on his journey?" Mike breathed heavily, his anger slightly subsiding. Lin stared at Mike. "Finished speaking? Since you're idle, let me explain to you. Firstly, I admire your courage in daring to confront a lord with guards so boldly. Just with what you've said, I could behead you at any time." Mike's face stiffened. He then remembered, standing before him was Lord Lin, the lord of this land, the lord of these soldiers. Lin continued, "But that's all there is to it. Just a useless hothead with a big mouth." Mike's eyes instantly widened. "You abandoned your own master, traveled mountains and rivers to my territory, and with your speech about moral obligations, demanded rescue, as if not assisting would betray Boar's trust. Whether or not I go for the rescue, how is it any of your business? Since you're so righteous, why didn't you stay by Boar's side to protect him? Instead, you abandoned him to seek so-called rescue? Boar's life is worth saving, but aren't the lives of these soldiers under me worth the same? They also have wives and children. They also have their own hopes, and they too want to live. Just because of your words, must I risk the lives of those who've never experienced war to storm into the battlefield and court death?" Mike's face turned shocked, and his gaze shifted to the distance. He saw soldiers nearby, also staring at him wide-eyed. In those pairs of eyes, there were different colors: resentment, confusion, unwillingness, determination. Only then did Mike remember. These soldiers were living people like himself. Mike lowered his head in shame. Looking at Mike's reaction, Lin shifted his tone and asked, "Repeat exactly what Boar said to you." Mike raised his head, recalling slightly. He said, "I want you to tell Master Lin that Boar was captured by the bandits of the Iron Blood Brotherhood." Lin responded, questioning, "Do you know why Boar only asked you to tell me he was captured by the bandits of the Iron Blood Brotherhood?" but didn't mention a single word about rescue? Mike thought for a few seconds. Indeed, it was as Lynn said, and he curiously looked at Lynn. Lynn said, "Because he's afraid and not worthy to ask me for rescue. I gave him fine salt to trade, which allowed him to earn more profits, letting him change clothes, change carriages. I gave him more gold pounds to hire guards like you. I made him no longer just an ordinary local crop merchant. With the wealth he accumulated, he formed the local merchant guild and became its president. Without me, the current boar would still be troubled over how to handle a few £1,000s of barley. Because of me, Boar has all of this. Do you think Boar is qualified to ask me for help?" Hearing this, Mike finally understood. Master Lin and Master Boar were partners. However, Master Boar was merely a partner chosen by Master Lin. As long as Master Lin wished, he could discard Master Boar at any time. Mike hung his head low, not daring to say anything more. The words were spoken. Lin withdrew his gaze from Mike. Striding forward, under the admiration and esteem of the soldiers, he stepped into a red brick house. In the eyes of the soldiers, Lin's armored figure seemed so majestic and tall at that moment. When Lin's silhouette disappeared from sight, the soldiers shifted their gaze back to Mike, who was standing rooted to the spot. A tremendous oppression enveloped him instantly. On the other side of the city wall, on a clearing in a mountain forest, several large campfires made of massive logs were burning fiercely. Because the logs had just been cut down, their moisture hadn't dried out, releasing thick smoke as they burned, shooting straight into the night sky like smoke columns. By the most central campfire, Anthony and a few others sat on logs, their eyes fixed on the flames ahead. The cracking and popping of the flames danced and swayed in their eyes. Fanku, holding a lit stick, shook it a few times and reminded, "It's been 3 hours." A deep voice sounded from Anthony's mouth. As the voice fell, quietness descended again beside the campfire, except for the crackling of the burning fire. Fanku sighed. "Lord Anthony, I feel like this ambush plan is going to end up in vain." Anthony said nothing, turning his gaze to Fanku, waiting for Fanku to continue explaining. Fanku's face revealed a hint of doubt. "I've always been curious. Why does that man believe that an ordinary merchant would be worth the lord behind the wall sending troops to rescue? Because of friendship with this merchant? A deceitful merchant having ties with a lord that only exploits and oppresses. Haha, it sounds like watching a herd of sows queuing to jump into the Acadia River." Anthony finally spoke. "What's your plan?" Fanka raised his eyebrows and said, "Prepare for the worst possible outcome. You and I both know what lies behind that wall, making it worth capturing at all costs." Anthony nodded in agreement. Indeed, as Fanka said, what's behind the wall stirred his desire. Fanka turned his gaze to Hall, who sat a short distance away in a daze. Sunken, pale cheeks, purple lips nearing black, eyes staring blankly at the burning flames. Perhaps sitting too close, tiny red sparks from the crackling fire landed on Hall's body. Hall still showed no sign of evasion, allowing the sparks to slowly extinguish on his abdomen. Fanka curiously asked, "Lord Anthony, will that man descend again?" Anthony instantly understood the meaning in Fanka's words and turned to glance at Hall. At the edge of the campfire, Boar, tightly bound to a tree, looked at the distant campfire, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He was positioned beyond the warmth of the bonfire, with cold covering his whole body. His body instinctively wanted to move closer to the bonfire, but found he couldn't move an inch. Looking at the fire and the bandits, Boar's mind raced. How could he survive? As the weather grew colder, it was unlikely for these bandits to linger long in this mountain forest. Bandits always cared about gold pounds, food, and women. Could he trade the gold pounds he earned from Master Lin for fine salt to be released by these bandits? Boar discarded the thought from his mind. The money he earned had long been spent on guard wagons and connections in Kakasong City. He had very little savings left. With so many members in the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps, how could they be interested in such a trivial amount? Their target is Master Lin. Is Master Lin's or Vane? That's the real treasure. Boar's mind circled back. His presence was merely bait to lure out Master Lin. Conveniently, he had let Mike escape to report his current situation to Master Lin. The bait condition has thus been fulfilled. Regardless of whether Master Lin comes to his aid, it no longer matters to these bandits. A strong desire for survival emerged in Boar's mind. Perhaps he could still live, but how could he escape from these bandits? Boar's mind began to contemplate again. The entire camp was shrouded in a somber atmosphere. They hung their heads, their bodies exposed to the glow of the bonfire. Now, only the bonfire could bring the slightest warmth. Just as Boar was contemplating, a commotion suddenly erupted among the bandits ahead. What kind of monstrosity is that? A demon from the abyss? Boar's gaze quickly scanned the group of bandits until it settled on a skinny man sitting on a log. He clearly remembered. It was the man who had ordered his goods burned the last time he was intercepted by bandits. Within a few short individuals, they had become bizarrely transformed. Boar turned his gaze and saw a woman with a pitch-black body, walking from the far edge of darkness towards Hall. The surrounding bandits with gloomy expressions also saw the figure of the shadowy woman, including Hall, who sat on the log. Hall's gaze was fixed on the shadowy woman, and a look of fear emerged in his originally hollow eyes. He wanted to stand up, but realized at that moment he had already lost the power to stand. Like an old man approaching his death, Hall's gaze shifted to Anthony beside him, and with difficult and intermittent words, he spoke. "And Anthony, my lord, please, save me. I really don't want to die." Anthony heard Hall's voice. Fanka heard Hall's voice. Even Tyrone heard Hall's voice. But they made no move, silently and quietly waiting for the shadowy woman to approach. The shadowy woman walked closer and closer. Perhaps due to extreme panic, Hall's body began to sway. He seemed to use all his strength to stretch out his right hand and grasp Anthony's armor. Hall's purple-black lips moved. "My lord, save me." Anthony still made no sound or movement. Hall wanted to struggle to say something else, but the shadowy woman had already reached his side. A slender right hand fell upon his shoulder. Hall's body trembled rapidly, suddenly standing up and running forward. The shadowy woman stood still in place, staring straight at Hall's back. The shadowy woman transformed into pitch-black lines, flying towards Hall amidst the terrified eyes of the bandits. Boar, bound to a tree, looked at Hall coming towards him, and his heart also became terrified. A few pitch-black lines surpassed Hall and, in his frightened gaze, turned mid-air, drilling into his mouth, nose, ears, and mouth. Like the sound of a drowning ulu from Hall's mouth. Hall wanted to raise his hand to stop them, but found it was to no avail. Only a few seconds passed. Hall's head drooped, weakly kneeling on the ground soil. Boar's heart was aghast, forcing himself to swallow. He never dreamed that within the Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps there existed such a strange and terrifying presence. Until now, Hall finally understood why the Storm mercenaries, who were clearly stronger than the Iron Blood Brotherhood, would join them, and understood why the Iron Blood Brotherhood knew that Master Lin's territory contained things they wanted. All mysteries could be attributed to the unknown. A hurried gasp sounded again from Hall's mouth. Simultaneously, Hall's drooping head also lifted, facing the night sky above. Boar understood that the shadowy woman had seized control of Hall's body. When Hall stood up, his hollow eyes were already shrouded in pitch black. Hall's head turned, looking at Boar bound to the tree trunk. Boar's heart was aghast. He hurriedly lowered his head. Hall's stiff body seemed coated with animal grease, becoming nimble and agile. He stepped forward towards Boar. A sharp voice like a woman's mixed with a man's voice emerged from his mouth. "Isn't this Lord Boar Hansen? Why are you tied to a tree?" Instantly recognizing his identity, immediately uttering his name, a bold idea appeared in Boar's mind. It's because of the shadowy woman's instructions that these bandits targeted Master Lin. With this thought, Boar's conviction grew stronger. As Hall spoke, Anthony and Fanku stepped forward behind him. Anthony said nothing, while Fanku respectfully called out, "My lord." Upon hearing the call, Hall turned to look at her and inquired, "How long have you kept him captured?" Fanku explained, 5 hours now. Logically, if the lord behind the city walls knew Boar was captured and wanted rescue, they should have arrived at this forest with the riding speed. But even now, none of the scouts we sent out have returned to report information. Boar heard this, feeling a faint disappointment, soon replaced by relief. He didn't know the true armed soldiers Master Lin possessed. However, faced with bandits surrounding from front to back, even with armor's sturdiness and the long spear's might, it would come at a heavy cost. Hall's pitch-black gaze glanced again at Boar. It seems the Lord is even more stable than I imagined. He withdrew his gaze, looking at Anthony who hadn't spoken, speaking. Lord Anthony, since that's the case, shall we begin implementing your plan? Anthony's brow raised. He said nothing, turning to walk towards the bonfire behind him. As he walked, he let out a low, forceful shout. Under Anthony's words, the bandits sitting around the bonfire stirred. They stood up, finding empty ground to stand, stationed before Anthony. The open space beside the bonfire was filled with figures. Anthony's gaze swept across their tense and bewildered faces. His heart was filled with contempt. Anthony felt that describing them as a scattered pile of sand, a motley crew, was more than apt. Yet, he needed this motley crew to attack that city wall. Low, resonant words emerged from Anthony's mouth. I know it's our arrival that made you lose your homes, lose your loved ones. What we are doing is meaningful. It's to sever the shackles of enslavement between you and the lords. The lords, for their own interests, have wantonly exploited your bodies, deprived you of your deserved wages, and even made you toil daily just to eat a bite of gruel. The confused eyes of the bandits revealed a trace of brightness. They seemed to feel that what Anthony said made some sense. Anthony's words continued. Now, under my leadership, you will carry out a great assault. We will attack that territory dozens of miles away. After breaching the city walls, we will slay all resistance forces in that territory and liberate the peasants from the hands of the lords. By then, everyone will have their own land, and all the grain you plant will belong only to you. The group of bandits began to become eager for action. They can be farming peasants or free people, working daily facing the earth. But as long as they harvest enough crops to feed their families, that's enough. If they can own their own land, then it couldn't be better. Anthony's gaze once again swept over them, loudly asking, "Who is willing to attack with me?" Anthony continued to shout, "Who wants to own their own land?" Anthony shouted one last time, "Everyone, take up your weapons, follow me. To war." Echoing shouts erupted from the mouths of the bandits, responding. Perhaps it's due to the roasting flame of the bonfire, or perhaps Anthony's words stirred their inner desires. The bandits, who were initially shivering, now felt completely heated. Even their faces turned flushed. Anthony mounted a warhorse led by one of the bandits and drew out a knight's sword, swinging it fiercely. With Anthony fiercely squeezing the horse's abdomen, the warhorse instantly leapt its front hooves high up, neighing as it galloped into the darkness ahead. Following closely behind were the charges of bandit troops riding horses. Hall and Fanka stood on the spot, watching Anthony lead the army away. Hall casually withdrew his gaze, looking at Boar on the tree trunk. Hall's skinny right arm rested on Boar's shoulder. This sudden action instantly startled Boar. He hurriedly said, "What do you want to do?" An abrasive voice, resembling a mix of female and male, once again emerged from Hall's mouth. "This body can no longer sustain me to the base of the city wall. Can only borrow Mr. Boar's body." Heard Boar, his eyes contracted instantly. Before he could speak, the black threads flowed from Hall's palm into Boar's body. The night is destined to be sleepless. Inside the red brick house, Lynn was still sitting on a wooden chair, resting with closed eyes. Let the heat of the burning anthracite envelop him entirely. Behind Lynn was Red, who never left his side. Suddenly, Lynn's eyes opened. Outside the red brick house, there was a sound of urgent running. After some hurried knocking, the words of a messenger soldier followed. "Master, there's a large number of cavalry approaching outside the city wall." Lynn frowned slightly, stood up, and walked briskly out of the red brick house, heading straight to the city wall. The soldiers warming by the fire under the city wall seemed to have already received the information. They had shifted from sitting by the bonfire to standing. Lynn glanced at them and walked briskly towards the tower near the city wall, climbed the steps, and arrived atop the city wall. Arriving at the center of the city wall, Lynn's gaze penetrated the darkness, looking into the distance. The desolate land beyond the night. The flickering light of torches waved constantly, flickering and dimming. But it formed a long line of torches, though the distance was still quite far, unable to hear the sound of horses galloping. But Lynn understood the Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps was coming. At most half an hour, the bandit army would be at the city gates. Lynn's gaze turned to Rose beside him, and before he could speak, Rose began explaining. "Master, the city gates have been reinforced with solid wood, and an iron frame was built behind the iron gate for support. Rolling wood and stones have been prepared, and the winged soldiers are ready at the base of the city wall." Responsible for the archer training, Wesley also replied promptly, "The archers are ready." Lynn nodded approvingly at the two and said in a deep voice, "Deploy the soldiers, begin fortification, prepare for the siege." Orderly responses echoed from the mouths of Rose and Wesley. As Rose and Wesley withdrew, underneath the city walls, platoons of soldiers began to busy themselves. The soldiers, clad only in plate armor and wielding winged spears, orderly climbed the city wall under Rose's arrangements. If the bandits use cloud ladders to climb the walls, then they are the main defending force. An archer holding a longbow stood behind the battlements under Wesley's arrangement. On the edge of the wall, it was piled with rolling wood and stones. This will be the first battle in the Lin territory, also the first battle for these soldiers. They all understand that only by defending against the bandit siege can they continue to live in the territory behind the walls. Fortunately, with Lin's efforts during this period, there has been a certain accumulation of both bows and arrows and armor weapons. Facing a large-scale soldier attack, it may be somewhat lacking, but against the bandits, Lin feels there is strength for a fight. Squads of soldiers stand firm on the walls, their defense is now complete, and all they need to do is wait for the bandits' arrival. Even so, Lin still saw the look of tension on their faces. Standing atop the wall, Lin, wearing armor, braced both hands on the cold and solid edge of the wall, his gaze fixed on the distant torch light steadily approaching. The cold wind through the mountains and forests blew against the black cloak on his back, but Lin didn't mind in the slightest. The torchlight is approaching closer and closer. Standing atop the wall, Lin could already hear the thunderous sound of hooves beneath the torches. The soldiers on the wall also looked increasingly solemn. Without looking back, Lin called out, "Wesley." Wesley, who was on standby at the rear, immediately took 2 steps forward and came to stand behind Lin. Bending over, he replied, "Master." Lin asked, "What is the range for your trained archers' volleys?" Without hesitation, Wesley replied, "Master, as far as 300 meters." Lin nodded, "You will command the archers." Wesley was filled with determination. "Yes, master." Time ticked by second. As the torchlight continued to approach, the thundering hooves sounded like thunder in the ears of Lin and the soldiers. Lin maintained a calm demeanor, his deep gaze fixed forward. When faces began to emerge beneath the torches in the darkness, Wesley's deep voice sounded in Lin's ears. "First batch, ready to shoot. Second batch, stand by." At the sound, 100 archers stood out from behind the battlements with grim expressions. They reached for the quiver on their backs with a synchronized motion, drawing a triangular armor-piercing arrow. The arrow set on the bowstring. Their right arms exerted force, and the longbow was pulled to a semi-full state. At the same time, the archers adjusted their stance, their eyes aiming through the arrows. Wesley continued to shout, "Raise the angle by 40 degrees." The soldiers understood the command and immediately raised the longbow in their left hands. Wesley's gaze was fixed on the cavalry in the darkness ahead. Time ticked by second. Wesley looked at Lin and said, "Master, the enemy is in range." Lin responded, "Release arrows." With Lin's command, the 100 archers instantly released the arrows between their right fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sound of arrows cutting through the air arose. Arrows flew from the wall, piercing into the darkness ahead. Painful screams echoed in the darkness. "Enemy arrows, enemy arrows. Take cover. Wooden shield, wooden shield." Damn it, they actually have archers. Lin could clearly see bodies falling from the galloping horses, crashing heavily onto the ground. The horses behind charged forward, trampling over those bodies, their fates uncertain. Wesley's deep commanding voice continued without pause, directing the action. "First batch, fall back and stand by. Second batch, step forward, prepare to fire arrows." The archers, who had already fitted their arrows to the strings, stepped forward a few paces to the shooting positions at the battlements. "Raise the angle by 10 degrees. The soldiers slightly raised the longbows in their hands, drawing the strings to a semi-full state. Wesley's eyes turned to Lin, His words said respectfully, "Master." Without hesitation, Lin commanded, "Shoot." With another command from Lin, the archers released their arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of arrows cutting through the air once again rose in the darkness beyond the walls. Lin could vaguely see the arrows piercing through the somewhat thin clothing of the bandits, embedding deeply into their bodies. Whether in the cheek, the neck, the chest, or the abdomen. Under the prowess of the triangular armor-piercing arrows, despite some bandits holding thin wooden shields and some wearing chain armor, they could not stop the arrows' sharp edges. In fact, some arrows even completely penetrated the bandits' bodies, becoming lodged within them. The range of 300 meters, under the speed of the cavalry, passed in an instant. Bandits holding wooden shields arrived at the base of the wall, attempting to shelter from the arrows of the volleys. After 4 rounds of volleys, hundreds of bandits were already hiding beneath the walls. Lin spoke to Wesley. "Wesley, lead them in shooting freely to kill the enemy." Without hesitation, Wesley replied, "Yes, master." 4 rounds of volleys effectively reduced the number of bandits before they could close in. At the bottom of the castle wall, hundreds of thieves had already gathered. They were hiding in the right angle of the wall, avoiding the arrows shot from above. Some thieves even pulled out cross pickaxes, trying to dig into the wall in front of them. However, after only a few swings, the arms of several thieves went numb, and curses came from their mouths. "Damn it, this is too hard. Is this entire wall made of granite? Go to the gate, quickly to the gate. We'll cover you." Wearing a helmet, Lin glanced down at layers of thieves below. Lin stepped along the wall and shouted to the soldiers, "Rolling wood and stones, prepare." Rose behind Lin yelled loudly, repeating Lin's words, "Rolling wood and stones, prepare." Upon hearing the order, the soldiers without armor began to lift the stones and logs at the edge of the wall. Lin's gaze was cold as he said, "Release." Rose, without any hesitation, shouted again, "Release." The rolling wood and stones pushed to the edge of the wall by the soldiers were instantly let go. Nearly a ton of rolling wood and stones whistled down from the wall, smashing into the thieves huddled in the corner below. Under this weight, dozens of thieves didn't even have time to scream as they were crushed. Terrified shouts echoed ceaselessly beneath the wall. Rolling wood and stones. There are more rolling wood and stones on the wall. Scatter, everyone scatter. Where's the cloud ladder? Cloud ladder. Amidst the shouts, several cloud ladders were erected below the wall. Thieves, without any cover or protection, stared at the rolling wood and stones and arrows, and kept climbing upwards. Amid screams and bodies rolling off the cloud ladders, the thieves managed to reach the middle height of the wall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows breaking through the air rang out, knocking down 4 climbing thieves from the cloud ladders. That was Wesley and his archers conducting a counterattack. Seeing this, Lin frowned slightly. No long-range assault weapons, no siege engines. What intrigued Lin was what kind of magic the Iron Blood Brotherhood had to drive these thieves to attack the wall at the cost of their lives. No one could answer him. A soldier quickly ran up the wall and rushed to Lin, speaking hurriedly. "Lord, the thieves are attacking the gate." Lin frowned again and went to the part of the wall above the gate. Looking down, he saw the thieves holding assorted iron tools, tearing at the iron plates on the gate. Lin shouted to the people beside him, "Everyone, focus the defense on the gate." Dozens of soldiers promptly responded, "Yes, master." Dozens of soldiers arrived at Lin's position. They pushed the rolling wood and stones on the wall, continuously hurling them down. Painful screams rose from below the wall. The soldiers didn't stop at all, repeating the same actions over and over. Given the current conditions of the territory, apart from arrows, rolling wood and stones were the best defensive weapons. No complex operation or exceptional skill required. All it took was several soldiers working together to lift the rolling wood and stones onto the wall, then push them down hard to finish the action. The weight of the rolling wood and stones, combined with gravitational acceleration, made their lethality even more terrifying than imagined. After several rounds of throwing, the clamoring below the wall noticeably subsided. Yet thieves still disregarded the arrows and rolling wood and stones, charging toward the gate. The edge of the wall. At some unknown time, Mike climbed up, witnessing the gruesome scene. He even forgot to breathe. His face was full of terror, his eyes filled with helplessness. Only at this moment did he realize how foolish and mindless it was to ask Master Lin to deploy troops to rescue Master Boar. Without the wall as a reliance, a hand-to-hand combat would be happening now. How many soldiers would die then? In the wilderness 500 or 600 meters from the wall, a cavalry troop of several hundred hid in darkness. No torches, no words. They quietly sat on their horses. Only the constant snorts of horses echoed in the cold wind. At the forefront of the cavalry, wearing full-plate armor and helmet, Anthony coldly watched the heated battle unfold at the wall. From the time they charged the wall to now, more than 10 minutes had passed. The casualties were countless. The cloud ladder had been placed on the wall, but their men still couldn't get onto the wall. Without the cover of ranged weapons, no siege engines, climbing the wall was unimaginably difficult. Only by piling up lives, consuming the defending soldiers' stamina. Beside Anthony, the faces of Fanu and Tyrone were also grave. Even though the dead were all forcibly conscripted from villages and towns, members of the Iron Blood Brotherhood, they felt a heavy weight in their hearts upon seeing such scenes. A frivolous, faint voice rose among them. Anthony's brow furrowed suddenly, looking to the right. In the eyes full of darkness, Boar sat on horseback. Anthony coldly asked, "What did you say?" Boar, with pitch-black eyes, looked at Anthony, articulating his words. "I said, this war is already over. The wall is a chasm you'll never cross. These well-trained soldiers will become your nightmare. The prestige of the Lord on the wall will envelop the entire border of the Karidi Empire." Anthony's face was full of gloom, and he spoke. "What do you mean? Didn't you say you'd support me to become the king of the border if I acted as instructed?" Boar's mouth emitted a derisive and mocking laugh. "Lord Anthony, with just you." Anthony snorted coldly, his words full of disdain. "Just a small wall. Watch how I seize it first." Anthony gripped the reins with his left hand, and with his right, lowered the visor of his helmet. The silver-white metal visor instantly covered his face. A low, echoing voice resonated from beneath the visor. "Brothers of the Iron Blood Brotherhood, march with me." As Anthony's words fell, a resounding cheer arose in response. With Anthony's legs squeezing the horse's sides, the warhorse immediately galloped towards the battlefield ahead. Nearly 100 thieves of the Iron Blood Brotherhood also drove their horses, following Anthony onto the battlefield. In the darkness of the wilderness, only Fanu and Tyrone remained with their 200 Storm Mercenary Corps cadre. Fanu hesitated a moment, speaking to Boar. "Sir, you know I've always followed your orders. Now, what should I do?" Boar looked at Fanu in surprise. "Lord Fanu, isn't this the time for you to follow Lord Anthony into battle? Why are you still beside me?" Fanu immediately fell silent. Boar continued, "The soldiers of Marquis Ducas are on their way to suppress the thieves. This is your last chance. If you can't climb the wall, you'll die under Marquis Ducas cavalry." Boar's words continued, "You must know, there are 3 major mineral veins on that territory. If we spread this information, I wonder how many Lord nobility and even the church would be green with envy." Listening to Boar's words, a feverish expression appeared on Fanu's face. He looked at Boar with resolve in his eyes. "Master, I understand what you mean." Fanu scratched his head and looked at Tyrone, then at the hundreds of cavalry behind him, shouting, "Brothers of the Storm Mercenary Corps, charge! Take down that wall for me. Let those rabble see what elite means." Strange shouts rang out. "Yes, Commander." "Haha, I knew the commander was just temporarily compromising." "Brothers, the fight is about to begin." With Fanu's command, hundreds of mercenaries suddenly clamped their horses' bellies and charged towards the wall amidst the sound of neighing. On the dark wasteland, only Boar remained, mounted on his horse. Perhaps the cold night wind blew against the horse's body, causing it to lightly step its hooves involuntarily. But Boar, riding on horseback, was as steady as a mountain. Looking at the wall ahead, bodies surged below the wall, attempting to climb the cloud ladder or to break open the heavy iron gate. On the wall, rolling wood and stones fell and crashed down, crushing dozens of bandits beneath them, their survival unknown. Arrows shot out with piercing speed from both sides of the wall, pinning the bodies of the bandits. Dropped torches ignited the fallen bandits' corpses, setting their thin clothes aflame, smoke rising as the fire suddenly grew immense. Agonized screams rose and fell and echoed continuously below the wall. But neither the attacking bandits below the wall nor the defending soldiers atop the wall showed any sign of giving up. The bandits wanted to seize the farmland and houses behind the wall. The soldiers wanted to defend their homes, safeguarding their families. Despite the numbers of the Iron Blood Brotherhood and Storm Mercenary Corps being numerous. Yet this 10-meter-high wall became an insurmountable gap for them. War did not say a word, just watched silently from atop his horse. Rose rushed to Lin's side, disregarding manners. He hurriedly spoke. "Master, another cavalry reinforcements are coming to the wall. The number is at least 300. Lin's gaze was fixed on the darkness ahead of the wall. Under the glow of flames from torches igniting piles of corpses, one could clearly see one squad of cavalry after another rapidly charging forward. Lin said nothing but looked towards the other side. On that cloud ladder, a burly figure clad in full plate armor was climbing towards the top of the wall. Several arrows struck his plate armor, only sparking a flash of fire before bouncing off. Triangular armor-piercing arrows could not penetrate his plate armor. When rolling wood and stones fell, he deftly dodged them. A text panel surfaced in Lin's mind. Name: Anthony Austin. Ability: Swordsmanship Level 3, Archery Level 2, Riding Skill Level 2. Attributes: Attack D, Defense E+, Speed E+, Constitution D+, Energy F. Talent: Anger. In anger state, can boost all attributes by 10%. Skills: War Trample. Enhances the impact power of the warhorse. Counterattack. Retreats after engaging the enemy. Feigns defeat. Waits for the enemy to chase. Then suddenly turns and thrusts the long spear backwards. Wind-breaking slash. Extremely fast sword stroke. Powerful strength. Can cleave through oncoming air. Looking at the burly knight clad in full plate armor, Lin frowned slightly. 2 third-level skills. A talent to boost all attributes, plus the skills of riding skill, swordsmanship, and spear technique. This name, he had heard many times from Boar's mouth. He was the leader of the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps. As a leader, Anthony was climbing the cloud ladder with one hand on the ladder and another wielding a sword. Looking at Anthony's panel, Lin's mind moved. Will you use a skill duplication book to learn Anthony Austin's wind-breaking slash? Lin silently intoned in his mind. Learning successful. While Lin watched Anthony on the cloud ladder, Rose followed his gaze confusedly. Rose's brow instantly furrowed. Is that a knight? Master, leave that knight to me. In a few seconds, Lin had already integrated the memory and knowledge of the wind-breaking slash skill. Retaining how to utilize wind-breaking slash, as well as combat experience and techniques, clearly in mind. The feeling was as if he himself had trained hard for over 10 years. Lin moved his right hand, sliding the visor into position. A deep voice sounded from beneath the visor. You are no match for him. Go command the soldiers to defend the wall. Listening to Lin's decisive words, Rose's expression shifted. His master was actually going to personally fend off that knight. Rose dared not hesitate, hurriedly saying, Yes, master. Red, who had been by Lin's side all along, was also called by Lin. Red, you cover me from the side. Red hesitated for a few seconds, but eventually responded, Yes. He drew out his one-handed sword. Lin stepped forward towards the cloud ladder that Anthony was climbing. Lin's right hand moved, and the one-handed sword at his waist was slowly drawn. With each step he took, the iron boots on his feet struck the granite ground with metallic clangs. Upon reaching the cloud ladder, Lin glanced below. Anthony had already reached 2/3 of the way up the wall. It would only take a few minutes to climb to the top of the wall. Lin bent his legs and jumped straight up from the ground. His leaping body landed steadily on the edge of the wall, with his gaze overlooking everything below. The surrounding torchlight shone on Lin's armor, the edges of which glowed with a starlight golden light. The cold winds of the mountain forest blew, causing Lin's black cloak to flutter, along with his black armor and the black one-handed sword. A sense of majesty and killing intent. The soldiers defending the castle, who were a bit tired, saw that striking black figure and felt an inexplicable surge of excitement rise in their hearts. As their lord, Master Lin could stand on the front lines of battle, clad in armor, weapon in hand, ready to face the enemy. They were just moving rolling wood and stones, just pulling arrow after arrow. So what was there to complain about? Lin stood atop the wall and shouted, "Soldiers, let me hear your voices." A wave of roars erupted from the soldiers below. At first, the responding voices were a bit uneven. Soon, the voices began to overlap. All the roars became synchronized, echoing incessantly across the entire wall. The bandits below, continuously attacking, heard these uniform roars. Their hearts began to fill with panic. It felt as if a beast was lurking atop the wall, waiting for them to arrive. Lin's voice rang out once more. From this moment on, the one who kills the most enemies will become squad leader. Become Instructor Rose's assistant. Rewards of 100 pounds of fine salt and 100 pounds of wheat. Listening to Lin's words, the soldiers' faces were instantly filled with excitement. Defending the wall was originally the duty they had as soldiers, even if it meant dying here. But if they were lucky enough to survive and receive Lord Lin's reward, responses from the soldiers resonated along the wall. Lin replied, "Very good. Remember the number of enemies you kill. After the victory, come find me to claim your credit." As Lin's words fell, hysterical responses burst forth. Hint: Commander's roar skill activated successfully, boosting the morale of the entire army, increasing soldiers' attack power and defense by 10%, duration, 1 hour. Seeing the prompt before him, Lin nodded in satisfaction. A 10% increase in attack power and defense was already a significant boost for soldiers with fixed attributes. Those morale-boosted roars naturally reached Anthony's ears on the cloud ladder. He suddenly looked up, gazing through the visor of his plate armor, looking towards the top of the wall. That black armored figure with the fluttering cloak immediately entered his sight. Anthony naturally realized that such a distinctive figure in unique standard armor must be the lord of this land. Anthony sped up his climb towards the top of the wall. Anthony was about to reach the top of the wall. Lin furrowed his brow and, gripping the one-handed sword tightly in his right hand, thrust it fiercely down towards Anthony. Anthony seemed to have anticipated this, swinging the knight's sword in his right hand. The knight's sword clashed with Lin's one-handed sword. The crisp sound reverberated across the wall. The friction between the blades produced a piercing screech, with sparks visible between them. Feeling the immense power transmitted through the sword, Anthony's brow furrowed deeply under his visor. As the swords separated, Anthony's left hand, which was gripping the cloud ladder, and his legs suddenly exerted force. He leaped up from the ladder, jumping onto the edge of the wall, and quickly jumping down the wall's edge to the pathway above the wall. To Anthony, a height of nearly half a meter was nothing. The surrounding soldiers saw Anthony, along with the bandits following behind. They were immediately filled with tension. The bandits had climbed onto the wall, and now they faced close-quarters combat. Seeing several bandits trying to follow the knight and surround Lin, Red led some soldiers to block them, preventing these bandits from disrupting the soldiers throwing rolling wood and stones. Lin, without any hesitation, lunged at Anthony with his one-handed sword. He leaped down, moving with such speed, like a phantom. Seeing the point of cold light before him growing larger in his eyes, Anthony was startled and hurriedly raised the knight's sword in his hand to block. The clear sound rang out once more on the wall. Lin, without any hesitation, relied on the memory fused in his mind and his muscle memory to wield the one-handed sword, thrusting or slashing horizontally or chopping diagonally. His steps were light, but every step was steady and forceful, with the flexibility and angles of his body always within his control. His power, constitution, had been enhanced multiple times. He learned one-handed weapon mastery, horse riding mastery, bow mastery. He replicated Snape's bloodthirsty skill and replicated Anthony's wind-breaking slash skill in front of him. Yet, from beginning to end, he had never fought a battle. Lin wanted to use this battle with Anthony to feel the real difference between his strength and that of a knight. Lin's body leaped up, fiercely slashing down at Anthony with his one-handed sword. The crisp sound of metal clashing resounded on the city wall. Under this force, the tall and burly Anthony was pushed back half a step. Lin gave Anthony no chance to catch his breath, pursuing with the one-handed sword in hand. after expending the energy stone and applying points earlier. Both Lin's power and constitution far surpassed Anthony's. Plus, with the bloodthirsty skill increasing all attributes by 30%, and Commander's Roar increasing attack power and defense by 10%. After continuously battling for over 10 minutes, Anthony's stamina clearly began to wane. Each step he took, each sword he swung, all became sluggish. Wearing armor and engaging in intense combat, his breathing had already begun to pant. But compared to Anthony, he was in much better shape. Seeing Anthony's sluggish steps, Lin's eyes suddenly focused, taking 2 steps forward to quickly close in on Anthony. At the same time, his right hand wielding the one-handed sword slashed across Anthony's left elbow. The leather lining of the plate armor was cut open by Lin's sharp blade. Under the lining, the connecting ligaments of the arm snapped, and a stream of blood gushed out. A beast-like roar erupted from Anthony's mouth. Pain, anger, and wailing. Anthony's left arm hung by his side, the blood staining it red, continuously flowing from his metal glove onto the ground. Despite the severe injury to his left hand, Anthony's momentum did not diminish but instead increased. Lin instantly thought of Anthony's talent anger. Under Lin's gaze, Anthony charged towards him, wielding a knight's sword in his right hand. Perhaps due to the intense battle between the two, there were no other soldiers within 10 meters around. Anthony swung the long sword in his hand, while Lin held the sword sheath with one hand and the one-handed sword with the other, constantly parrying. Anthony shouted, and a faint white glow flashed across the knight's sword in his right hand, slashing fiercely at Lin. The blade's path emitted a sharp whistling sound, as if slicing through the air. Lin frowned, put force into his right foot, and rolled to the left, quickly standing up again. Anthony's knight's long sword struck the ground, making a clear sound. The force was immense. A meter-long sword mark was left on the granite ground. Dodging, Lin gave Anthony no chance to catch his breath. He started astride, charging towards Anthony. His one-handed longsword held horizontally, and a silver-white gleam flashed across the blade. In just a second, Lin reached Anthony's front. The sword tip, glowing with a faint silver-white hue, stabbed directly towards Anthony's neck. The speed was so fast that Anthony was shocked pale beneath his visor. He wanted to lift the knight's sword in his right hand to block, but found it was already too late. The sounds of metal and bone shattering almost rang out simultaneously. The neck guard beneath the helmet was pierced, the neck bone beneath it broken. In a moment, Anthony froze, his eyes full of disbelief as he looked at the one-handed sword in front of him, emanating a faint silver-white glow. Lin gripped the one-handed sword in Anthony's neck with his right hand, his left hand holding the sword sheath, arms suspended in midair for balance. The mountain wind blew gently at the black cloak behind Lin. Some soldiers who had been watching Lin and Anthony's battle paused their actions at this moment. They stared with wide eyes, involuntarily shouting loudly from their mouths. From the initial few cheers of applause to a few seconds later, cheers resonated continuously. The continuous cheering rose like a thunder on the city wall, spreading fear on the faces of the bandits climbing up. Lin suddenly retracted his right hand. The long sword held by Anthony was instantly pulled out. Accompanied by it, scarlet blood sprayed out from beneath the neck guard. Without the support of Lin's one-handed sword power, Anthony's right hand released the knight's sword. His body uncontrollably staggered towards the edge of the city wall behind him. But as Anthony's body tilted backward, his whole body rolled over the city wall, tumbling down below. After only a few seconds, the dull sound of a metal body crashing to the ground echoed from beneath the city wall. Accompanied by it were shouts of panic from the bandits. Chief Anthony. Chief Anthony is dead. Chief Anthony fell from the city wall and died. What do we do? What should we do? Lin, with somewhat trembling hands, tightly gripped the one-handed sword, turning his gaze towards Rose, who was organizing the city's defenses not far away. Rose immediately understood, trotting up to Lin. Master. The words were full of respect and admiration. Previously, if Rose's respect and allegiance to Lin were because Lin gave him and Charles a chance to survive, then now, Rose's respect and admiration came entirely from a reverence for strength. In this world, the strong are revered. Rose never imagined that seemingly young Lin would possess such formidable combat power. single-handedly facing a knight with excellent training and a powerful physique. Red, Wesley, and a crowd of soldiers also looked at Lin with changed eyes. Lin responded with agreement, asking, "Are the cavalry ready?" Rose, without hesitation, replied, "Master, 200 heavy cavalry are waiting for orders below the city, ready to charge at any time." Walking to the edge of the city wall, Lin glanced at the chaos below and somberly said, "Convey my orders. No mercy for resistors. Those who disarm and surrender can become prisoners." Rose bowed slightly. "Yes, master." Lin took a deep breath of cold air, shouting, "Open the city gate, counterattack." Lin's voice was so loud that it resonated through the forest, echoing over the entire city wall. Rose trembled suddenly and responded loudly as well. "Yes, master." Rose swiftly ran away. The 50-pound standard plate armor did not affect him in the slightest. The sound of the several decimeter-thick iron city gate opening echoed under the city wall. Some bandits, holding their weapons, wanted to rush into the city wall. When the city gate was fully opened, what greeted the bandits' eyes were heavy cavalry clad in full standard plate armor, mounted on warhorses. They held 5-meter-long winged spears in their hands, with spearheads that gleamed in the torchlight with a metallic silver shine. The bandits' expressions changed dramatically, and words of fear kept spilling from their mouths. "Cavalry, it's heavy cavalry. Finished. It's all over." At the forefront of the 200 cavalry, Rose suddenly waved his winged spear, shouting, "Charge!" Uniform shouts erupted from the mouths of soldiers beneath their masks. Rose fiercely squeezed the horse's belly, holding up his winged spear, and charged towards the bandits outside the city wall. The 200 heavy cavalry followed. The continuous sound of hooves kept resonating, merging with the cries of bandits into a symphony of iron and blood. Under Rose's leadership, the 200 heavy cavalry broke through the remaining bandits' living forces. They weaved continuously among the groups of bandits, the 5-meter-long winged spears ceaselessly reaping bandit lives. In just a few minutes, the battlefield was beginning to move into the wrapping-up phase. One by one, bandits disarmed and surrendered, daring not to resist any longer. There were no drums, no trumpets. The battle wasn't grand. But for everyone who experienced this war, it would be a lifelong memory. A distinct sound of dozens of hooves, not belonging to the heavy cavalry, reached Lin's ears. Lin turned his head to see dozens of riders trying to escape under the cover of night. Without Lin needing to speak, Rose led 100 riders, driving the warhorses they were mounted on in pursuit. Lin did not stop them. The leader of the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps, Anthony, was already dead. Yet the leader of the Storm Mercenary Corps was still not seen. Lin reasoned slightly and could deduce that the fleeing battlefield leader was the head of the Storm Mercenary Corps. In the darkness of the night, Fanku grabbed the reins with both hands, furiously driving the horse beneath him. His face was full of gloom, and cursing words constantly poured from his mouth. "Damn guy having heavy cavalry? This kind of attack is equivalent to suicide. Luckily, I was cautious otherwise. Otherwise, I'd end up like that fool Anthony. That lord. No, that bitch. How dare she toy with us? Just wait. One day I'll find you and let you understand the cost of playing tricks." While Fanku kept cursing, a loud rumble of hooves rose from behind. Fanku was startled, just about to look back when Tyrone's nervous alert came. "Captain, cavalry, the heavy cavalry, are chasing us. What should we do now?" Fanku's face was full of distress, shouting in frustration, "You're asking me what to do? What can I do, huh?" Tyrone immediately lowered his head. Fanku glanced back, seeing at least 100 or 200 heavy cavalry accelerating towards them. He quickly called out to the remaining Storm Mercenary Corps members, "If you don't want to die, hurry and escape." As the words exited, Fanku pressed the horse's belly again, increasing the speed of his horse by a few degrees. On top of the city wall, Lin watched as Rose led 200 cavalry in pursuit, eventually disappearing into the night. Though they say not to chase desperate foes, Lin preferred to root out threats completely, eliminating potential future hidden dangers in the cradle. Below the city wall, soldiers were already cleaning up the battlefield, taking in surrendered bandits, clearing the bodies of dead bandits, collecting various iron weapons and armor, and tallying the soldiers who died in this defense of the city. Lin thought for a moment and opened the resource management panel. The total population of the territory has decreased from 6,600 people to 6,580. So, in this siege battle, Lin still lost 20 soldiers. Although the loss of personnel is somewhat difficult for Lin to accept, yet he understands that war means sacrifice, it means death. Time is quickly passing by. Standing on the city wall, waiting, Lin gazes toward the distant east. The originally dark eastern horizon now reveals a faint hint of dawn. The day is about to break. This city wall defense battle has lasted an entire night. Lin can finally see the scene below the city wall clearly. Bodies deformed by the impact of rolling wood and stones are soaking in pooling blood. One after another, bodies pierced by arrows kneel powerlessly on the ground. Even some horses, pierced and impaled by arrows or combat-long spears, lie on the ground, moaning in pain. Given the current conditions of the territory, it is not easy to treat the horses. The most likely outcome is that these war horses will turn into townsmen's meat, skinned and their sinews stripped, used where needed. Lin's gaze shifts to the edge of the wasteland. He can clearly see a cavalry team galloping towards the direction of the city wall. The cavalrymen are dressed in standard plate armor, holding standard winged spears, neat and orderly, giving a sense of solemnity. It wasn't until 10 or so minutes later. The cavalry team arrived in front of the city wall. It was the returning Rose and his men. Behind these cavalrymen are rows of battered figures, bound and dragged. Lin stepped down the city wall. Red closely followed. Walking down the stone steps of the tower, amid the admiring gazes of soldiers, they reached the open space below the city wall. Rose, who returned with 200 cavalrymen, just walked inside the city wall and leapt down from the warhorse. Handing the warhorse to a soldier, Rose hurriedly strode toward Lin. Coming before Lin, Rose bowed and said, "Master, the fleeing cavalry offered no resistance after being surrounded by our cavalry and surrendered weapons, all captured without any damage to our side. I have preliminarily interrogated them. They are from the Storm Mercenary Corps." Lin nodded. "Well done. Bring their leader over." Rose responded, "Yes, master." Upon receiving Lin's command, Rose turned and headed to the rear. A young man with his wrists bound was brought before Lin. Looking at the man before him who seemed younger than himself, Fanku's face showed a trace of obvious surprise. But the surprise on his face quickly turned into a flattering smile. Fanku Gibson, leader of the Storm Mercenary Corps, greets Lord. "Lord, you are truly extraordinary, a hero." Before Fanku could finish, Lin interrupted him directly. "Tell me why you attacked my territory." The words were simple and direct, straightforward. Fanku's eyes shifted slightly. He explained, "Lord, you should know. We are a mercenary corps. As long as the employer is willing to spend enough gold pounds, we will act according to the employer's orders. Just like the current Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps." Lin nodded, looked at Rose. "No value. Take him out and behead him." Rose also did not hesitate, replied, "Yes, master." Rose opened his right hand and gripped Fanku's shoulder, dragging him toward the gate. Fanku was shocked. He naturally knew that the young lord was intimidating him. But Fanku also understood that if he didn't reveal some valuable information to the young lord, the intimidation could turn into reality. Fanku hurriedly spoke. "Lord, I'll talk. I'll talk." Lin glanced at Rose, who released Fanku. Fanku took a deep breath and said, "Lord, if I tell you, will you be magnanimous enough to spare our lives? We are just mercenaries, and also under the protection of the Mercenary Corps." Lin stared at Fanku. "You think you have the qualifications to haggle with me?" Feeling the aura emitted from the young lord, Fanku immediately fell silent. The smile on Fanku's face vanished. "Lord, I received orders from a mysterious woman to temporarily join the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps. Assist them in expanding the Iron Blood Brotherhood, plundering nearby villages, expanding the Brotherhood's scale. Then cooperate to launch an attack on your city wall, occupy your territory, seize your 3 mines." Lin frowned. "Continue." Fanku continued. "She promised me that as long as the city wall is captured and your territory is occupied, these 3 mines will belong to me. and I will also legally become the new lord of this land." Lin did not speak, continued waiting for Fan Ku's words. However, it is obvious that neither myself nor Anthony, nor that mysterious woman gauged correctly the armed forces in your territory. So we were defeated. Lin responded a bit, asked, "Who is the mysterious woman you speak of?" Fan Ku shook his head. "Sorry, Lord. I don't know who the mysterious woman is. Perhaps the deceased Anthony didn't know either. But she possesses strange abilities. She can condense a black figure from darkness, and further use the black figure to invade a living person's body and temporarily occupy and control." Fan Ku nodded and said, "Just like your thoughts, Lord, I also think it's a witch. But I've never seen a real witch's abilities, so it's just my guess." Lin continued to ask, "Besides the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps and your Storm Mercenary Corps, are there any other armed forces?" Fan Ku said, "As far as I know, it's only us." Lin pressed further, "Are you sure?" Fan Ku heard this, and a slight surprise appeared on his face. He quickly contemplated, and a few seconds later, he spoke with full conviction, "Lord, I'm sure." Lin's gaze shifted and turned to Rose. "Take them out to the city wall and behead them all." Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Fan Ku's face showed a hint of delight. But after hearing the second half, Fan Ku's expression suddenly changed. He exclaimed in disbelief, "Lord, I've told you everything you wanted to know. Do you still want to kill us?" Lin said nothing, staring straight at Rose as she dragged Fan Ku toward the city gate. Fan Ku continued to shout unwillingly, "I am a descendant of the Gibson clan of Kakasong City. You can't kill me. Damn you. You have no credibility." It wasn't just Fan Ku. The remaining dozens of Storm Mercenary Corps members were all taken out by the soldiers. Lin withdrew his gaze and walked towards Mo, not far away. "These people, nicely put, are a mercenary corps, but not nicely put. They are just a group of bandits. There isn't much difference between the two. As for keeping them as slaves," Lin had thought about it, but quickly gave up. "These mercenaries, accustomed to licking blood off the blade, are far more dangerous than newly turned bandits." In the midst of hysterical screams, the sound of heavy objects falling rang outside the city wall. Tranquility returned inside and outside the city walls once again. Lin's mind quickly contemplated Fan Ku's words. "A woman who seems mysterious like a witch." He instantly thought of the exceptional witch that Grayson and Allan had mentioned before. Because apart from Sienna, the only recent information was about that exceptional witch. What is the relationship between the two? Moreover, the witch knows his territory has 3 mineral veins, and she gathered the Iron Blood Brotherhood and the Storm Mercenaries to attack his territory's walls. As a witch, would she be interested in mineral veins? Does she want to seize his mineral veins to arm soldiers? Would a witch value such ordinary resources? Soon, Lin thought of something Fan Ku had said. The mysterious woman wanted Fan Ku to legitimately become the new lord of this territory? Is the mysterious woman a person of Marquis Duca? Or perhaps, is the imperial royal family of the Karidi Empire behind the mysterious woman? No one could provide him with answers. The only thing Lin could do now was to continue developing and strengthening his territory. Grow more food, purchase more slaves, forge more armor and weapons, recruit more soldiers. Only by making his armed forces stronger can he face potential future crises. While Lin was contemplating, Wesley, responsible for organizing and cleaning up the battlefield, approached him with a longbow. Wesley bowed slightly and respectfully said, "Master, the battlefield has been cleaned up. I had them do a count. About 1,300 enemies were killed, and all deceased bandits were buried in the wasteland 2 miles outside the city walls. 220 prisoners surrendered after being disarmed. Iron tools and weapons collected amount to approximately 2,000 pounds in weight. There are 180 injured horses, 150 lightly injured, 30 severely injured, and 120 dead horses. Some horses were startled and ran away, so they can't be found immediately." Wesley mentally reviewed for a few seconds to ensure nothing was left out, and then confidently said, "Master, that's roughly the situation." Lin nodded and said, "Keep any usable iron products, and send the unusable ones to the blacksmith workshop for Irello to reforge. As for the prisoners, have them all sent to dig coal. For the horses, send the treatable, lightly injured ones to Guy's ranch, and take old John with them to help with treatment. As for the severely injured and dead horses, have them all sent to the kitchen for the cooks to disassemble and cure as reserve meat. Wesley responded, "Yes, master, I'll arrange it immediately." Watching Wesley depart, Lin walked towards the distant Mo Ying. Mounting his horse, Lin nudged Mo Ying's horse and rode back towards the town. Red followed closely behind with a few guards. This defensive war has ended. This city defense battle made Lin aware of the shortcomings. Firstly, the area in front of the city walls is too open, allowing cavalry to directly approach and reach the base of the walls. It's necessary to dig trenches to trap horses and set up layers of obstacles in front of the walls. The best option is to construct a Wang city behind the walls. Once past the city walls, one must go through Wang City. The entry of caravans or refugees can be inspected within Wang City. If enemies try to take advantage of the open gates, Wang City can be used for a second line of defense. Deplete the enemy's attacking forces at Wang City. Constructing a Wang City requires substantial manpower and resources. With the weather gradually turning cold, this plan can only be delayed. Secondly, the defensive methods are too simplistic. Apart from arrows and rolling wood and stones, there are no other defensive mechanisms or tools. More defensive mechanisms are needed, such as wolf fawn clubs, seaman knife cars, drop gates, and barricades to push back cloud ladders, etc. If conditions allow, even poisonous gas and wildfire can be made. All these mechanisms require the woodworker workshop for production. Without prior production experience, it's not easy for carpenters to create these large defense mechanisms, so it must be done gradually. Then, there's the lack of experience in city defense. Despite having Rose and Wesley commanding the soldiers and archers on the walls, respectively. But because it's the first time defending the city walls, there's a clear lack of experience. Bandits climbed a cloud ladder and reached the walls, resulting in the deaths of dozens of soldiers. If these defending soldiers had experience, they could rely on the height of the walls and the steepness of the fortifications to defeat the attacking bandits with zero casualties. Rose and Wesley can incorporate city defense training into daily routines to enhance the soldiers' defense capabilities. Finally, expand the army. This territory needs more soldiers. Suppressing the development plans in his mind temporarily, Lin focused and opened the task panel. Task: eliminate the Iron Blood Brotherhood. Completed. Annihilate the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps and the Storm Mercenary Corps. Receive reward: 5,000 energy stones. Looking at the text prompt in front of him, a joy emerged in Lin's heart. 5,000 energy stones. Perhaps this is due to the annihilation of the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps and the Storm Mercenary Corps. The richness of the task reward somewhat exceeded his expectations. Without any hesitation, Lin focused his mind and began to allocate points. Do you want to consume 1,000 energy stones to enhance Constitution D+ to C-? Lin silently said, "Yes." Do you want to consume 1,000 energy stones to enhance Constitution C to C? Lin continued silently, "Yes." Enhancing Constitution to C, thoughts spun in his mind. Lin already came to a decision in his heart. A real man naturally engages in close combat with real weapons. Do you want to consume 1,000 energy stones to enhance defense F+ T-? Do you want to consume 1,000 energy stones to enhance defense F+ T+? As Lin's thoughts fell, the 5,000 energy stones were consumed completely. A familiar warmth emerged in Lin's abdomen, beginning to improve and enhance his physique. When the warmth inside dissipated, Lin could clearly feel that there was still a current of heat flowing slowly within him. But he didn't know what this power was called. However, what Lin knew was, in the sword that pierced through Anthony's plate armor neck guard, he felt a peculiar power surge from within him, covering the one-handed sword. His ability seems to have already surpassed that of ordinary people. Lin looked at his right hand and murmured. As Lin pondered in his mind, a series of crackling sounds reached his ears. He looked up to see crystal-clear ice chunks the size of pebbles falling from the sky. They continuously hit his helmet, making a crackling sound. Accompanied by this were droplets of rain among them. As shown on the weather forecast panel, it was sleet weather. Lin quickened his horse's pace. After a dozen minutes, Lin returned to the small town. Despite the slight sleet, the townspeople were still busy on the streets. At the dock, workers were hoisting baskets of iron ore from boats onto the dock. On the Acadia River, boats carrying tree bark headed downstream to the papermaking workshops. Carriages transported grains and meats from the cellars or warehouses to the kitchen to prepare today's lunch. On the red brick pavement, some townspeople watched the Lord, dressed in black armor and draped in a black cloak, with eyes full of admiration. They all stopped walking and bowed. Lin nodded slightly and drove Mo-ing through the middle. He returned to the castle. Lin climbed the steps and headed to the hall on the second floor. Instantly, the smell of burning anthracite and pleasant warmth enveloped Lin entirely. Kisi, seemingly waiting all along, immediately approached. Her eyes, full of concern, scanned Lin. After a moment, Kisi asked worriedly, "Master, are you all right?" Kisi naturally knew that last night, Master Lin had dispatched all the guards and soldiers of the entire territory to the city wall. She didn't know exactly what happened, but on Master Lin's armor, Kisi saw the bloodstains. Lin glanced at Kisi and replied, "I'm fine." Lin walked toward his master bedroom. Kisi quickly followed, reaching out to take the helmet Lin had just removed. Cold, heavy, and still damp with rain. "Master, I've prepared hot water for you. Would you like to soak and rest first? You've been on the city wall all night." Lin nodded and said, "Sure." Despite his good constitution now, wearing armor, and with the temperature outside dropping below freezing, a hot bath was truly ideal. Kisi's face showed a hint of joy upon receiving Lin's agreement. She held Lin's helmet and entered the private room adjacent to the master bedroom. With Kisi's assistance, Lin removed his scale armor with chain liner. Kisi placed the armor pieces on the table, cautiously observing Lin. Awaiting Master Lin's command for her to begin the massage, Lin was already comfortably lying in the hot water, with a linen cloth soaked in hot water covering his eyes, quietly enjoying the comfort of soaking. But he didn't immediately ask her to massage him. As Kisi hesitated whether to take the initiative, Lin's voice emerged. "If you're not going back to rest, help me with a massage. My body feels a bit tired." Kisi's lips turned upward, and she promptly replied, "Yes, master." She stepped behind Lin and began massaging his shoulder muscles. Kisi was somewhat surprised to find that even after not massaging Master Lin for just a while, his shoulders had become more robust and his muscles more prominently toned. Kisi even felt that she couldn't grip them fully with one hand. Lin's face was still covered with the linen cloth, and words came from his mouth. "The weather is getting colder. In the coming days, let the townspeople finish work early, in temperatures of 1 or 2 degrees below zero. Even if the townspeople forced themselves to endure it and work outside, their efficiency would be very low. Moreover, it could easily lead to frostbite and illness. Rather than that, it's better to let them go back to rest earlier." Kisi's hands didn't stop moving, and she responded, "All right, master. By the way, master, there's one thing I forgot to report to you. As you said, the weather is getting colder. Yesterday, 3 elderly townsmen passed away. I had old John examine them, and he said they didn't die from illness, but simply couldn't withstand the winter cold. Their bodies were buried in the cemetery behind the hospital." Lin responded, Life, death, sickness, and aging, no one can avoid them. It's merely a matter of time." Lin finished soaking, put on a thick silk and coarse wool robe made by the weaving workshops, and walked out of the private room. By the fireplace, Lin sat directly on the armchair, basking in the comfortable warmth from the anthracite. Being able to warm up by the fire in winter was truly a great blessing. Red, who had been standing by, was alongside Lin. Despite having no rest all night and partaking in a large-scale battle, neither Lin nor Red felt any drowsiness. Lin, due to his improved physical condition, wasn't affected by a sleepless night. As for Red, even more so. As an old hunter, he had experience of going several days and nights without rest just to hunt down prey. While Lin enjoyed the warmth of the fire, Kisi, along with several maids, brought trays of food into the hall. Putting the food on the dining table, Kisi came before Lin and reminded him, "Master, breakfast is ready." Lin responded and strode towards the dining table. Let Red and Kisi sit down and enjoy breakfast together. Lin held a fork in his right hand, placed a square piece of golden pork into his mouth. After chewing a few times and swallowing it, he said, "Kisi, have the kitchen and the canteen arrange a banquet tonight. Let the townsmen who have been busy for a year celebrate well. After all, tomorrow is New Year's." Kisi nodded in understanding. "Okay, master, I'll arrange it right away." Lin continued, "Have the cooks in the castle also prepare a sumptuous dinner. I need to host a banquet for the foreman captains in the town." Kisi nodded again. "Yes, master." After giving instructions, Lin continued to enjoy his breakfast. Once Lin finished his meal and his stomach was thoroughly filled, he felt his whole body become warmer and more comfortable. A sound of footsteps climbing the stairs was heard. Red, who had also finished breakfast, immediately looked over, only to see a guard walking briskly, stopped a few meters in front of Lin, bowed, and spoke with great respect. "Master, the soldiers saw Mr. Boar in the Wasteland outside the city walls and brought him back." Lin was somewhat surprised. He said, "Boar is still alive?" The guard had no hesitation. "Still alive, master. He is now waiting for a summon downstairs." Lin responded, "Bring him up then." The guard said, "Yes." The guard bowed and exited. Two guards brought a man whose body was damp, hair disheveled, and face stained with dirt marks into the hall. Despite the anthracite in the fireplace providing warmth in the hall, the man's body was still trembling uncontrollably. In those eyes, there was a profound fear and trepidation. Following behind the man was Mike, whom Lin had seen before. With a thought, Lin looked at the trembling man's information panel. It was indeed Boar Hansen. Lin spoke, "Mr. Boar, I didn't expect we'd meet again." Boar's face was filled with bitterness. He spoke somewhat fearfully. "Master Lin, I didn't expect to be alive either." Lin spoke, "People can be trained again, goods can be purchased again, but if you lose your life, you truly lose everything." Boar and Mike instantly thought of Ryan and 30 guards. Boar took a deep breath and explained, "Master Lin, your territory has been targeted by a mysterious force. Although I don't know exactly what force, I know there is a witch in that force. Because I saw with my own eyes a completely black woman's silhouette condensing and stepping out from the darkness. And under my gaze, entered into my body." Lin's brows furrowed. "Entered into your body." These words hadn't been mentioned by Fanku. Not only Lin, but Red and Mike's eyes also widened slightly. Boar nodded and continued, "Yes, Master Lin, forced into my body, and my spirit waned as if I hadn't rested for days, falling asleep. Afterwards, I know nothing about what happened. Before being found by soldiers from your territory, my memory stopped at being tied to a tree in the forest." Lin nodded, looked at Kisi beside him. "Find Mr. Boar a set of clean clothes." Kisi bowed without any words and exited. Kisi returned, carrying a thick robe made of coarse wool. Taking the coarse wool robe, Boar gratefully looked at Lin. "Thank you, Master Lin. Then I'll return to Morgantown." Lin responded, "Prepare 2 horses for Mr. Boar." In Boar's grateful bow, he left the hall with Mike. Regarding Lin not going out to rescue him, Boar never mentioned a word. Mike, following at his side, dared not say anything either. For after the battle to guard the city, Mike knew that Master Boar's life is life, just as the soldiers' lives are also lives. Everyone was alive, no one wanted to die. 2 figures riding horses left the castle, passed through the town, and galloped toward the distant forest. Standing on the balcony watching for a few moments, Lin withdrew his gaze and walked down the castle, heading towards the workshop district. The rain mixed with snow had already lessened, leaving only rain occasionally dripping, not affecting the daytime labor. Lin's mind was pondering the words Boar had just said. A witch who can forcibly enter and occupy someone's body. Such an ability, if left without any restriction, to enter anyone's body anytime. Indeed, quite terrifying. With his thoughts turning, Lin thought he could inquire of old John. Being a former priest of the church, he might know some information. Without hesitation, Lin stepped forward, heading towards the hospital. Lin entered the hospital. In the bright and clean hospital hall, there were more than a dozen people being treated for minor injuries. These people were the soldiers responsible for guarding the city. Upon seeing Lin, they quickly stood up and reverently called, "Master Lin." Lin nodded slightly. Turning his gaze, he looked towards old John, who was treating soldiers in the treatment room. Despite having apprentices, Those who had not fully mastered herbal treatment could only assist Old John. All healing requires Old John to personally take action. Although Old John seems busy, Lynn saw the sense of fulfillment in his busy demeanor. Lynn didn't call Old John, but instead walked to the herb grinding area, using the stone grinder in his hand to help crush the herbs. Medical experience +1. Medical experience +1. Medical experience +1. Bit by bit, the experience was increasing. Old John's somewhat urging voice rang out. Shepherd's purse powder. I need shepherd's purse powder to stop the bleeding for the patient. Lynn's hand moved, and he handed the freshly ground shepherd's purse powder to Old John. Old John didn't even take a glance. He simply gave it a gentle sniff at his nose before pouring the shepherd's purse powder from the stone grinder onto the soldier's bleeding wound. Shepherd's purse, when ground into powder, sprinkled on the wound, can effectively absorb moisture from the blood, thickening it to achieve a hemostatic effect. Time was swiftly passing by. Until all the dozen or so soldiers were treated, Old John finally plopped down on a nearby wooden chair. Thinking about how smoothly the treatment went this time, Old John looked behind him full of praise. Very good. And in such a short time, you managed to remember the properties of herbs. This is much stronger than I was back in the day. Master Lynn. When Old John saw the man behind him was Lynn, he immediately rose from the chair. Only then did Old John understand. Turns out, Lynn has been assisting him all along, grinding various herbs. Lynn replied, saying, Old John, I need to ask you something. Hearing Lynn's words, Old John hurriedly said, Master, just go ahead and instruct. Lynn directly conveyed Boar's words once more. After listening, Old John immediately furrowed his brows. The shadowy woman coming out from the dark, entering another's body, and taking over the body, losing consciousness. Old John pondered for a few seconds, then looked at Lynn, saying, Master, I have never seen such abilities. However, this is somewhat similar to what I've seen recorded in some ancient texts. Soul invasion. Lynn repeated Old John's words. Soul invasion? Old John nodded to explain. Yes, Master. A witch can, through powerful spiritual power, separate the soul from the body and forcefully invade another's body, crossing the limits of space. Once the invasion is successful, the witch can control the person's physical actions, speech, and thoughts. Some can even access the person's memories. Lynn couldn't help but frown. Old John's voice continued. However, the more powerful the ability, the greater the limitations generally. Whether it's distance or the limitations of the casting medium, it might require the target's hair, intimate clothing, or even a rune array drawn with magic ore. Furthermore, repeated forceful casting will cause the caster to fall into extreme weakness or even magic backlash. Of course, these are just things I've read in ancient texts, specifically how. Master Lynn, I can't say for sure. Lynn spoke up. Is there any way to stop a witch's soul invasion? Old John shook his head and said, Sorry, Master Lynn, I don't know either. If there were ancient texts, I could look them up, but here. Lynn responded, I understand. You carry on then. After finishing speaking, Lynn walked outside the hospital. If the witch performs soul invasion, having limitations isn't so bad. But if not, such an ability is indeed absurdly powerful. Walking along the red brick road in the town, the chefs and assistants in the cafeteria were already busy. Apparently, they had received Kesey's notice and began preparing for tonight's dinner party. Lynn could clearly see the joyful expression on their faces. Walking past several red brick houses, Lynn arrived at the handicraft area, at the door of the blacksmith workshop. Perhaps because the iron smelting blast furnace had just been activated, the entire blacksmith workshop was enveloped in a comfortable warmth, completely driving away the cold air that had entered the blacksmith workshop. Overseeing things, Irello immediately saw Lynn and took big steps towards him. Irello immediately reported the progress of the blacksmith workshop. Master, as per your requirements, 400 sets of chest armor and helmets have been completed. Before Lynn could speak, Irello directly knelt on one knee on the ground. His words were filled with determination. Please punish me, Master. Lynn looked directly at Irello, asking, Punish for what? Irello quickly explained. Master, earlier I promised to complete the production of 900 sets of full standard plate armor by the end of December. But until the last day, I've only completed 500 sets of full plate armor, along with 400 sets of helmets and chest armor. I have disobeyed your orders, Master Lin, and failed your trust. Despite Flint's arrival, which took away one blacksmith workshop for Flint. But this is not an excuse for not completing the production task. Not having achieved it means not having achieved it. Lin said solemnly. You do know you failed my trust. Irello's heart became tense. Master, subject to your disposal, Irello has no complaints. Irello's actions and words naturally fell into the eyes of all the apprentices. Their faces were filled with hesitation, wanting to speak, but holding back. Looking at the expressions of these apprentices, Lin spoke. What? Are you pleading for your foreman? Upon hearing Lin's words, the apprentices immediately lowered their heads, not daring to meet their lord's gaze. Kneeling on the ground, Irello waited silently without looking back. A slightly immature male voice sounded. Lord, please spare Lord Irello. I am willing to accept the punishment for him. Lin followed the voice and saw a 15 or 16-year-old male with well-developed muscles, his eyes full of plea as he looked at him. As the young man's voice sounded, one after another, voices of request echoed in agreement. Master, please spare Lord Irello. It's because of our limited abilities that we have burdened him. Master, Lord Irello has been working hard. He only rests for 3 or 4 hours a day. We beg you, Lord. In the words of the apprentices, one after another, they knelt down. Within a few short minutes, all the apprentices of the blacksmith workshop had knelt down. Listening to these voices, Irello's body trembled slightly on the ground. Looking at these apprentices, Lin raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised in his heart. In just a few months, Irello had actually united the cohesion among the blacksmith apprentices. A blacksmith foreman had become the backbone of hundreds of blacksmith apprentices. If it were other lords, perhaps they would feel uneasy or vigilant about this. But Lin felt no worry at all. It's worth noting that the loyalty of these blacksmith apprentices was all as high as 90%. Because these blacksmith apprentices knew it was Master Lin, as their lord, who provided them with food, housing, and a daily salary. Master Lin was indeed their lord. Lin scanned them again and spoke. Is everyone willing to accept punishment along with Irello? Uniform voices of affirmation rose from the blacksmith apprentices. Yes, Master. Lin nodded and said, Very well, from now on, I cancel the daily wages for your 3 blacksmith workshops. Restore them when you've produced results that satisfy me. Hearing Lin's punishment, a hint of surprise and joy appeared on the apprentices' faces. It's not about the severity of Master Lin's punishment, but because, isn't this punishment directed at them? Apprentice after apprentice lifted their heads, eyes full of gratitude and admiration as they looked at their lord. The distinctions were clear, rewards and penalties distinct. Such a lord they were encountering for the first time. Seeing the loyalty of the blacksmith apprentices rise to 95%, Lin nodded in satisfaction. Such loyalty, perhaps they wouldn't hesitate to take the iron hammer into battle. Lin looked at Irello. Stand up. Irello promptly stood up from the red brick ground. Seeing Irello's mouth that seemed to be holding back laughter, Lin said, If you want to laugh, then laugh. Your face looks like a daisy. Irello seemingly thought of something and couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. Hee, I knew Master Lin was the best. Lin rolled his eyes at him. Once you're done laughing, get back to work and make up for the 400 sets of parts still unfinished. Irello didn't hesitate, quickly responded, Yes, Master. Lin continued. By the way, the first banquet is being held at the castle tonight. Bring your family to attend it. Irello eagerly responded. All right. Master, Steward Kesey has already come to inform me. Lin nodded, dismissed Irello, and strode out of the blacksmith workshop. Then, Lin went to the textile workshop. In the textile workshop, rough woolen cloaks and warm rough woolen bedding were being hastily made. After inspecting the entire handicraft workshop district, Lin walked toward the timber processing site outside the small town. At this moment, the sky was gray, but fortunately, the occasional raindrops had stopped. The ground was slightly slick but did not affect the felling and processing progress. Lin surveyed around. Under the continuous felling by nearly 1,000 people, the edge of the forest had been pushed back at least dozens of meters. Moreover, the felling hadn't stopped. In the wood workshop, 600 townsmen were continuously processing logs into sleepers and railwood dimensions as Lin had instructed. Sleepers were 2 meters long, 20 centimeters wide, and 20 centimeters thick. Such sleepers could bear the weight of loaded or carts and ensure that sleepers and railwood wouldn't deform. As Lin surveyed the timber processing site, Garcia, whom Lin appointed as the woodcutter foreman, came to Lin. Garcia's face brimmed with a simple smile. "Master, according to your requirements, we felled over 2,000 trees. Once done today, we'll reach 3,000 trees." With the arrival of the 600 Trans-Empire slaves sent by Grayson last time, and the felling becoming increasingly skilled, the speed of daily felling had become faster. The speed of felling had already exceeded Lin's expectations. Lin's thoughts shifted, and he said to Garcia, "Keep felling. At least 6,000 trees need to be felled." Now that the logging speed has increased, Lin can change the construction method of the wooden track minecart. From the initially envisioned single track, it is transformed into a double track that can rotate back and forth for transportation. While the mine carts filled with coal are transported to the town, the empty mine carts travel back to the coal mining site. This way, the efficiency of coal transportation can be maximized. Listening to Lin's instructions, Garcia did not hesitate. "Yes, master. I will relay your orders right away." Lin nodded, watching Garcia stride away. Lin began to inspect the wood workshop again. The efficiency of the wood workshop was also slowly improving. Despite having simple mechanical devices for auxiliary processing, using pulley blocks and levers for handling and transportation, and a division of labor method where each person is responsible for one processing step for cooperative processing. The processing tools were too rudimentary and could only use the iron saw and iron planer, resulting in noticeably low efficiency. With the cooperative processing of 600 townsmen, they still managed to produce 600 railway sleepers each day. A single track requires 10,000 sleepers, while a double track requires at least 20,000, as construction inevitably involves some wastage. Calculating this way, producing the wooden double track required for 20 miles would take more than a month. This doesn't even account for the time needed for construction afterward. Estimating briefly, Lin couldn't help but furrow his brows. The required time was too long, and the manpower and resources needed were too great. But Lin could only grit his teeth and press on. To smelt more iron blocks, the scale of the iron smelting furnace must be expanded, which would require consuming more anthracite. If the transportation problem isn't resolved and the consumption of anthracite can't keep up, everything would just be unrealistic imagination. The double-track mine cart must be constructed. The only solution now is for Grayson or other merchants to transport more slaves to his territory, utilizing a large labor force to make up for the deficiency in labor efficiency. After inspecting the workshop, Lin strode away. Upon returning to the open square in front of the town, the rich smell of roasted meat wafted into Lin's nostrils. Lin's gaze searched and finally settled on the bonfire burning fiercely outside the canteen. Numerous large pigs, fully stretched open with iron rods, were being roasted under the bonfire, continuously releasing bubbles. The surface of the marinated pig skin turned golden with oil flowing down in streams. The rich aroma emanated from these 10 roasted pigs. Despite having many matters to arrange personnel for, Lin knew that some things couldn't be rushed, regardless of urgency. They could only be implemented step by step according to the plan. Thinking of this, Lin stepped into the kitchen. He took the bone-cutting knife from a chef and began chopping the pork bones on the cutting board. Perhaps it's the one-handed weapon mastery, or because he added points to power and constitution. With each swing, Lin could effortlessly chop through them. The cuts were neat and smooth, with no gaps whatsoever. After all, in a certain sense, a bone-cutting knife is also a one-handed weapon. Cooking experience +1. Cooking experience +1. Cooking experience +1. As time slowly passed, while Lin was continuously gaining cooking skill experience, the sky gradually darkened. Apprentices from the brewing workshop carried barrels of beer into the canteen. The chefs began placing the completed dinner onto the tables in the canteen. Golden roasted whole pigs, pan-fried river fish, bread made of mixed barley and wheat, soup stewed with peas and pork, butter-fried peas. Plates of food filled every table of 10 or so people. Some townsmen, who were working closer to their positions, were the first to return to the town. Arriving at the canteen, seeing the dazzling array of food before them, their eyes were full of light. Although they were informed of tonight's feast by Steward Kesey and some guards, seeing the food again, they couldn't suppress their delight on their faces. Especially the 600 townsmen recently transported by Grayson from the Trans-Empire. They never dreamed they would get to enjoy such food after being sold as slaves. They were free people, yet their daily wages were only just enough to keep their families fed. At most, saving a few pence would allow them to purchase some necessary items. A feast this abundant was something they had never partaken in, even as free people. More and more townsmen returned to the town from all parts of the territory. From the open-pit coal mines dozens of miles away, and the open-pit iron mines 40 miles away. Because of the different distances, Lynn instructed Kesey to let them finish work early and return to town. That except for the soldiers stationed at the encampments, all the townsmen had returned to the town. Until nightfall fully descended, and all the townsmen who should return had gathered in the canteen. Despite the tables being filled with food, no one dared to start eating early. Their gazes searched briefly and finally settled on the tall, somewhat robust young man at the forefront. This young man was the lord of this land, their lord. Under the direct gaze of everyone, Lynn stepped forward. Sweeping his eyes around, he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, I am the lord of this land, Lynn." Hearing this familiar prelude and familiar voice, the townspeople couldn't help but feel a sense of inexplicable emotion. They knew that 99% of them had been sold to Master Lin's domain by slave traders. The first time they officially heard Master Lin's words was with this familiar introduction. Lin continued, "I actually don't have much to say. Many of you, before coming to this land, might have been vagrants, free people, or slaves. But as the residents of this land, your status is the same. You eat the same food, live in the same houses, and enjoy the same treatment. The only difference is, the townspeople widened their eyes, filled with curiosity. The only difference is your different job positions." Lin looked at the group of townspeople dressed in black, covered with mine dust on the outskirts. Some are mining iron, salt, and coal. Redirecting his gaze, Lin looked at the townspeople with wood chips and leaves still on their clothes. Some are cutting trees in the forest, processing lumber. And some jobs may be more unpleasant, like the manure workers responsible for composting and transporting. Despite the different positions, you all share the same identity as townspeople of this place. The townspeople's expressions grew complex. They hadn't expected Master Lin to say such words. Compared to other lords, they were used merely as beasts of burden for labor. They weren't considered even as valuable as livestock. After all, it took 3 slaves to equate to the price of a team of draft horses. Lin shifted the topic. "Some of you might already know what happened last night." Before the townspeople could start whispering, Lin continued, "That's right, at least 1,500 bandits attacked the walls last night." A wave of incredulous commotion arose in the dining hall. "But because we built the walls in advance, selected and trained the army ahead of time, and because we produced armor and weapons such as bows and arrows beforehand. This time, we successfully stopped the bandits outside the walls." Applause erupted, waves of excitement and delight echoed. Lin scanned the crowd, and the applause quickly died down. "But this doesn't mean this land is absolutely safe. 20 soldiers have left us forever in the battle to defend the town. But this land will never forget them. Their families will be given preferential treatment, and their names will be carved on the stone monument to be erected in the future. They are the true guardians of this land." Listening to Lin's powerful words, the townspeople's expressions were full of emotion. "Starting tomorrow, I need you all to work more diligently in your positions. Mining coal, smelting iron, making armor, tending to crops, producing paper, teaching students. Only by doing this can you protect this land and your homeland." Thousands of townspeople's faces turned determined and excited. Although there was no heating in the dining hall, the number of people gathered, combined with the power contained in Master Lin's words, made them feel engulfed in a wave of heat throughout their bodies. Lin glanced at them, nodded, and said, "Now, everyone can start eating." After finishing his words, he left the dining hall under the watchful eyes of the townspeople. Not until Lin's silhouette disappeared into the darkness outside did they withdraw their gazes. Lin walked past the red brick houses, across the red brick pathways. Accompanied by Red and a few guards, he quickly returned to the castle. Climbing the stairs, he reached the hall on the second floor of the castle. Suddenly, a comfortable warmth embraced Lin's face. Everyone present sat upright, and upon seeing Lin, they stood up, saluting him with their eyes. Kisi stepped forward and began explaining to Lin. Master, except for Instructor Ross stationed at the wall, all the foremen of the workshops are present. And Master Flint, he said he doesn't like attending such banquets. Lin acknowledged with a sound, took a step, and came to the 30-meter-long dining table. With Kisi pulling out the armchair of the main seat, under the gaze of more than a dozen people, he sat down unceremoniously. Lin glanced at them. Sit down, all of you. With Lin's permission, the foremen and captains of the workshops finally took their seats. Looking at the various foods laid out on the table, Lin spoke. Let's eat first. Lin didn't have the habit of saying a few words before meals. The speech in the dining hall earlier was just seizing the opportunity when everyone in the town was gathered. A dozen maids standing by began pouring drinks into their glazed cups. As the territory's steward and personal maid, Kisi naturally served Lin. When the drinks poured into the transparent glazed cup, Lin's eyebrows raised slightly. Perhaps it was the color of the glazed cup, or perhaps the candlelight on the dining table. The drink showed a golden color resembling shards of gold at the bottom of the transparent cup. A strong aroma of alcohol seeped into Lin's senses. With a thought, a string of information appeared before Lin. Distilled spirits. Non-toxic. Distilled from beer brewed by brewer Lex using barley. With a high alcohol content, rich aroma, and strong taste, suitable for drinking or medicinal use. After skimming over the information, Lin's gaze landed on Lex. Lex, is the golden liquor in the cup brewed by the brewing workshop you lead? As Lin spoke, some workshop foremen unfamiliar with the drink looked at their cups. The existence of the glazed cup had been apparent to them half an hour ago, but it was the first time they saw this golden liquor. With a smile, Lex explained, Yes, Master, it's distilled spirits obtained by repeatedly distilling beer. Its potency is at least 10 times that of beer. Listening to Lex's explanation, a hint of surprise appeared on Arello Collins and others' faces. As Caldy people, almost every adult drank, but due to limited income, they could only drink occasionally. They had never tasted liquor with potency 10 times that of beer. As Lin raised his glass, the workshop foreman followed suit, gently sipping the drink in their cups. A fiery sensation spread through their mouths, and, upon swallowing, a warmth surged straight to their stomachs. Even the chill within their bodies was instantly dispelled. In the cold winter, sipping such potent liquor, their eyes shone with brightness. Lin took a sip of the distilled spirits from the glazed cup and looked at Lex again. Has the distilled spirits been named? Lex quickly responded, Master, it hasn't been named yet. Since you are the master, and it was brewed according to your instructions, we're waiting for your decision. The few people dining were also curiously looking at Lin. After pondering for a few seconds, Lin said, Then let's call it Lex's Golden Bar. Listening to Lin's words, a look of astonishment appeared in everyone's eyes. Master Lin actually used Lex's name for this distilled spirits? Given the potency of this never-tasted distilled spirits, if it were delivered and spread out, it would surely attract the love of many, even noble lords. Lex's name would surely spread throughout Kakasong City, maybe even the entire Karidi Empire. More exaggerated, even the whole Garonia continent. In that case, it would be indeed significant. Lex was naturally aware of its significance. His heart began to race quickly. Lex promptly stood up, bowed deeply, and said, Thank you, my dear Master Lin. He still remembered, back then Master Lin's territory didn't even have a brewing workshop. Now, it could already produce highly alcoholic distilled spirits. Lin retracted his gaze, skewered a piece of fish, chewed, and continued his meal. Time was passing slowly. With the attendants serving, everyone finished dining. Lin, still seated at the main seat, swept his gaze around at everyone present. Finally, his gaze fell on Arello. Arello, if I need the blacksmith workshop to produce at least 40 sets of standard plate armor daily, what do I need to do for you? As they heard Master Lin discussing business, everyone sat up straight. Arello pondered for a few moments, then replied solemnly, Master, there are currently only 3 blacksmith workshops and only 600 apprentices to produce standard plate armor. Currently, only 30 sets of standard plate armor can be produced daily. To produce 40 sets daily, a few more ironworks furnaces, blacksmith workshops, and additional labor need to be added. Lin responded, How many more people, ironworks furnaces, and blacksmith workshops do you need? Arello furrowed his brow. After a few seconds, he said, 3 to 2 blacksmith workshops, 2 ironworks furnaces, and 400 blacksmith apprentices. They don't know how to forge standard plate armor. It doesn't matter. I can teach them. Lin nodded. I understand. I will do my best to fulfill your needs. Expanding the blacksmith workshops and increasing the production of standard plate armor is crucial to the safety of the entire territory. With more heavily armored soldiers, the survival rate of soldiers can be increased, as well as their combat strength. If there are tens of thousands of heavy cavalry, not only would they be intimidating in battle, but just standing in formation would cause countless forces to tremble. It could even achieve victory without fighting. Lin turned his gaze towards Colin. What is the main work of the woodworker workshop now? Colin's face showed determination, and he said steadily, Master, I am currently leading more than 300 workers in the papermaking workshop to produce paper. After division of roles and training, the papermaking workshop has entered the production process. Although the efficiency is somewhat slow with the continuous division of their roles, it will soon be able to produce on a large scale. Colin's words continued. The carpenter apprentices, under your arrangements, are processing railway sleepers in the wood workshop. Lin responded in kind and further asked, Once the papermaking workshop is adequately trained, you should select outstanding workers from similar roles as team leaders. Let team leaders manage the workers. The foreman will manage the team leaders, and they are responsible for their position's work. The hierarchical management model is clearly defined, allowing for detailed responsibilities and enabling workers to hone skills in their positions. Colin responded, Yes, Master. Lin continued speaking. Once appointed, quickly extract yourself. There are even more matters requiring your attention. Colin looked at Lin puzzled. Not just Colin, but even Arello Biola and Yamini all looked over. Lin said, Last night or early this morning, the Iron Blood Brotherhood attacked the city walls. Some were surprised, some curious. Those informed showed no change in expression. The 10-meter-high city walls, seemingly impregnable, standing like a natural barrier between the forests, but after this battle, I've noticed the walls' flaws. Colin furrowed his brow. Flaws. The city walls are too simple. They lack defensive equipment and secondary fortification behind the walls. The quality of the gate beneath the walls is good. Even amidst the bandits' constant destruction, there is only minor damage. That's because they were merely bandits and lacked qualified siege equipment, using only cross pickaxes and such. What about a formal army, with battering rams, siege towers, or catapults? Colin and the others fell silent. Lin continued speaking. Therefore, I plan to construct a Wang city behind the walls and design more effective large-scale defense mechanisms or siege equipment. All these will require your woodworker workshop to undertake the production later. Since the design needs to be more detailed, I'll come to you separately later. Colin responded, Yes, Master. After instructing Colin, Lin's gaze turned to Wesley. Instructor Wesley. Wesley's body instantly stood up straight, standing perfectly still. I am here, Master. Lin looked at Wesley and said, Sit down. In this city defense battle, you were responsible for leading and commanding the archers. Since Rose isn't here, why don't you share your feelings on the matter? Wesley sat down in the high-backed wooden chair. Without any hesitation, he spoke directly. My feelings are quite similar to what you said, Master. The defense tactics were single-minded. The soldiers lacked experience in city defense, and their physical condition was poor, unable to sustain long-term combat. The words were simple and clear, as if he had conducted a comprehensive review of the battle beforehand. Lin stared directly at Wesley, continuing to ask, Is there anything else? Wesley continued, There is a lack of information and effective intelligence. The major factor in defeating the invading enemy this time relied heavily on the city walls. If it were in the open wilderness outside the walls, the soldiers' casualties wouldn't have been just a few dozen. Lin acknowledged. Then how should we resolve this? Wesley spoke firmly. As for city defense, I think the master's ideas are very effective. The Wang city can organize a second defense after the enemy breaks through the first gate. Defense equipment is essential too. The lack of information can be addressed by sending scouts to the nearest towns to gather various intelligence and take preventive measures. In some mountainous paths, we can station some hidden sentries, patrols, watchtowers, beacon towers, and even outpost fortresses. The beacon towers can serve as a warning. Even if the enemy is dozens or hundreds of miles away, they can be clearly seen from the city walls. Outpost fortresses. If the enemy wants to advance deep, they must first deal with the outpost fortresses. The master can organize more armed forces to fortify the walls or summon reinforcements. Lin looked at Wesley appreciatively. These are indeed effective defense methods. However, given the current weather and the pace of territorial development, these plans can only be postponed for now. When the time comes to build watchtowers or outpost fortresses, we will need you, Wesley, to conduct an on-site survey and select locations. Wesley nodded quickly, a hint of joy in his words. Yes, master. As a household attendant with combat knowledge and experience, Wesley naturally hoped to be valued by the lord he was loyal to. Although Lin did not implement it immediately, considering the current situation, with extremely low temperatures, limited workforce, and difficulties in material transportation, postponing the plans was reasonable. The key was that his master had accepted his suggestions and explicitly stated that he would need him for the survey and location selection later. This was a great sign of trust in him. Lin turned, looking at the couple Biola of the pottery workshop. The glazed glass you produced, I have already taken out a portion as samples to give to Grayson, for him to take these samples to the markets of territories outside. If these are sought after by the external lord nobility, perhaps more merchants will come to the territory to exchange for glazed glass. Bio and Layla's eyebrows rose, and their faces revealed a look of surprise. Lin continued, At that time, everyone in your workshop will become busy, and the glazed glass you produce will help generate revenue for the territory. Later, I will think of ways to increase the workforce for your workshop. Bio and Layla responded quickly. Thank you, Master Lin. Lin nodded, then looked at the group of squad leaders, instructed them for a while, and then said, By the way, the castle construction is now complete. Starting tomorrow, you can bring your families and move into the castle area. The castle area, covering more than 3,000 square meters, with 3 layers, can comfortably house a population of at least 200 or 300 people. Moreover, only by having them bring their families to live in the castle can Lin arrange personnel better to take care of them. Listening to Lin's words, the people on both sides of the dining table showed a bit of surprise. Like Red, they never imagined that one day they would live in a castle. The Arello group stood one after another, bowing to Lin, with respectful words ringing out. Lin nodded, dismissing them. The maids cleaned up, and the wide hall once again fell into silence. Unlike the darkness and cold outside the castle, anthracite burning strongly in the castle fireplaces and oil lamps along the wall edges emitted bright light, illuminating the entire hall. Lin sat in an armchair, enjoying the comforting warmth. This was both a banquet and a pre-planned layout for the future development of the territory. He was telling these workshop foremen and the officers responsible for guarding the territory what the territory would do next, allowing them to have an advanced plan in mind. The night gradually deepened. The temperature outside the castle dropped further, reaching -4 or 5 degrees directly. After giving some instructions, Lin returned to the master bedroom, lay down on the spacious bed, and gradually fell asleep. A caravan of carriages sped along the muddy road between fields. The cold night wind rustled the long robes of the followers. Despite their wearing thick woolen clothes, the unshielded horseback ride quickly stripped them of warmth. Their bodies shook uncontrollably. In the carriage behind them, Aiden was well protected by the door and furnishings and had 2 graceful maids clinging tightly to his side, covered by a fine, exquisite lamb wool blanket. The man, wrapped in layers of fat, even had the leisure to play with the maids beside him. His right arm draped over a maid's shoulder, while his descending right hand continuously stroked and kneaded. Aiden was in a good mood. Due to the breach of contract by the Storm Mercenary Corps, who took money but did not complete their task, he extorted the Mercenary Guild of Kakasong City. Aiden knew well that the guild's sudden respect was because he was a vassal to Marquis Ducas. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly pocket all the gold pounds and even receive 20% in breach compensation. The most crucial thing was, Aiden heard from merchants traveling between Bordeaux City and Kakasong City. Bandits near Morgantown were rampant, a fact known now to Marquis Ducas, intending to send elite cavalry for bandit suppression near Morgantown. For Aiden, this was extraordinarily good news. If the bandit corps looting his villages could be wiped out, then he could continue recruiting from Morgantown or other towns, hiring more free people, and continue cultivating his fields. Compared to selling agricultural product profits, he only needed to provide 1 penny a day to hire large numbers of free people farmers. Merely 1 penny does not require providing food, lodging, or accommodations for them, allowing them to work at least 10 hours. This almost free labor was Aiden's favorite, especially since this kind of labor was everywhere. Thinking of this, Aiden's mood became even brighter, almost ready to jump at the opportunity. But seeing the brightened 3-story mansion ahead, Aiden abandoned his intention to gallop on horseback. The cavalry arrived at the manor's gates. With the help of the 2 maids, Aiden descended the carriage and entered the manor. Following behind was Ackerman, watching Aiden's persistent hand kneading rhythmically on a maid's ample form. Ackerman's mouth slightly lifted, asking, "Master, shall I keep vigil for you tonight?" His words barely finished before Aiden quickly refused. "No need. You've been working hard after days of traveling. Rest early tonight." Ackerman halted his steps, bowing. "Yes, master." Aiden's humming voice echoed. Witnessing Aiden ascend the stairs and disappear at the corner, only then did Ackerman retract his gaze. He turned to the dozen followers behind, assigned guards according to the leader's arrangement. Despite winter, master's safety must not be neglected. As for the others, you may rest first. Hearing Ackerman's instructions, the followers swiftly bowed in response. "Yes, Chief Attendant Ackerman." Ackerman nodded. "I will inspect the perimeter myself. No need to follow." None of the aides dared to protest. Ackerman advanced into the manor's first floor. Although it was late, torches and oil lamps still cast bright light throughout the hallway. Ackerman's gaze continually scanned the surroundings. Confirming no abnormalities, he ascended the stairs to the second floor, still scanning around. The second floor of the manor housed Aiden's family and maids. After a thorough inspection, Ackerman carefully stepped to a double-door entrance. He slightly tilted his head. The door, supposed to be shut, still had an accessible crack as he guessed. Ackerman's eyebrow lifted abruptly, swiftly scanning his surroundings. Ensuring no one witnessed him, he gently opened the door to minimize friction sound. Entering the dark room past the door, he slowly closed and locked it. Turning his body, Ackerman's gaze searched swiftly. Within seconds, his eyes landed upon a figure curled under the wool blanket on the large bed. The blanket's thickness notably accentuated the figure's plumpness below. Ackerman unconsciously swallowed, stepping towards. Disrobing, Ackerman slid under the coarse woolen covers. As Ackerman's right hand moved, a warmth filled his grasp. Lying behind the plump woman, Ackerman whispered softly, "Madam, we have the whole night this time." As he spoke, Ackerman's right hand began to roam. A seductive and predictable woman's voice trembled slightly, compared to the cold and desolate outside the mansion. The interior, whether on the second or third floor, was filled with warmth and debauchery. 3 days passed by swiftly. Under Kesey's scouting, after consuming a nutritious breakfast, Lynn stepped out of the castle. Despite today's temperature still hovering around 0 degrees, the weather is good, with occasional glimpses of sunlight through gaps in the clouds. At the entrance of the castle, Colin, with his hands crossed and tucked into the sleeves at his sides, was waiting. His gaze occasionally glanced behind the castle gate, and upon seeing Lynn, he quickly stepped forward to greet him. Standing in front of Lynn, Colin spoke with great respect. "Good morning, sir." Lynn responded, "Good morning. In 3 days, the timber needed for the construction of the wooden double track has been felled. The processing efficiency is somewhat slow, but we can process while starting the construction." Colin nodded in agreement. As Lynn and Colin walked toward the edge of the town, Lynn explained some elements of constructing the wooden double-track minecart. Before track laying, the track route needs to be planned. Ideally, the route should be on flat or gently sloped terrain to reduce the effort and risk during minecart operation. Before laying the track, you also need to level and compact the ground. Clear obstacles and debris on the ground to ensure a solid and stable foundation for the track. Once the base preparations are complete, the next step is laying the track sleepers. According to Lynn's memory and knowledge obtained from processing sleeper rails, the sleeper spacing of 1 meter is fully sufficient. This ensures both the load-bearing capacity of the track and the smooth passage of the minecart. Once the sleepers are laid, the next step is to install the railwood. Lynn had the wood workshop process the timber into rail wood with a width of 10 centimeters and a thickness of 5 centimeters. The processed rail wood is laid on the sleepers, then secured using iron nails or strips. To be qualified rail wood, ensure its smoothness and flatness for the minecart to pass through smoothly. The most crucial part of track laying is the connection and maintenance of the track, because Lynn intended to create a rotationally transportable double track. The double track can avoid manpower waste during direction reversal, but similarly, at curved turns and junctions, iron blocks are needed for fabrication. Otherwise, the edges of the wooden track are susceptible to cracking or chipping, which can cause derailing of the minecart and lead to accidents. After Lynn completed his explanation, he and Colin arrived at the open square in front of the town. Over 400 townsmen drafted by Lynn from the logging site were waiting. Seeing Lynn, their eyes lit up as they paid attention. The task now was to select the route for building the wooden track from the town to the open-air coal mine. After inspecting the townsmen, Lynn continued walking along the lime road. He had already decided beforehand. The wooden track would be built directly a few meters beside the lime road leading to the open-air coal mine. This would ensure future material transportation and provide a backup using the lime road in case of minecart issues. Lynn organized 200 townsmen into a long line, walking on the cultivated land. He had them use their feet to feel for unevenness and depressions in the soil. Upon discovering uneven or sunken ground, they would use iron hoes and iron shovels for repairs and leveling, adding soil for compaction. While this process would damage tens of acres of already cultivated barley land. To expedite the construction of the wooden track, compromises had to be made. This was an inevitable dilemma. After several hours, 400 townsmen traversed less than a third of the cultivated land. Beyond the cultivated land was the most challenging part, a vast expanse of uncleared and undeveloped wasteland. These townsmen had to clear weeds, obstacles, and debris from the ground, and also work on leveling the terrain. Fortunately, Lynn had anticipated this. He had already dispatched 400 townsmen for road repairs ahead of time. The 20-mile journey would require a week to 10 days just for road repairs alone. Lynn divided the 400 townsmen into work groups. The first batch of 150 was responsible for clearing a strip of open land about 4 meters wide. The second batch of 50 was tasked with handling tree roots, stones, and other debris on the ground. The third batch of 150 focused on identifying uneven terrain and using tools for repairs. The remaining 50 townsmen Lynn had directly in charge of transporting materials required for leveling and repairing the ground. With Lynn's division of labor, efficiency significantly improved, because clearing work is much simpler than leveling the ground. In less than an hour, 200 people had pulled far ahead of the group working on ground repairs. This doesn't affect anything. Even if they clear the open land ahead of time, Lynn will reassign them to join the ground repair team. Given the limited amount of labor available now, they couldn't be left idle. Lynn supervised the townsmen's land repairs for 2 hours, ensuring they understood the requirements. Lynn handed over the supervisory duties to Coney and then returned to the wood workshop. Arriving at the wood workshop, Lynn asked a guard to call Garcia over. Citing Garcia with leaves in his hair, Lynn said, "I will leave 200 people to continue felling trees for you. You can organize their tree felling using my previous division of labor method, or distribute them according to your plans. However, I need the logging site to produce at least 200 logs every day. Is there a problem?" Standing in front of Lynn, Garcia quickly responded, "No problem, Master Lynn." Lynn looked at Garcia in surprise. "Aren't you worried about not completing it?" Garcia showed a simple smile. Not worried, master. If it can't be completed, we'll work overtime and get it done eventually. Lin looked approvingly at Garcia. All over Garcia, there was a rustic simplicity. Lin nodded and said, "You can keep the woodcutters you want, and I will redeploy the remaining 400 people elsewhere." Garcia did not hesitate. "Master, I'll gather them right away." 400 slightly breathless townsmen stood before Lin. He scanned them and said straightforwardly, "From now on, you don't need to chop wood temporarily. I will first assign you to the construction of wooden tracks." 400 townsmen showed no surprise or complaints. Lin continued, "Now, I need you to transport all the processed sleepers to the edge of the limestone road at the front of the town. Stack 100 sleepers every 50 meters. Can this task be achieved?" Listening to Master Lin's question, the townsmen replied in unison. Lin nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. Group in pairs, start moving now." Upon receiving Master Lin's command, the 400 townsmen self-organized into pairs, orderly heading behind the wood workshop to begin the transportation work. The dimensions of the sleepers are 2 meters long, 20 centimeters wide, and 20 centimeters thick. Because they weren't dried, each sleeper weighed at least over 150 pounds. 2 people carrying it together on their shoulders was just right. One processed sleeper after another was carried by the townsmen to 4 or 5 miles away. Lin had also thought of using a draft horse or oxen for transport, but soon he discarded this idea. The number of draft horses was limited, almost all used for transporting coal and salt mines. There were no spare draft horses to transport these sleepers and track wood. Oxen were even less feasible. Having already gone through a season of autumn plowing, coupled with the cold weather, oxen were prone to cold and infectious diseases. This was the time when the oxen most needed to recuperate. Moreover, it was already January. Spring was not far away, and Lin needed these oxen to maintain their condition and vitality to continue plowing more arable land for him. Using manual labor, there was no need to consider so much. When it's hot, they will take off their clothes on their own. When it's cold, they can warm up through work. After a tiring day, after a night's rest, they are lively again tomorrow. Lin never even had to consider the issues of holidays and overtime pay. He only needed to provide daily food, which was enough. For these townsmen, working 996 felt like a blessing. Pushing down the random thoughts in his mind, Lin mingled among the crowd and went again to the townsmen refining the track surface. Seeing the townsmen still busy working in the fields, Lin couldn't help but click his tongue. 3 hours had passed, and only over 500 meters of ground had been leveled. To level 20 or so miles of road was indeed a large project. Lin stepped into the open area, took an iron hoe from one of the townsmen, and started to swing it. The protruding soil needed to be removed and then filled into the nearby sunken earth and compacted repeatedly with the back of the iron hoe. The work wasn't complicated, but it required enough patience for repetitive action. For Lin, laboring was a good way to exercise his mindset. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Bit by bit, the experience was increasing. Seeing their lord working so diligently, the townsmen around were full of admiration. The speed at which they swung their hoes and crossed pickaxes increased. The sky, initially still bright, gradually became gloomy. The temperature also dropped more and more, under the high-intensity labor of continually swinging iron hoes. Both Lin and the townsmen were all feeling hot. If this could continue, there wouldn't be an issue. Once they stopped, the loss of body heat would easily lead to catching a cold. Lin stood up straight, glancing at today's progress. In a day's time, they managed to level less than 1,000 meters. It was indeed a bit slow, but Lin understood it could only be done gradually. Watching the gradually fading daylight, handing the iron hoe to a nearby townsman, Lin stepped onto the limestone road, called out to the crowd, "Stop work, return to the town." Upon Lin's words, the townsmen's faces were full of joy. Nearby guards spread out, conveying Lin's order. Lin walked among the crowd, heading back toward the town together. 10 minutes later, everyone returned to the town as the sky darkened further. The days of winter always seemed to pass quickly. If you didn't check outdoors for a moment, the sky would already be completely dark. Lin was about to return to the castle when Red's reminder voice sounded. "Master, there's a carriage convoy." Lin heard this and turned to look. Under the gloomy sky, he saw a dozen carriages proceeding along the lime road. A string of armored soldiers mounted on horses and holding winged spears surrounded the convoy front and back. The townsmen, just finishing work, chose to stay clear upon seeing these soldiers. Thus, the convoy appeared somewhat abrupt on the lime road. A group separated from the convoy and stopped at the open square. At the front, a striking figure leaped off a horse and, cat-like, gingerly made her way towards Lin. A snow-white mink cloak draped down her back, while the pale yellow fine wool tight suit traced her figure elegantly. Even in such a cold winter, Carrie spared no effort in flaunting her impressive figure. A snowy valley marked her cleavage, while her fair, straight, slightly curvy long legs were clad in knee-high pale yellow leather boots. The boots' edges were adorned with tufts of fur, evidently lined for warmth. As she approached Lin, noticing his gaze sweeping over her, Carrie showed a smug smile. In a soft tone, Carrie said, "Master Lin, long time no see, have you missed me?" After glancing at Carrie a few times, Lin calmly replied, "Of course." Carrie raised a brow, slightly surprised, but the next moment, she looked wistful in her eyes. "Compared to the goods you brought, I naturally miss Miss Carrie more." While appearing to care about her, every word revolved around the goods. Carrie couldn't help but begin to doubt herself. Her beauty, her figure, really held no charm for Lin. Just as she was about to speak, Lin had already moved to walk behind her. Lin's voice followed. "Miss Carrie, what kind of goods did you bring me this time?" Lin's gaze scanned the almost fully loaded carriages concealed under linen oilcloth. Carrie reluctantly dispelled the stray thoughts, revealing a confident smile. "Master Lin, I've brought all grain and food. 50,000 pounds of barley, 10,000 pounds of wheat." Lin nodded in satisfaction. "Good. I'll take all these goods." "Name your price, Miss Carrie." In terms of storable grain, Lin always greeted it eagerly, even willing to buy at high prices. Carrie didn't think too much, simply said, "At market price is fine. Wheat 1 penny a pound, barley 1 penny 5 pounds. Calculated, that would be." Lin continued, "Exchange for fine salt. I can offer you 3,400 pounds of fine salt." Carrie pondered for 2 seconds. Strictly speaking, these grains could only exchange for 3,330 pounds of fine salt. But evidently, Lin gave her an extra few dozen pounds. Carrie looked at Lin with satisfaction. "Very good price. Thank you for your generosity, Master Lin." With Lin and Carrie agreeing on the price, George, standing by, directed the townsmen to begin unloading. Carrie glanced at the unloading townsmen and the gradually dimming sky. Carrie hesitantly looked towards Lin. "I have a presumptuous request to bother you with, Master Lin." Lin nodded, waiting for her to continue. Carrie continued, "Master Lin, may I reside on your territory for one night?" She had weathered several sleepless nights from Kasong City to Lin's territory. In nights so cold, even a few more are hard for Carrie to endure. Not only herself, her guards and carriage convoy would also be affected. The hesitation stems from never having stayed overnight on someone's territory. Lin gave Carrie a surprising glance. He remembered inviting her last time, but she refused. Lin nodded, "Of course you may. If Miss Carrie doesn't mind, you can stay in the castle." With Lin's prompt reply, Carrie displayed a playful smile. "You mean, your bed is big and soft?" Lin shifted the tone. "Then stay at the Merchant Guild Hall. There are rooms specifically for hosting traveling merchants." Carrie couldn't help but roll her eyes and clench her teeth. How could Lin find her unappealing? Nonetheless, this made Carrie feel more at ease. With George assigned to further arrangements, Lin led Carrie toward the nearby castle. Walking along, Carrie's gaze scanned the surroundings. Compared to previous haste, she now had more time to observe Lin's territory. Neatly laid out red brick houses, consecutive workshop zones, townsmen finishing labor, heading along red brick roads toward the distant cafeteria. Cheerful voices constantly echoed in the town, adding warmth and liveliness to the typically desolate winter. Acadia River stood with a succession of water wheels. On the river, a fleet of cargo boats approached the dock, ready for landing. In the distance, under the nightfall, lay expanses of cultivated farmland. Amid such scenery, Carrie's initially ecstatic mood gradually began to quieten. Compared to other cities and territories, Lin's territory evoked warmth and peace within Carrie. In contrast to the bustling world outside, it felt like a paradise here. A strange thought emerged in Carrie's mind. It might not be bad to spend her remaining days here. However, Carrie knew as long as the Brown clan's family rules exist, she would forever remain Brown clan's member, never able to escape Brown clan. She attains Audrey Brown's resolve and strength. Carrie withdrew her gaze, now brought into the castle under Lin's lead. Passing through Wong City, the group arrived at the second-floor reception hall. Kisi stepped forward. "Master, dinner is prepared. Shall we dine now?" Lin nodded. "We have a guest. Prepare an extra set of tableware." Kisi raised a brow, tilting her head slightly for a glance. That tumultuous whiteness immediately invaded her sight. A familiar figure, a familiar face. However, Kisi promptly bowed. "Certainly, master. I'll do it right away." Kisi bowed and withdrew. Carrie eyed Kisi with a playful gaze. Ever sensitive to women's emotional shifts, Carrie instantly detected a subtle change in Kisi's expression. Lin wouldn't prefer such a flat-chested, flat-bottomed woman, would he? Lin took Carrie and sat in front of the fireplace burning anthracite. The heat emitted, the comfortable temperature, made Carrie's cheeks show a flush of red. Sitting in the leather chair, Carrie stretched lazily, the white curves in front of her gently swaying. She couldn't help but sigh. "I should have known not to go to Triumph City. In weather like this, it's most comfortable to curl up at home and roast by the fire." Lin raised an eyebrow and asked, "Miss Carrie, did you go to Triumph City?" Carrie didn't think much before continuing. "Yes, Una, the daughter of Mitchell Carolyn, held her coming-of-age ceremony, and as a trade partner of the Karidi Empire royal family, naturally, I was invited to attend. And I am the most easygoing and talkative among my siblings." Saying this, Carrie glanced at Lin. "Just so happened that I had just come to the Karidi Empire and had quite a good relationship with Una when I was young, so it became me who attended Una's coming-of-age ceremony." Lin nodded, without continuing to inquire further. With the topic opened, Carrie couldn't help but sigh. "There are so many nobles and great lords in Kaldi, but unfortunately, I can't be everywhere at once. Otherwise, with my wisdom, I'd ruthlessly earn gold pounds from them. Now the weather has turned cold again. Perhaps in a while, the river in the Gibraltar Strait will freeze, making it even harder for long ships to pass." As Carrie spoke, footsteps sounded from not far away. Lin turned to look, only to see Kisi walking over with a bottle of wine and 2 wine glasses. In the transparent, glazed bottle, gold-colored wine swayed gently. It was the distilled spirits produced by Lexus Distillation. Kisi sensibly placed the wine glasses on the coffee table and poured wine for Lin and Carrie. The rich aroma of alcohol wafted into Carrie's nose and mouth, pausing her words as she turned to look. Such fragrant wine. Carrie picked up the wine glass and looked at it for a few moments, with no reservation, smelling it before her rosy lips. Soon after, she parted her rosy lips and sipped, leaving a red mark on the glazed cup. Carrie's eyes widened, full of surprise. She looked at Lin, her words full of curiosity as she asked, "Master Lin, what kind of wine is this? It's so strong." The wine flowed down her throat, as hot as magma, warm and fiery, yet without a hint of sting to the nose. Lin calmly replied, "Lexus gin, distilled from my brewing workshop. Does it taste nice?" After drinking an entire cup of gin, Carrie nodded and said, "Very nice. Absolutely nice. I just love drinking strong wine, riding fierce horses. Compared to your Lexus gin, some of the wines at Una's coming-of-age ceremony were plainly like water, bland and tasteless." Carrie looked at Kisi, signaling her to pour another glass. Kisi instantly understood and thoughtfully poured more gin for her. Watching Carrie eagerly tasting again, Lin reminded, "Drink less. The gin is quite high in alcohol content, easy to get drunk." With a gulp, Carrie flashed a smile. "Master Lin, you may not yet know my drinking capacity, but it doesn't matter. Let me introduce you. I have a great record of drinking everyone under the table at a tavern in the Elfini Empire. I have always drunk wine as if it were water." Finishing her words, Carrie once more extended the hand holding the wine glass towards Kisi. Lin slightly raised an eyebrow, glanced at Kisi, letting her keep pouring for Carrie. Under the glow of anthracite and oil lamps, like a golden liquid, it flowed from the glazed bottle mouth, drawing a brief arc in midair, falling into Carrie's wine glass. With 3 cups down, Lynn could clearly see Carrie's fair and delicate face growing increasingly red. It could even be described as rosy red glowing through white. A sturdy female guard stared straight at this scene. Though a bit concerned about Carrie's condition, realizing it was her master Carrie who requested to drink. Everything at present seemed still normal. The female guard could only choose to wait quietly. Lynn picked up the wine glass, drank a sip, the familiar warmth of gin flowing into his body. Putting down the wine glass, Lynn looked at Carrie. If Miss Carrie likes it so much, when you leave, I can gift some gin for Miss Carrie to take. Listening to Lynn's words, Carrie, her face reddened, eyes shone brightly. Master Lynn, I am so grateful. Compared to that woman Yuna, you are indeed generous. It's been years since we last met. I made great efforts to go to Triumph City to celebrate her birthday, even gifting her a present. When I left, that awful woman didn't even send me off. Directly had her personal guard tell me she was too busy, couldn't spare the time. Lynn said nothing, quietly listening. Carrie continued speaking. How could I not know what she's busy with? Busy finding a husband to gain military support for her father Mitchell. The female guard behind noticed Carrie was speaking more and more. She stepped forward to Carrie's side, bending her leather-armored body, reminding, Miss, you've drunk a bit too much. Carrie, upon hearing, somewhat displeased, replied, Nonsense, I've only had 3 glasses. It's not easy to find a good listener. Can I vent a little? The female guard showed a hint of embarrassment, apologized, then stepped back a few paces and continued to stand guard from behind. Lynn smiled indifferently. It seems that Miss Carrie indeed has an extraordinary relationship with Princess Yuna. Carrie shifted her body on the leather chair and leaned against the backrest. It's not bad. During the banquet, she even asked me, if I were her, which faction I would choose. Lynn raised an eyebrow, looking at Carrie. After moving slightly, Carrie folded her arms in front of her. With her arms embracing, the snow white in front of her seemed about to spill out. Carrie comfortably curled up in the chair and continued speaking. But both she and I know, even if she has a favorite man, this marriage is not something she can decide. You could say, from the moment she was born, her fate has always been imprisoned by the Carolingian royal family. Carrie's speech suddenly paused. As if deeply empathetic, her expression slightly darkened. Lynn picked up the glazed glass beside him and reached it toward Carrie. Carrie raised an eyebrow, picked up her glass, and lightly clinked it against Lynn's. The crisp sound of glass touching echoed between them. Lynn withdrew his arm and finished his drink in one swift motion. Carrie did the same. As the wine went down, Carrie's mood seemed to improve. She pondered for a moment before continuing. That banquet, said to be Yuna's coming-of-age ceremony, was actually about choosing her a husband. Of course, it was also about taking sides in the imperial power struggle. Lynn still did not speak. What surprised me, though, was that 2 of the 3 great dukes of the Caridi Empire chose to side with Mitchell Carolyn. The most powerful of the 3 great dukes, the Duke of Red Dragon, chose Caesar Carolyn. Plus, both sides have their great merchants and other forces. The power struggle between Mitchell and Caesar is only a matter of time. Carrie's recount bore little difference from the intelligence he had heard. A thought flashed through Lynn's mind, and he inquired of Carrie, Miss Carrie, did you see Marquis Duca at the banquet? Carrie's eyes moved slightly as she recalled. Are you referring to Marquis Mark Duca, Master Lynn? Carrie pondered for a few seconds. I did see him. He is indeed very young. If I remember correctly, he should be the youngest Marquis since the Caridi Empire's independence from the Elfini Empire, right? Lynn nodded. Perhaps. Carrie continued. However, even if Marquis Duca is the youngest Marquis of the Caridi Empire, with the existence of the 2 great dukes, it's unlikely he can get ahead. After all, Mitchell values military strength, not age. Isn't that right? Carrie once again lifted the glass Kesey had filled and downed it in one go. As the wine slowly went down her throat, her face was filled with satisfaction. Carrie suddenly remembered something and said, I almost forgot, Master Lynn. I heard the bandits in your area have been rampant, attacking over a dozen villages and a small town. Marquis Duca has already sent troops to these borderlands to suppress the bandits. They've already set off, and if all goes well, they could arrive within 7 or 8 days. Upon hearing this, Lynn's heart sank instantly. Marquis Duca sent troops to suppress bandits near Morgantown? The Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps have already been completely wiped out by him. What could Marquis Duca's cavalry do upon arriving at Morgantown? A vague sense of crisis enveloped Lynn. The army must be expanded. More soldiers must be recruited. More heavily armored soldiers must be acquired. Carrie slowly stood up, saying, "Thank you for your hospitality, Master Lynn. I will return to the Trade Association's hall to rest now then." Lynn stood up. "Miss Carrie, you're too polite." After bidding Lynn farewell, with the female guard supporting her, Carrie headed towards the stairs. Watching Carrie's silhouette disappear around the corner, Lynn gave up on asking her about the size of Marquis Duca's army. Turning his gaze back, seated again in the armchair, Lynn began to think quickly. Marquis Duca's cavalry army is on its way to Morgantown. Whether the purpose is to suppress bandits or something else, it imposes tremendous pressure on him. His good brother Mark Duca had seen his face before. If Mark Duca knew he was still alive, he certainly wouldn't hesitate to redirect the army to invade the territory and kill him again. How should he respond to the imminent arrival of Marquis Duca's army? Lynn fell into contemplation. Carrie and the female guard walked along the red brick road towards the Market District's Trade Association Hall. Carrie's steps were somewhat unsteady, but thanks to the female guard's support, things were still smooth. Upon arriving at the Trade Association Hall and entering the room George had arranged for them on the second floor, Carrie's drunkenness instantly vanished. The female guard beside her understandingly released her arm. Gazing at the burning anthracite in the fireplace, Carrie seemed to have made some kind of decision. She turned her head to look at the female guard and said, "Rhea, leave this territory tomorrow and return to the Brown clan." The female guard called Rhea promptly bent over. "Yes, Mississippi." The instructions were completed. Carrie's gaze shifted and looked through the glazed glass window of the trading hall towards the distant darkness. She couldn't hear any sounds. There was no light at all. Yet it was like an abyss, wanting to swallow this territory whole. In such a cold winter, Carrie could easily have returned to the Brown clan immediately after attending Yuna's coming-of-age ceremony. But she didn't do that. She instead changed direction and came to this southern borderland of the Karidi Empire, Lynn's territory. Carrie could clearly feel that a massive war was about to engulf the entire Karidi Empire. Perhaps even such a borderland as Lynn's might find it hard to escape. As for why she went to the trouble of delivering this intelligence to Lynn, Carrie herself couldn't say why. It felt as if she didn't want this piece of pure land like an earthly paradise to be invaded by war and turned into ruins. Or perhaps because she didn't want to see Lynn crushed under the wheels of war. But Carrie also understood that this was all she could do. All the food had already been unloaded and stored in the kitchen warehouse. The fine salt exchanged to Carrie was also loaded onto the wagon, along with 100 pounds of Lex's gin. Carrie mounted her horse, pulling the snow-white cloak behind her, wrapping her body within. She revealed a smile. "Master Lynn, the bed at the trading hall slept very comfortably. If possible, please keep my room reserved." Lynn answered with a smile, "Of course." Carrie nodded with satisfaction. "Then I'll leave first. When spring comes tomorrow, I'll bring a large amount of goods to your territory." With a wave of Carrie's hand, she urged her steed to turn in the direction of the limestone road outside the town. Carrie's guards and more than a dozen wagons followed closely behind. Watching Carrie leave in the distance, Lynn stepped forward and walked outside the town. In his mind, he was still contemplating how to deal with the approaching Ducas army. The sense of crisis still enveloped him. But soon, Lynn felt at ease. The soldiers will block the water, and the soil will cover. Now, he only needed to continue to develop and grow, which was the best way to respond. The road leveling was still ongoing, and the transportation of sleepers and rail timbers was also continuing. Under Colin's direction, he already drew 200 people from the 400 transporting townspeople, trying to build wooden tracks. Each sleeper is measured with hemp rope to ensure a 1-meter size for even placement. This ensured the sleepers and rail timbers evenly bore the weight of the ore-loaded mining carts. Uneven areas were reinforced with stones and mud clumps for fine-tuning. The laying process was not complicated. and after laying a few dozen more, the townspeople gained experience and could lay more sleepers on their own. These townspeople hadn't been educated, but they weren't unintelligent. It's just that they couldn't complete tasks they'd never seen before with divergent thinking. After inspecting around, Lin joined the track laying. He compacted the soil to lay the sleepers smoothly on the ground, and then used nails, stripes, and stakes to secure them, to ensure the sleepers did not wobble. A sleeper would be completed. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. The experience for construction continued to increase. Lin stopped and stepped onto the limestone road beside him. While brushing off the wood shavings on him, he took deep breaths of the cold air. One cloud after another spouted from his mouth. Even though he breathed in the cold air, Lin didn't feel any chill. Instead, the cold air made his overheated body feel extremely comfortable. Looking at the townspeople still busily working, they could now skillfully begin laying sleepers. Lin nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Colin, not far away. Colin, who was supervising the townspeople, happened to notice Lin's gaze and walked over. Colin bent slightly, speaking respectfully, "Master." Lin responded with a sound and said, "Let them continue the laying work. There are other tasks your woodworker workshop district needs to produce." Colin pondered for 2 seconds and said, "Master, you mean producing mining carts?" Lin nodded. "Yes, mining carts. Hand-powered mining carts. With the current production and forging level in the town, they could only make mining carts with hand-crank transmissions." Lin led Colin and 100 woodworker workshop apprentices back to the town's woodworker workshop. Just as they arrived at the handicraft workshop district, Irello happened to lead 2 blacksmith apprentices to join Lin's team. Irello glanced at Lin and the team behind him and hesitantly asked, "Master, is this going to?" Lin glanced at Irello and said, "Next, the woodworker workshop will start making hand-powered mining carts, and the blacksmith workshop will need to assist. Parts such as the mining cart's frame are naturally made by the woodworker workshop, but the mining cart's wheels, axles, and transmission need to be forged and produced by the blacksmith shop." Listening to Master Lin's explanation, Irello had no more unnecessary words. They followed behind Lin and entered the woodworker workshop. They arrived at a workbench for processing wood panels, where Lin held an iron saw in his right hand, using both his left hand and foot to fix the wood panel. As Lin pulled the iron saw with his right hand, the sound of the vibrating saw blade echoed. Stream after stream of sawdust fell from the saw's opening, landing on the ground. The fragrance of raw wood also dispersed into the air. Production experience, +1. Production experience, +1. Knowledge and memories about hand-drawn mining cart production emerged rapidly in Lin's mind and fused quickly. Under the gaze of Colin and Irello, Lin completed the preliminary processing of the wood pieces. Then, using the iron planer, he performed a meticulous secondary processing on the wood panels. Only smooth and flat wood panels can guarantee accurate thickness and precision during nailing. After all the detailed processing of the wood panels was completed, Lin picked up the iron chisel on the workbench and started precisely chiseling mortise and tenon joints on the edges of the wood panels, preparing in advance for the subsequent assembly and joining of the frame. Amid Lin's continuous busy efforts, he began assembling the wood strips and panels with completed mortise and tenon joints. Starting from the bottom frame of the cart, using the iron hammer for incessant pounding. Production experience, +1. More and more production knowledge surfaced in Lin's mind. But Lin did not stop, continuing to assemble and construct the mining cart's frame. A fully assembled mining cart frame appeared before everyone's eyes. The frame was approximately 1.5 meters long, 1 meter wide, and equally 1 meter high. Under a full load of coal, this cart can hold at least 2,000 pounds of coal. However, due to the wood material and wooden track, combined with the hand drawing of 2 workers working together, a mining cart's load capacity is only about 1,500 pounds at most. Such a load capacity indeed was no different from that of a horse-drawn cart. But the number of draft horses is limited. If he just teaches Colin how to build mining carts, there will be countless mining carts similar to horse-drawn carts to transport ores or other goods. A guard holding paper and a feather pen hurried into the woodworker workshop, handing it to Red. Red accepted it and walked up to Lin, reminding him, "Master, the items you needed have arrived." Lin glanced at it. "Place it on the vacant workbench." Without any hesitation, Red placed it on a workbench behind him. Lin stepped over and sat in front of the workbench. With paper full of wood grains spread out, Lin picked up the feather pen nearby and began writing on the paper. Behind him, Irello and Colin exchanged a glance and stepped up behind Lin. Watching their master Lin, his right hand roamed over the paper, leaving one illustration and lines of text and numbers. Both people's eyes widened involuntarily. Although neither Irello nor Colin could read, their master Lin clearly took this into account. Using various methods, he annotated the symbols that they could understand. With Lin's right hand moving like a wandering dragon, a completed and delicate hand-drawn mining cart gradually formed on the paper. Lin spared no expense in manpower and resources to build the value of a papermaking workshop, which was evident. As long as he sketches out all the drawings for the hand-drawn mining cart, marked with the precise dimensions of each component. Future woodworker craftsmen, just by understanding the writing, can learn how to make the hand-drawn mining cart from this drawing. The drawing can be sent directly to Tate's school, where detailed analysis and teaching will begin. It's not just the production of hand-drawn mining carts. Forging armor, making wool plows, water wheels, and so on can all be portrayed and recorded on paper. Only in this way can these advanced technologies spread throughout Lin's entire territory. By nightfall, the hand-drawn mining cart drawings were completed. Lin stood up from his wooden chair and couldn't help but stretch. Turning around, he looked at the shocked faces of Irello and Colin and said, "Hand-drawn mining cart drawings." A hand-drawn mining cart requires several components, wooden and iron, requiring your two workshops to collaborate. Wooden frames, hand-drawn handles, and wooden wheel spokes, etc. are to be made by Colin and his apprentices. Wheel hubs, axles, simple transmission chains, etc. are to be produced by Irello and his apprentices. Colin and Irello exchanged a glance and said in a deep voice, "No problems." Lin responded, "If there's anything unclear, feel free to find me. Then, you may begin." Colin and Irello hurriedly bowed. "Yes, master." Lin glanced at them once more, then exited the woodworker workshop under the eye-watching farewell of several apprentices. His annotations were detailed down to the quantity and placement of each iron nail. If Colin and Irello still couldn't manage the production, they could certainly be sent to Guy's farm to raise pigs. Walking along the streets of the small town, Lin swept his gaze around the surroundings. Due to the increasingly cold weather, he had Kesey issue his orders. All work shifts have been changed to 9 in the morning till 5 in the evening. Almost before dusk, the townsmen can finish their work and return to the town to enjoy the leisure after labor. As soon as the order was issued, Lin noticed that the loyalty of all the townsmen increased again. The loyalty of a vast majority of the townsmen had already reached over 95%. With the reverent gazes of the townsmen on both sides, Lin headed towards the direction of the castle. The sky grew darker, and the day passed quickly. While walking, Lin opened the weather forecast panel. Seeing the lowest temperature displayed as 0 degrees on the panel, Lin couldn't help but frown. In 3 days, there would be freezing and snowy weather. It would last for half a month. For the Karidi Empire with its temperate oceanic climate, such weather is considered harsh. If the temperature drops further, it will severely impact the winter barley that has been planted. The moisture in the seedlings freezes, the ice crystals expand, causing the stems of the seedlings to become damaged or even die from frostbite. This will severely affect the harvest of winter barley in July and August. However, Lin thought from another perspective. Isn't this for him, unfortunately, good news? In bad weather, with ice and snow, the ground slick and icy, movement for horses is greatly hindered. Long marches are simply impossible. Let alone horses, it's a significant test even for humans. The cold temperature makes it difficult for soldiers to handle weapons. The performance of armor decreases. Even vision is obstructed, making the execution of tactics nearly impossible. More importantly, warming up and transporting supplies during the cold winter is extremely difficult. The Marquis Ducas army might very well choose to withdraw once they learn the bandits have been eliminated due to the winter cold. This is just Lin's speculation. It's impossible for him to entrust the safety of the entire domain as well as his own life, on a possibility. The construction of Wang City must be prioritized. The defensive machines must be built, and the outpost fortress, the watchtower, and the beacon tower, none of these should be lacking. As Lin was pondering, he returned to the castle. In the reception hall, Kuzi was arranging dinner with a few guards. Just as Lin was eating dinner, a crackling sound rang outside the window. Kisi quickly walked to the glazed window and looked out. She saw pea-sized crystal-clear ice blocks constantly falling and hitting the glazed window. A touch of surprise appeared on Kisi's face as she reminded, "Master, it's hailing. The night temperature continues to drop, and with the rain, hail is normal." Lin glanced at Kisi and said, "Let's eat first." Hearing Lin's words, Kisi returned to the table and dined with Master Lin and Red. In the distance outside the territory, inside the bright three-story mansion, Aiden sat at a walnut dining table, eating dinner served by two young maids. One maid continuously fed Aiden food from the plate into his mouth. As Aiden chewed and swallowed, the maid offered more food. The other maid sat on his lap. Aiden's hands roamed and kneaded her body at will. The maid's face was flushed, but she dared not utter a sound, because sitting beside them was Aiden's original wife, Justin. But Justin acted as if she didn't see any of this, eating from the plate in front of her. Aiden glanced at the feeding maid, who instantly understood and stopped. After feeding Aiden a sip of red wine, she picked up the napkin on the table and wiped him clean. With a belch filled with a foul stench, Aiden looked contentedly at Ackman, who had been waiting beside him. Aiden grunted from his throat, a Common chief attendant. Hearing Aiden's call, Ackman hurriedly stepped forward to Aiden. Ackman no longer wanted to correct Aiden's mispronunciation of his name. Aiden casually glanced at the plump waist of Justin, who was cleaning the tableware with 5 or 6 servants. He continued, "Are you sure the information you gathered is true? It's been several days with no information from the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps or the Storm Mercenary Corps outside." Ackman quickly nodded. "Yes, Master. The information is absolutely true. It's like they've vanished into thin air." Aiden pondered, as if reflecting on something. His right hand continued downward on the young maid's abdomen. "What do you think is the reason?" Ackman seemed to have anticipated Aiden's question, and he immediately explained, "Master, I think there are a few possibilities. First, the arrival of winter might have driven those damned bandits to hide in the mountains to overwinter." Aiden remained silent, continuing to listen. Ackman continued, "The second possibility is that they got intel about Marquis Ducas coming to suppress the bandits. Fearing being annihilated by the Marquis Ducas cavalry, they fled Morgantown's vicinity, hence no information could be obtained." Aiden nodded. "That is quite possible. After all, the Marquis Ducas sword and shield corps are formidable enough to terrify many." In between the words, Aiden's right hand had already reached its destination. An uncontrollable sound resounded from the mouth of the maid on his thigh. Ackman nodded as if he hadn't heard it, then shifted his words and continued speaking. "Master, I sense there might be another possibility." Aiden frowned slightly. "Speak." Ackman hesitated for 2 seconds before continuing. "Could it be that the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps and the Storm Mercenary Corps were annihilated by the Lord behind the city walls?" Aiden's furrowed brows instantly rose. He looked at Ackman somewhat angrily. "Common Chief Attendant, I'm beginning to regret considering you as the Chief Attendant." Ackman hurriedly lowered his head. Aiden spoke in a deep voice, "Though I don't know how that young man became the lord of that territory, nor what ability he has to construct a city wall. But combined, the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps and the Storm Mercenary Bandit Corps have at least thousands of people. Even if most of these thousands are ordinary peasants, each with a hoe could thrash that Lord's Guard into pulp. Wanting to defeat and annihilate a band of thousands with a newly developing territory is nothing short of dreaming. After all, even the Morrison Manor, which has existed for hundreds of years, has an armed force of barely 100, including guards and all followers so far. Not to mention him, even Jonas, the largest manor lord of Morgantown, only has a few hundred guards and followers." Aiden quickly lowered his head, words filled with guilt. "Yes, thank you for your guidance, Master." Feeling his body becoming increasingly warm, Aiden withdrew his gaze from Ackman and slowly stood up. But Aiden didn't put down the maid in front of him. Instead, He let her coil around his bloated waist. As Aiden walked towards the distant stairs, he spoke. Ackman, guard my territory well. Otherwise, you'll end up just like Walker and Ford. Ackman's heart trembled. He quickly responded. The heavy and slow footsteps echoed from the distant wooden stairs, accompanied by what seemed to be the forcibly restrained voice of a lady. It wasn't until the sound disappeared that Ackman finally straightened his posture slowly. With complex emotions in his eyes, Ackman glanced at the end of the stairs on the second floor before retracting his gaze. He walked to the few followers nearby, speaking heavily. You all heard the master's words. Ensure the master's safety, the safety of the territory. Otherwise, if I don't fare well, you won't survive either. The bodies of several guards trembled. They quickly responded. Yes, a Coman chief attendant. Ackman let out a cold snort, his gaze passing over the followers and looking at the slowly darkening night outside the residence. In the lavishly decorated room on the third floor, two maids were entwined around Aiden. Strange sounds constantly emerged, but within just a few minutes, the sounds gradually subsided and disappeared. Leaning against the headboard, Aiden's eyes held a look of discontent. In the curious eyes of the two maids, Aiden couldn't help but shout, What are you looking at? Your master has been too exhausted lately. The two maids dared not speak, obediently curling up beside Aiden's body, allowing his hands to roam over them. Entering wise man mode, Aiden widened his eyes, staring at the snarling greyhound statue hanging on the opposite wall of the large bed. The narrow, flat-headed head, sleek body lines, elegant build, broad-chested, and slender waist. With long limbs and developed muscles, the bone structure in the legs is robust, and the claws are exceedingly sharp. The greyhound is the fastest breed in the Caridi Empire. It's also the emblem of the Morrison clan. Because the greyhounds bred by the Morrison clan had the fortune to aid the past Ducas clan, the Morrison clan was given the position of vassal to the Ducas clan. Yet the Morrison clan seems cursed, for each Morrison manor lord dies without expanding the bloodline, unable to bear more offspring. Not just males, but not a single female as well. No matter how hard each Morrison manor lord tries, they never achieve positive results. Of course, these manor lords include the current Aiden. This is also why he constantly engages in physical activity. Aiden felt a chill run down his spine, as even now, he doesn't have a single heir. He's already 30 years old. Aiden naturally knew that his physical condition was deteriorating. The lengths of time are the best proof. Could it be that the Morrison clan is truly destined to end? Aiden threw this thought out of his mind. It could never be his problem. It must be these women who are the issue. Instantly, Aiden's gaze towards the young maid curled up beside him held a trace of disgust. He must acquire more younger maids, to have them bear more offspring for the Morrison clan, expanding the Morrison clan's bloodline. To purchase more maids, he needs more gold pounds. Aiden's mind immediately conjured the outline of city walls. This time, after going to Kakasong City to demand results, he not only obtained compensation from the mercenary guild, but also discovered astonishing information. Behind those city walls, there are salt mines, and a salt factory capable of producing fine salt. If he can claim that territory, then the salt mines will be his, the salt factory will be his as well. Aiden's vision was already filled with mountains of gold pounds. If given enough time to operate, Aiden felt that in just a few years, he could develop a force that would shock the entire Caridi Empire. Fortunately, not many people know about that territory yet, naturally unaware that behind that territory, there exists fine salt. Now, what left him most at a loss is, the sword and shield corps of Marquis Duca are about to arrive in Morgantown. If Marquis Duca finds out, then all will turn to dust. He's just a manor lord. The salt mine isn't even in his territory. He will gain nothing. Aiden knew he must figure out a way to conceal the existence of that territory. Aiden's mind began to race with thought. Meanwhile, downstairs, in Justin's room, Ackman was venting the fury within, having borne Aiden's anger and threats. Naturally, his anger found release upon Justin, whom Aiden was closest to. If not for the room being too dark, one could see on the high, pale expanse of Justin's back the red marks from those swollen handprints. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After breakfast, Lin was mingling among the townsmen, using the iron hammer in his hand to pound thick iron nails. fixing 10-meter-long wood tracks to the sleepers below. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. As he continually swung the iron hammer, amidst the steaming mist, his experience was rapidly increasing. After laboring for several hours, Lin stood up straight, his body radiating heat. A thought crossed his mind, and he opened the Heavenly Artifacts panel for a look. Construction, Level 2, 301/500, plus. After this period of relentless skill enhancement, the construction skill experience had finally reached over 300. Unlike before, when Level 1 and Level 2 only needed a few days to upgrade. After a glance, Lin closed the panel and looked over the townsmen around him. As the townsmen became proficient in their divided tasks, their work efficiency improved alongside the laying of the wooden tracks. From only about 100 meters of ground coverage 3 days ago, to now being able to cover nearly 1,000 meters. The main reason is that Lin's territory was originally on a barren wasteland. The terrain is relatively flat, without large slopes and hills. At most, it's covered in weeds, stones, branches, and roots. No need to spend too much technology and manpower to modify. In Lin's latest division of labor, 200 townsmen carrying sleepers and track wood were pulled out to start constructing the wooden double tracks. Though the construction progress is somewhat slow, fortunately, everything is proceeding smoothly. Watching the townsmen form a long line stretching into the distance made Lin feel slightly wistful. The labor force is still somewhat insufficient. If there was more labor joining the construction of tracks, it would be quicker to complete the track assembly. By noon, Lin walked out of the wasteland. As he returned to the small town, he began calculating the population of the territory in his mind. The total population of the territory now has reached as high as 6,800 people. Apart from essential positions in various workshops, he can now freely dispatch, which is the 800 townsmen currently constructing the tracks. At the current pace, at least 5 or 6 more days are required to modify the road leading to the coal mine. To assemble the wooden tracks, at least 6 or 7 more days are needed. It appears that even a few days still require a substantial expenditure of manpower and resources. Once the wooden track assembly is complete, Lin can once again expand his armed forces. The armed forces of the entire territory now only consist of 200 guards, 200 archers, and 500 soldiers. For a territory with 3 mineral veins, if someone learns of this intel and starts coveting them, the combined 900 armed soldiers are nowhere near enough to pose a threat. Only more armed forces can protect this territory. As Lin pondered, he arrived at the woodworker workshop. At AI Woodworker Workshop, Colin and Arello, together with a few apprentices, were gathered together, finishing the assembly of the mining cart. The wheels were fitted onto the axle, with fish oil applied at the junction between axle and hub to reduce friction. Then the axle ends were set on the axle slots pre-installed on both sides of the chassis. Further checks were made to ensure they were vertical and concentric, adjusting them to optimal status. Then, the completion of installing the traditional components. The final step involves tuning and optimization. Standing on the mining cart operation platform, Colin tried rotating the hand crank to observe the movement conditions of the mining cart, checking for loose part sounds, jamming, or abnormal shaking. As Colin rotated the hand crank, the 4 wheels below the mining cart started to move slowly. Because the woodworker workshop's floor was red brick ground, some pits were present. Given it's only an initial test, the speed of the mining cart was not fast, even slower than a person walking. But during the mining cart's slow movement, no loose sounds or shakes occurred. A surprise appeared on the faces of Colin and Arello. Arello said excitedly, "Buddy, we did it. The hand-driven mining cart needed by Master is completed." Colin's face also had a smile. Indeed, it's finally a success. Among the dozens of apprentices observing and learning, words of admiration were spoken. Lord Colin and Lord Arello truly are masters. They quickly understood the blueprints drawn by the master and made it. Study well. One day we'll also be able to do it. Arello was about to say more, but noticed a young figure standing to their left from the corner of his eye. Arello immediately recognized that this was their master Lin. He stepped forward, separating the apprentices surrounding him, and walked briskly toward Lin. Irello spoke with evident joy in his words. Master, the mining cart. The mining cart is completed. Lynn responded and walked to the completed mining cart. He glanced at Colin, who had jumped off the cart, and then looked toward the cart. A thought crossed his mind, and a text panel appeared before his eyes. Simple single-person hand-driven mining cart, made of oak and iron, capable of loading 1,500 pounds, usable for transportation, etc. Looking at the text prompt before him, Lynn nodded in satisfaction. Although this mining cart is just a simple standard version, it can only carry 1,500 pounds. But this is just the beginning of the mining cart production. It can be continuously optimized afterwards. The oak frame can be optimized into an iron frame, and the entire wheel hub and axle can be optimized into iron wheels. Lynn looked at Colin and Irello and spoke, "How many mining carts can your two workshops produce in a day together?" Upon hearing this, Irello and Colin exchanged glances immediately. There was some hesitation on their faces, as if they were pondering something. Colin explained, "Sir, the frame assembly and testing aren't difficult. The difficulty lies in the transmission mechanism of the mining cart." Irello nodded in agreement. As Colin said, the speed of mining cart production depends on the speed of the blacksmith workshop's production of transmission mechanisms. Lynn acknowledged with a sound. "Today is January 5th. I need to see 20 hand-cranked mining carts by February. Does this pose a problem?" Irello's eyes turned as he quickly contemplated. Lynn's voice continued to rise. "The importance of the mining cart. As the foreman of the blacksmith workshop, I don't need to elaborate, do I?" Irello nodded quickly. The 4 blacksmith workshops consume anthracite, which almost takes up half of the anthracite consumption of the entire territory. He naturally understood very well. Finish producing 20 hand-cranked mining carts by February, and the penalties for the blacksmith workshop will be lifted. Additionally, the woodworker workshop will also receive a daily wage of 1 penny. Upon hearing Lynn's words, Irello, who had his head slightly lowered, immediately lifted his head, his eyes filled with delight. Colin and many carpenter apprentices also had noticeable joy on their faces. The labor intensity of the woodworker workshop is certainly not less than that of the blacksmith workshop. Yet the complexity of daily work in the woodworker workshop is no less than in the blacksmith workshop. It's known that the woodworker workshop not only needs to undertake the production of all wooden furniture in the territory, but also has to handle the work of stonemasons. Often, when they arrive at the woodworker workshop, the labor in their hands never stops. Only after the evening work is finished do they have their own time. Lynn, who always assigns tasks to Colin and the woodworker workshop, naturally knows all this. Seeing Irello and Colin remaining silent, Lynn pretended to ask, "What?" "Unwilling," Irello quickly replied. "Willing, willing, sir. You misunderstood. Old Colin and I assure you, we will definitely produce 20 hand-cranked mining carts by February. Otherwise, you don't need to banish me. I will go and dig coal myself." As he spoke, Irello stood with his chest puffed out, his body upright. Lynn shifted his gaze toward Colin. Colin also spoke. "Sir, the woodworker workshop will spare no effort." Compared to Irello's straightforward and open character, Colin is more stable and humble. Lynn nodded, then looked at Irello again. Producing mining carts is important, but producing standard plate armor is even more important. How to allocate labor for these two tasks depends on your decision. Irello stood straight and answered, "Yes, sir." After instructing Irello and Colin for a while, Lynn stepped out of the woodworker workshop. Walking past rows of red brick houses, Lynn, accompanied by Red, strolled down the town streets. His mind was rapidly contemplating. Lynn discerned clearly that the development of the territory was being restricted. Almost all new labor projects were participated in and led by Colin and Irello. Because Colin and Irello have always been involved in production and forging, they possess more experience, which is unquestionable. But then again, when they are engaged in one project, other projects can only enter a waiting period being idle. Lynn understood that more management talents must be cultivated. As he pondered this, he had returned to the castle. The cozy warmth from the burning anthracite enveloped him entirely. Sitting on the armchair by the fireplace, Lynn directed his gaze toward a guard. "Go to the edge of the forest to the logging site and bring Avery Dean, Lorenzo Reeves, and Joe Tech to meet me." Upon hearing Lynn's instructions, The guard promptly bent to respond. Yes, sir. With those words, the guard bowed and withdrew. Lynn shifted his gaze to another guard. Go to find Rachel Richards, Pamela Arnold, Amber Allan, and Renee Richmond among the townsmen setting the track ground to meet me. The guard responded solemnly and likewise bowed to leave. Lynn once again filtering through the resident information column. Several information frames appeared before him. Find Brendan Xavier, Nora Ferguson, and Bettina Neck. As Lynn continued issuing orders, 5 or 6 guards departed the castle, quickly heading to the locations he indicated. These individuals were slaves transported by Grayson from the Portland's empire. They all possessed different third-level skills. Compared to the townsmen who did not have any skill foundation, their value was naturally higher. The first guard to leave brought 4 people to the castle's hall. Looking at the spacious reception hall, the faces of the 3 townsmen were full of nervousness, especially upon seeing the young man sitting in the armchair and the burly man standing behind him. The hearts of the 3 of them grew increasingly uneasy. A few meters ahead of Lynn, they stopped. Bowing slightly, they nervously addressed him in unison. Lynn responded, saying, Avery Dean, Lorenzo Reeves, Jode Tech. Upon hearing this, the tension on their faces instantly turned to surprise. As the lord of 6,000 to 7,000 townsmen, he could remember their names so precisely. A faint sense of surprise and excitement spread through their hearts. Avery glanced at the 2 beside him from the corner of his eye and saw they were silent. He sighed inwardly and responded, saying, Lord, I am Avery, he is Lorenzo, and this is Jode. Seeing Avery explain for the 2 of them, they both relaxed a little and nodded in agreement. Lynn looked at Avery, who had spoken, and asked, Tell me, before coming to this territory, what work did you do? Avery bowed slightly and continued explaining. Lord, construction of houses. The 3 of us were responsible for helping the Lord build houses. Lorenzo and Jode nodded again in agreement. Lynn responded, What kind of houses? Tell me in detail. Avery seemed to perceive the intention in Lynn's words. Without any hesitation, he directly said, like some cellars, castle residences, residential areas, and even monasteries, we all have construction experience. Moreover, it was us 3 who took charge, leading construction workers for on-site construction and building. He spoke clearly and succinctly. Lynn nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Do you have experience in constructing watchtowers, outpost fortresses, or walled cities? Listening to Lynn's words, Avery seemed to be recalling something. He spoke, We could try with watchtowers and outpost fortresses. It shouldn't be much of a problem. In his previous territory, the Lord had them construct watchtowers. He had also seen many outpost fortresses. If there are enough laborers and materials, construction is not difficult. Avery said somewhat awkwardly, But as for walled city, I don't know what you mean, Lord. Lynn, without any reservation, directly began to explain to them the defensive principles of walled city. First, alter the enemy's attack rhythm and direction. The walled city gate and the main city gate are not on the same line, so when the enemy breaks through the gate, they can't advance straightforwardly. Second, create crossing fire. Soldiers on the walled city walls and the main city gate walls can shoot from multiple directions. The enemy flooding into the walled city will face attacks from several directions. Third, close the gate and catch them like dogs. After the enemy rushes into the walls, you can drop the heavy portcullis, cutting off their rear and escape routes, etc. Overall, it's similar to the first floor of the castle where you're standing now. You can use it as a reference to build the walled city. Avery said nothing, lowering his head in thought over Lynn's words. Avery raised his head, his face full of confidence. Lord, I understand. As long as you provide enough construction workers and materials, I guarantee to construct the building you want. Lynn stared straight at Avery. Are you sure you understand the structural principles of building a walled city? Avery, without any guilt, shook his head. Lord, not yet. But I firmly believe that as long as I study, there is no building I can't construct. No matter how intricate a building structure is, it's just an inanimate object. Since others can build the walled city you need under the castle, I can surely construct a walled city elsewhere. Seeing Avery's determined gaze, Lynn said approvingly, Very well. I need a walled city built within the city wall to strengthen its defenses. At the same time, I will appoint you as the foreman of the stonemason workshop, and Lorenzo and Jode will become your assistants. It will be up to you to lead the construction workers to build the watchtowers, outpost fortresses, in Wang City. Do you think you can do this? As the words fell, Lin's gaze locked onto Avery. Facing Lin's gaze, Avery remained steadfast. I can do it, Lord. Lin nodded. Very well, from now on, you are the foreman of the stonemason workshop. Currently, the labor force is limited, so construction workers cannot yet be allocated to you. What you need to do now is go to the city wall, select a suitable site to build the stonemason workshop, and choose construction sites for the watchtower and outpost fortress. Avery answered confidently, Yes, Lord, we will go at once. Amid the sound of Avery and his companions taking their leave, the three of them exited the reception hall. Compared to when they came, Avery and his companions' previous unease and nervousness were gone. Now their steps were steady, each step bringing a gust of wind. Just as Avery said, he may not know how to build a Wang City, but he has the confidence to construct one. Moreover, with the reference of the Wang City under the castle for guidance. Even if he doesn't succeed, Avery can return to the castle to inquire and ask for guidance. This attitude is much stronger than the stammering Lorenzo and Jode beside him. Even if they had the ability, Lin wouldn't consider them for the role of foreman of the stonemason workshop. Avery is the kind of talent he desires. As for whether the three of them would seize the opportunity to escape when looking for sites for the watchtower or outpost fortress outside the city walls, Lin has never worried about that. Not to mention, after appointing Avery, his loyalty is above 88%. Given the treatment provided on the territory, unless one is a fool, they wouldn't consider escaping. Under the guard's guidance, Avery and the other two observed the Wang City's construction on the first floor of the castle. Though it was somewhat dim, Avery still strained to find the unique features of the Wang City. After a round of inspection, the three of them left the castle and headed towards the mountain pass. They were now going to select a site to build a stonemason workshop. With a stonemason workshop, they could use it as a base to construct various infrastructures, extending their reach further. All materials needed for provisions had to be transported back and forth from the town, taking several rounds. The vegetables would have wilted by then. The three walked along the lime road in the farmland. Lorenzo watched the figure striding ahead, his eyes filled with a hint of envy. He quickened his steps and came up beside Avery. Avery, you're in luck. You've been appointed as foreman by the Lord himself. Jode also strode up. Yes, being a foreman means you're a manager of the territory. Moreover, if the Lord assigns you a few hundred construction workers, wouldn't that be a sudden rise to prosperity? Avery's brows furrowed slightly, but he didn't show anger and spoke calmly. Just lucky, that's all. Jode agreed, saying, You indeed hit the jackpot. Age-wise, I'm above both of you, and experience-wise, I have 30 years of construction experience. It seems our Lord is also a bit short-sighted. Just as Jode finished speaking, Avery's steps suddenly halted. Without any hesitation, he turned his body and slapped Jode's face hard. Perhaps from using too much strength, Jode's chubby and stubbled face twisted and quivered, and blood with shattered teeth spewed from his mouth. Jode's entire body fell sitting on the ground. He looked at Avery in disbelief. Damn, have you lost it? You actually hit me? As he spoke, Jode tried to stand up. He barely wriggled a few times before a powerful right leg stepped onto his chest. Jode widened his eyes, staring at Avery, struggling to move Avery's right foot away. But no matter how he exerted his strength, he couldn't move it an inch. A strong sense of gravity and pressure pressed down on him. Jode questioned, Avery, have you gone mad? What exactly are you trying to do? Avery smirked, retorting to Jode, I've gone mad. Is it me who's mad, or is it you who's lost it? Avery bent over, looking down at Jode from above. You were sold to this land by slave traders, that's right. You can resent the slave traders who sold you here. You can also say I've risen to success. Avery began twisting his right foot on Jode's chest. The sudden wave of pain made Jode inhale sharply, sweat pouring from his cheeks. But you shouldn't eat the Lord's food, live in the Lord's house, and speak ill of him behind his back. After more than half a month's sea transportation, it seems you still haven't recognized your status and position. The Lord is willing. He can treat you as his townsman. If he's unwilling, you're merely his slave. Your life and death are within his thoughts, understand? This time, consider it a warning. If there's a next time, I won't hesitate to bind you and present you to the Lord." Jode's face turned pale, hurriedly replying, "Avery, I understand, I understand." Avery's brow furrowed. "What did you call me?" Jode quickly changed his tone. "Master Avery, it's Master Avery." Avery's gaze shifted to Lorenzo, who stood by, and Lorenzo promptly addressed him, "Master Avery." Only then did Avery remove his right foot from Jode's chest, gasping heavily with his mouth wide open. Looking at Avery standing by, Jode even felt that for a moment, Avery might actually have killed him. Avery glanced at John. "Get up. Let's go accomplish what the Lord has tasked us with." Jode struggled to get up, clutching his cheek. "Yes, Master Avery." Under the distant gaze of the guard, the three of them headed toward the mountain pass. Lynn was still seated in the armchair by the fireplace, with a small dish of wild blackberries on the side table next to him. Ripe wild blackberries taste sweet and sour, high in vitamins, can be eaten raw or used in baking, etc. Lynn picked up a few cleanly washed blackberries and put them in his mouth. As he softly chewed, the sweet and sour taste spread throughout his entire mouth. Swallowing the blackberries in his mouth, Lynn looked across from him. The four middle-aged women had anxious expressions on their faces, their hands incessantly wringing in front of them. Noticing the tension among the four, Lynn spoke. "Tell me, what kind of work did you do before?" Closest to Lynn, Rachel, with her black mid-length hair, was the first to speak. "Lord, we all used to do weaving for the old Lord. When there was a shortage of clothing, we would weave and produce linen or wool garments. At other times, we'd weave armor plates, using hemp or leather cords to weave pieces of iron into armor plates." The three women nearby nodded in agreement to show their response. Listening to Rachel's words, Lynn's eyes couldn't help but sparkle. If all four of them can weave armor plates, then can't they start crafting padded armor? In Lynn's view, whether a pure plate armor or pure padded armor, both have obvious drawbacks. Just like the standard plate armor cast using the sandbox mold now, the level of protection is one thing. Being cast in one piece, the weight of all the plate armor components combined reaches over 50 pounds just by itself. Wearing it for a long time will drastically drain a soldier's stamina. The wearer becomes sluggish in movement, making agile actions like running and jumping impossible without a strong physique. On the ever-changing battlefield, lack of combat flexibility easily leads to missed opportunities and might even make it hard to dodge enemies' nimble attacks. The production requires a large amount of iron, but for Lynn, who has an open-pit iron mine that can be mined and smelted, it's not much of an issue. However, smelting pig iron into wrought iron will consume a lot of anthracite fuel. This wastes massive amounts of manpower and resources. What's more crucial is that plate armor wraps the soldiers' bodies tightly and is extremely conductive to heat. Plate armor is as cold as ice in winter and as hot as a branding iron in summer, easily leading to heat stroke and dehydration. And pure padded armor has its drawbacks too. Padded armor is woven from armor plates, and there are more or less gaps between the plates. If faced with sharp weapons or crossbow arrows, it's very easy for them to pierce through the gaps, causing soldier casualties. The production is time-consuming. Every single armor plate needs to be made separately, from cutting and grinding metal to shaping, punching, and weaving, with complicated processes. He can completely combine plate armor and padded armor. Use a sandbox mold to make key parts like chest armor and helmet. Cast them in one piece for higher defense performance. Other areas like abdominal armor, shoulder armor, and even leg armor, which require high mobility, can all be replaced with padded armor. In this way, it ensures soldiers' safety, reduces the weight of armor, and enhances soldiers' mobility. Kill two birds with one stone. The vest needed later can completely use padded armor. A warhorse's run almost involves all its muscles in motion, making it impossible to use cast vests. The most crucial thing is, once Foreman Yemeni's textile workshop finishes processing the current linen cloth and coarse wool into bedding, they will enter idle time again, rather than letting them go to various positions for labor without any proficiency. It's better to have them stationed at the blacksmith workshop to weave the prepared iron plates into armor plates. This not only improves the efficiency and speed of the blacksmith workshop's armor production, but also makes good use of the labor in the textile workshop. An almost perfect arrangement. Lynn looked at Rachel. If I ask you to assist Foreman Yamini at the textile workshop, lead 200 textile workers to start weaving armor plates, can you do it? Rachel's face showed a slight pause, but the next second, she spoke cheerfully. Of course, Master Lynn. That would be fantastic. Working every day, Rachel naturally prefers to stay in her comfort area doing what she is skilled at. Lynn nodded. I'll have guards take you to the textile workshop. Weaving armor plates work won't start right away. For now, assist Foreman Yamini in making coarse wool bedding. Rachel and the 4 others bent over nearly 90 degrees, with words full of gratitude. Thank you, Lord. After sending them off, Lynn had guards lead them to the textile workshop. A reform of the standard plate armor is necessary. The initial production of standard plate armor was simply because of the lack of more technically skilled labor. Moreover, facing external threats, it was necessary to create armed forces that could battle enemies in the shortest possible time. But now, as labor force increases in the territory, and more personnel have various skills and abilities, all processes, buildings, and equipment in the territory naturally need to advance day by day. Lynn couldn't help but marvel at the power of the resident information column feature. As long as they are townsmen in his territory, he can filter them to have various skilled townsmen. No need to worry about overlooked townsmen leading to inefficient use of their abilities. 2 men and a woman, led by guards, came to his front. Lynn glanced at them. Brendan, Nora, Bettina. Just like Avery at the start, the 3 of them held a look of surprise on their faces. Although they registered their house information before moving into the red brick house, they never met the Lord individually, let alone introduce their names to the Lord. Could it be Master Lynn, the Lord, actually reviews the registration information of those who moved into the red brick house? Lynn continued, tell me about your previous work. Listening to Lynn's words, the 3 exchanged glances. Bettina, with short golden hair, began to speak. Master, we previously worked on the ranch of the former Lord. Level 3 breeding skills. If you mention another job, Lynn wouldn't mind dragging them out for execution. Although feeling puzzled, Bettina still honestly recounted. Master, our job roles are somewhat different. I am responsible for livestock breeding, collecting milk, and caring for progeny and younglings. Nora is responsible for grazing, while Brendan is in charge of livestock patrols and transporting some feed. Lynn nodded slightly. Very good work. Many Coatsworth sheep on my ranch are pregnant, and it happens that we need more ranch workers with breeding experience. Are you willing to work on the ranch? Listening to Lynn's inquiry, Bettina raised her slender eyebrows. The 3 of them had already learned from other townsmen that there was a large ranch on this land. They were thinking about how to meet the Lord and convince him to let them work on the ranch and make their contributions. They didn't expect the Lord would accurately and promptly find them first. Bettina glanced at Brendan and Nora on either side and said happily, Lord, we are very willing. Lynn's words were calm. What I need to tell you is that starting next year, there may be more poultry or livestock entering the ranch. During this time, you need to teach those ranch workers who aren't very skilled in breeding the techniques. Outside of feeding livestock and poultry, this is your most important task. Bettina didn't hesitate. Yes, Lord. Lynn responded, go report to Guy. He's the foreman of the ranch, and he will help you get familiar with the environment. Under the guard's guidance, Bettina and the others left. Another few groups of townsmen with various level 3 skills were assigned to different suitable positions. Level 3, forging, went to Arello's blacksmith workshop. Level 3 medicine, went to Old John's hospital, and so on. All the townsmen with level 3 skills were assigned appropriately, and the sky outside the castle gradually darkened. Dozens of maidens in the castle began their daily tasks, illuminating the entire castle. The gas with a strange odor slowly spread within the castle. Lynn stepped to a nearly 5-meter-high glazed window. Through the pale blue glass glaze, his gaze looked towards the far outside. Teams of townsmen were walking back along the lime road towards the town's defensive line. Lynn's gaze looked farther away. There lay the direction of the city walls. Among cultivated fields where winter barley had been planted, figures riding horses walked along the gravel paths of the farmland. Behind dozens of horses was a somber metallic sound. The orderly sound of footsteps accompanied the clinking of armor, echoing under the increasingly darkening night sky. Soldiers were lined up in ranks of 6, the rear almost extending beyond sight. They wore metal helmets, clad in dark blue-green armor. A greatsword with a hilt longer than the head was strapped on their back. The left arm wore a black elliptical long shield, sharp at the bottom. If met with a cavalry attack, they could immediately plant the long shield into the ground to form a defensive front. On the round shield and their armor was a distinct emblem, an emblem of crossed greatsword and shield. This was the Ducas clan's family insignia used for nearly hundreds of years. Among them, soldiers held flagpoles 5 or 6 meters tall, with blood-red flags embroidered with black greatswords and shields. As the cold wind blew, the flags flapped, making a rustling sound. In the vanguard of the marching army, a young man riding a strong warhorse turned to look at the rear. The orderly marching army, adorned in armor, inspired fear. The young man smiled with satisfaction. Beside him, a middle-aged man said with a smile, "Master, the Marquis Duca greatly values you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dispatched so many soldiers to this frontier to eliminate bandits." Lawrence glanced at Godfrey with slight disdain. "Of course he values me. I'm his half-brother. Before Mark inherited the title, I chose to pledge loyalty to him, never to betray. The key point is that our father favored both him and me, which means if I were to contend for the title, I would have a chance." Godfrey chose silence, not daring to discuss the internal matters of the Ducas clan. He knew exactly what to say and what not to say. Former Marquis Donovan wouldn't have entrusted his younger son to him for training and refinement. Seeing Godfrey respond, Lawrence hummed softly and looked forward. He continued, "How far are we from Morgantown?" Godfrey moved slightly, pulling out a map from his bosom. After a moment of examination, he explained, "Due to the cold weather, the march is slow. It'll take at least 4 more days." Lawrence glanced at Godfrey impatiently. "It's getting dark. Find a place ahead to rest. If not for that damn Mark, I should be lying in the wooden brothel on Evelyn's bosom. Those bandits even more damned. Don't they know this is the Ducas clan's territory? Dare to keep raiding villages and towns. Also, the local vassals are damned. Using Ducas clan's lands, enslaving so many peasants, yet unable to deal with a mere bandit group." Lawrence's gaze shifted to Godfrey, questioning harshly, "Why are you not moving? Want to let me freeze to death here?" Godfrey quickly responded, "Yes, master, I'll arrange it right away." Lawrence said nothing further, watching as Godfrey called a few soldiers to arrange to find a site ahead for the army to camp. In just a few minutes, cavalry scouts returned, and Godfrey arranged for logistics soldiers to go ahead and start setting up camp. Lawrence's brow still slightly furrowed, as if carrying endless resentment. Soldiers passing by dared not slack off, fearing to anger this slaughterer. While in the Bordeaux City wooden brothel, displeased by other customers interrupting his affair, Lawrence butchered all 81 members of that customer's family, with none spared. Since then, Lawrence was known by a nickname, Slaughterer. 2 days later in the early morning, the sky started to drizzle, making the already cold winter even more bone-chilling. Standing on the balcony, Lynn glanced at the density of the rain outside the window. -2 degrees, plus the rain that can soak a person through in about half an hour, the whole body would be frozen stiff. Lynn directly ordered the guards to issue a command. Wait for the rain to stop, then proceed with outdoor labor. The development of the territory is indeed somewhat urgent, but compared to a large number of townsmen getting sick or injured, which would cause the territory's posts to be completely paralyzed and unable to develop later, he would rather keep these townsmen in the town. Resting is certainly out of the question. The 9-to-5 work schedule is enough to keep them excited. Lynn reassigned all the townsmen who needed to work outdoors to the various workshops. Now every workshop is rushing production, which happens to make up for the labor shortage in the short term. Retracting his gaze, Lynn stepped towards the first floor of the hall. As he arrived at the entrance of the castle, Red somehow fetched 2 black hooded cloaks and draped them over him. Red placed the hood on Lynn's head and reminded him, "Master, it's raining a bit." Smelling the faint, oily scent on the hooded cloak, Lynn responded. Fully dressed, Lynn stepped out of the castle. Red, also wearing a hooded cloak, closely followed behind. A little while later, Lynn arrived at the handicraft workshop district. Entering the textile workshop, there were at least 300 to 400 townsmen inside. Former textile workers plus 100 or 200 people assigned here due to the rain. Although it seemed a bit crowded, under Yemeni's arrangement, they were working in an orderly fashion. They wouldn't use the spinning wheel, so Yemeni had them perform transportation tasks or assist the textile workers. Yemeni, who was patrolling the workshop, saw Lynn at the door and quickly stepped up to greet him. Reaching Lynn's side, Yemeni bent slightly and respectfully called, "Master." Lynn nodded. "Has the linen cloth and coarse wool been utilized?" Yemeni didn't hesitate. "It's about 70 to 80% done. According to your instructions, Master, the 2,000 sets of coarse wool robes that were finished first have already been handed over to Steward Kisi and distributed to the townsmen. The linen cloth and coarse wool bedding are also about to be completed. I've estimated that it should meet the demand for bedding for about 7,000 people." Lynn gave Yemeni a satisfied glance. "Well done." Yemeni showed a slight smile. "Master, you flatter me." Lynn continued, "After this batch of bedding is completed, the working direction of the textile workshop will change. Did the new Rachel tell you?" As he spoke, Lynn's gaze shifted to look behind Yemeni. Rachel was striding quickly towards them. Noticing Lynn's gaze, Yemeni turned slightly and took a look. Seeing it was Rachel, Yemeni replied, "Master, Rachel told me that during the idle time in the textile workshop, they will do the weaving of armor plates." At this moment, Rachel happened to reach Yemeni's side. She didn't interrupt Yemeni, but bowed to show respect. Lynn responded, "Right, later the textile workshop needs to do the weaving of armor plates. As for the specifics, Deputy Rachel will assist you." Both Yemeni and Rachel bowed and answered, "Yes, Master." Lynn, with the two following him, took a tour around the textile workshop before stepping out. Walking on the red brick road in the workshop district, because of the rain, there were few silhouettes on the street. Even if there were, they were hurriedly passing townsmen. After all, it was simply too cold. Lynn arrived at the blacksmith workshop with at least 800 to 900 people across the 3 workshops. Seeing Irello standing on a workbench, loudly assigning tasks to the townsmen, which made his face red and neck bulge, Lynn couldn't help but shake his head. Lynn and Red's different attire naturally immediately caught Irello's attention. He leaped off the workbench and came to Lynn's side, calling, "Master." Seeing Irello panting slightly, Lynn spoke, "It seems the blacksmith workshop doesn't need this much labor force." Irello's eyebrows instantly twitched, and he quickly spoke, "Master, how could it be unnecessary? Even if these people don't have the slightest forging skills, even if they are just temporarily helping, they can still improve the workshop's production efficiency. They can completely help us transport anthracite, transport iron, or, and if not, sweeping the workshop clean isn't bad either." Lynn shifted the topic. "The armor production in the blacksmith workshop needs some changes." Irello's expression became serious, waiting for Lynn's instructions. Lynn continued, "The performance of the standard plate armor is not very good, with obvious drawbacks. Although he hadn't worn standard plate armor, each plate armor component was forged by blacksmiths. He naturally knew at least the pros and cons of standard plate armor. Standard plate armor, except for the chest armor which is cast using a sandbox, the other components are all woven together with iron plates. Simply put, it's a combination of plate armor and padded armor." Irello's eyebrows slightly raised. "A combination of plate armor and padded armor? Master, if it's just a single casting of the chest plate and forging of padded armor iron plates, it will surely greatly improve the blacksmith workshop's work efficiency. The production work has been simplified, and all the apprentices in the workshop have learned to use the iron hammer to forge iron plates." Irello hesitated for a moment, but Lynn took over Irello's words, saying, "However, your blacksmith workshop doesn't have enough personnel to piece together iron plates into armor plates. You don't even know how to piece them together." Irello awkwardly bowed. "Just as you said, Master," Lynn calmly stated. "The matter of piecing them together will not trouble your workshop anymore. I've already arranged for Foreman Yemeni and Rachel's assistant from the weaving workshop." As Lynn continued to speak, a look of surprise appeared on Irello's face. All the forged chest armor components, as well as the iron plates with holes opened, will be transported to the weaving workshop, where they will handle the assembly. After that, both of your workshops will work together to produce composite armor. Hearing the last few words from Lin's mouth, Irello couldn't help but repeat them. Composite armor. Composite armor. Irello showed his white teeth and promptly responded, "Yes, master." I knew Master Lin values the blacksmith workshop the most. Lin's expression was calm as he looked straight at Irello. Irello, war is approaching. If we cannot produce more armor to arm the soldiers, this land will eventually be crushed by the wheels of war. By then, not only you, but everyone on this land will return to their previous way of life. Hearing this, Irello fell silent instantly. He recalled the days before, working day and night forging farm tools just to earn a few extra pence. Despite his best efforts, his family barely had enough to eat. Lin walked into the forging area of the blacksmith workshop with measured steps. "Come along. I will teach you how to forge the armor plates for padded armor." Irello snapped out of his thoughts and quickly followed. Lin, rolling up his sleeves, walked to the anvil under the gaze of the blacksmith apprentices. He selected an egg-sized piece of iron, picked it up using a long pair of iron tongs, and placed it in the kiln for heating. When the kiln door was opened, a warm and soothing heat wave instantly gushed out, drying the rainwater on Lin's body. His whole body felt warm and comfortable. It's no wonder the townsmen had no complaints about being assigned to work in the blacksmith workshop during such a cold winter. Using the high heat produced by anthracite, the iron ore in the kiln had been burned to a fiery orange as Lin prepared the necessary forging tools. Lin picked it up and placed it on the anvil. With his left hand, he used a pair of short iron tongs to fix the iron block, while his right hand, holding the iron hammer, began to rhythmically hammer it repeatedly. Every strike of Lin's right hand caused a shower of sparks to erupt from the glowing red iron block on the anvil. Forging experience +1. Forging experience +1. Forging experience +1. As his experience increased gradually, the knowledge and memories of making composite armor emerged in his mind, quickly integrating. Composite armor, not only could it be used for heavy cavalry and heavy infantry, but it could also be used for other special units. For instance, assault soldiers for sieges, climbing cloud ladders to breach the city walls, holding a battering ram to breach the city gates. It could withstand the rolling wood and stones hurled down from the city and resist close-range enemy crossbow fire. Because it combined plate armor components with padded armor, it not only provided protection but also offered great flexibility. Its reduced weight allowed the soldiers more stamina to carry out the commander's orders. Lin's iron hammer's movements did not pause as he continued to rhythmically forge. The hammering forged the iron block into a flat shape resembling armor plates and started to deform it into a rectangular shape. Since it was just a demonstration for Irello and the blacksmith apprentices, Lin forewent using the forging water wheel in the process. Once Irello and the others became familiar with the armor plate dimensions and forging methods, they could fully use the water-powered forging water wheel. Large iron blocks could be placed under the large iron hammer of the forging water wheel, using the Acadia River's water power for large-scale forging. With Lin's repeated hammering and heating, a rectangular iron plate was successfully forged. Lin swapped to a smaller iron hammer, gently hammering along the edges of the iron plate to make it more regular, facilitating the subsequent armor plating. This step also required great patience. Too heavy a blow and the iron plate would deform, too light and shaping would not be achieved. Under the gaze of everyone in the blacksmith workshop, an armor plate measuring 10 centimeters long, 3 centimeters wide, and about 1 millimeter thick was completed. A 1 millimeter armor plate could be used for light cavalry or scouts. Armor plates of 2 to 3 millimeters could be used for heavy cavalry or heavy infantry, offering stronger protection. Holding the armor plate, Lin went to the workstation in the processing area. After determining the hole locations on the armor plate, he took the punch and iron hammer from the workstation and started punching the holes needed for lacing. After a few crisp sounds, under curious gazes, 4 round holes appeared on the armor plate. Lin didn't stop there. He picked up a file to smooth the edges of the holes, to prevent the twine from being worn and broken during subsequent lacing. Then Lin returned to the furnace and began the heat treatment and quenching. Compared to the previous forging and shaping heating, This time the heating temperature needed to be more strictly controlled. Without a thermometer, temperature control relied entirely on the experience of the blacksmiths, which was the core skill of blacksmith forging. Only blacksmiths who can accurately control the temperature can become qualified blacksmiths. When the armor plate was once again heated to the appropriate temperature, Lin took it out and swiftly submerged it in the well water. The scant well water in the bucket immediately began to boil and emit steam. The iron plate, after the quenching process, could increase the iron plate's hardness to become armor plates stitched into padded armor. This was the most critical step in determining the performance of the armor plate. After the armor plate was quenched, Lin picked it out from the bucket. The iron plate, originally somewhat silver-gray, had now turned black. The reason being partly the oxidation skin on the surface of the armor plate, and partly from the iron ore extracted in mind. Lin used a grindstone to polish off the surface oxidation layer, revealing a black and gray metallic sheen on the armor plate, which he coated with a layer of grease using a linen cloth. This increased the rust prevention capability of the iron plate, thereby extending the lifespan of the armor plate. Looking at the smooth armor plate in his hand, Lin nodded in satisfaction. After forging and hammering, the egg-sized lump of iron turned into an armor plate weighing about 50 grams. If used for light cavalry, excluding the need for standard chest armor and helmet, only about 200 armor plates would be required. The weight of the padded armor was only about 20 pounds. Along with the helmet and chest armor, it would be at most around 30 pounds, perfectly suitable for light cavalry or light infantry use. Even if used to equip heavy cavalry, the thickness of the armor plate is forged to 2 millimeters, with each plate weighing 80 grams. Adding the standard chest armor and helmet, it would roughly translate to just over 40 pounds. Compared to full-body standard plate armor, it reduced the weight by at least 10 pounds. While reducing the weight, it enhances the comfort and flexibility for the soldiers. This is the significance of composite armor. The most crucial part is, he used an iron hammer, forging a piece of pig iron into an armor plate suitable for stitching into padded armor, spending just over 3 hours. The strength of the forged armor plate naturally cannot be compared to cast armor. Moreover, it doesn't require the blacksmith apprentice to have too much forging skill. Sensing the temperature during quenching, even using timed heating to control. Before Lin could speak, Arello approached and respectfully said, "Master." Lin handed the armor plate to Arello, speaking, "Take a close look." Arello honestly reached out to take it and began to scrutinize it seriously. Lin's words of explanation rang out. The size of the armor plate is 10 centimeters long, 3 centimeters wide, 1 centimeter thick, weighing about 50 grams. Regardless of whether its dimensions for openings or size and weight, all are to be produced according to this piece. Later, there will be some square armor plates, and some that fit the body's curve with a unique shape. I will forge sample molds, and you can create accordingly using the molds. Unlike standard plate armor, once cast, besides the possibility of minor adjustments, it's hard to make substantial changes. The armor plates in padded armor can be freely adjusted as they are woven, and can be adjusted with rope based on the wearer's body. It allows the padded armor to fit the wearer more closely. Listening to Lin's explanation, Arello dutifully responded, "Yes, master." His eyes continued to focus on the armor plate in his hand. Within Arello's heart, he couldn't help but marvel again at Lin's forging skill. A bold thought emerged in Arello's mind. If, being able to invite Master Lin into the blacksmith workshop to engage daily in armor forging, would undoubtedly greatly improve forging efficiency. Under the gaze of the apprentices in the blacksmith workshop, Lin began forging once again. Ordinary padded armor plates, as long as blacksmith apprentices know some forging techniques, can be forged. However, unique shape plates are much more complex to fit the human body. Armor plates in half-moon shapes are commonly used at the waist and hips to prevent the wearer from being injured by the armor plate. But as long as the forging technique is mastered, forging unique-shaped armor plates is not difficult. The sharp sound of hammering resounded again in the blacksmith workshop. However, when the apprentices saw Master Lin's initially clumsy technique, they were stunned. They even questioned whether their lord could actually forge armor plates. Only Arello and some apprentices who had witnessed Lin's forging. They had no doubt. Rather, their faces were full of anticipation. Master Lin's unique forging technique, from not knowing to knowing, and then to skillfulness. As time quickly passed, an armor plate designed for the hip appeared on the anvil, along with Lin finishing the quenching, followed by grinding and polishing, coating it with protective animal grease. A half-moon-shaped armor plate appeared in Lin's hand. Looking at the unique shaped armor plate in his hand, Arello couldn't help the mixed emotions in his heart. What kind of forging technique is this? Creating something out of nothing? Lin finally completed all the sample molds for the unique shaped armor plates needed for padded armor. Subsequently, we only need to forge enough normal armor plates, transport them to the textile workshop, where the textile workers will stitch them together, then create appropriate linings that combine with the chest armor. Thus, a set of composite armor can be completed. Watching the sky quickly darken outside the workshop, Lin instructed Arello and explained some details of the padded armor production. Only then did Lin dismiss the blacksmith apprentices and townsmen who came to lend a hand from the workshop. It was uncertain when that happened, but the drizzle outside had already stopped. However, the temperature was too low, and the red brick pavement had already iced over with a thin layer of ice. Because it was so thin, just a step would crush it into fragments. Walking along the ground with crushed ice, Lin's gaze fell towards the front, where groups of townsmen were headed in the direction of the town's cafeteria. Today, apart from a few workshops still maintaining production labor, construction of tracks, forest tree felling, and so on, outdoor labor had almost completely halted. Lin did not mind, as that day could be regarded as a rare day of rest for the townsmen without issue. Development temporarily stalled, but the loyalty of the townsmen had increased considerably. Watching the townsmen enter the cafeteria one by one, Lin, with Red, returned to the castle. The sky was dim, the temperature too low, the ground ice-covered. Lin could not arrange labor for these townsmen. Rather than having the townsmen engage in inefficient labor that would decrease loyalty, it was better to have them return early to rest and warm up. The familiar oil lamp glow and the warmth from burning anthracite enveloped Lin. Lin unceremoniously sat before the fireplace, enjoying the warmth emanating from the burning anthracite. With a thought, Lin opened the weather forecast to check. Tonight, the temperature will drop even lower, reaching -7 degrees. It may even snow. This weather will persist for a week. Lin could not help but furrow his brow. The increasingly cold weather was both a blessing and a curse for him. The benefit is that the colder the weather, the slower the march speed of Marquis Ducas' army heading to Morgantown. Lin did not know how many soldiers Ducas' army would have, but the more soldiers, the more considerations there are. Considerations of terrain, selection of marching routes, and supply routes for food and water. Only suitable routes can provide the army with a good marching direction. Moreover, logistical support during marching tasks is paramount. The reserve of grain and grass, weapons and equipment, and camping materials must all be guaranteed, especially in such cold, harsh weather. If the soldiers cannot keep warm and rest assured, even if they march to the designated location, they'd be nothing but scattered sand. Not only the soldiers, the riding war horses, the carts transporting supplies, etc., also need resting camps. If supplies and rest cannot be guaranteed, at best, they would be advancing boldly to the tiger's den. At worst, it would be a risky long trek. Cold weather can slow Ducas' marching speed while providing more time for his territory to develop. The downside is that the weather is simply too cold. At -5 degrees, the planted wheat seedlings can still resist. But if it drops below -8 degrees, the water content within the seedlings would freeze, ultimately withering and dying. This would severely impact next year's winter barley harvest. Without a bountiful harvest, his territory would always be dependent on purchasing food from outside. The ground icing, river areas icing over, traveling merchant longboats cannot reach the fisherman's wharf of Kakasong City. Merchants also cannot transport more goods to his territory. War horses, slaves, even food and meat, etc. These are all things he desperately needs. Furthermore, Lin felt, as this weather continues to develop, before spring arrives, Grayson obviously cannot bring a batch of slaves to his territory. The townsmen of the town cannot work due to extreme cold, hindering development speed. While Lin was contemplating in his mind, Kisi's voice arose from behind Lin. "Master, dinner is ready. You may dine." Lynn responded and stood up from the armchair, heading to the main seat at the dining table. While eating the food on the plate, Lynn spoke to Kesey seated on the right. Are the families of the deceased soldiers settled? Kesey nodded in response. It has been arranged, Master. There were 20 soldiers who died. Their families were assigned to relaxing positions in the kitchen and similar areas. The dependents of the soldiers have also been registered. Upon having relevant job skills, they will be prioritized as managers of various positions. Additionally, each family was subsidized with 100 pounds of wheat and 100 pounds of fine salt. Lynn enjoyed the roasted lamb in his mouth and responded. He took a sip of distilled spirits. The comfortable sensation instantly filled his body. Swallowing all the food, Lynn continued asking, "Did Rose report to you who killed the most enemies in the defense of the city?" Kesey recalled for 2 seconds and explained, "Master, the report has been submitted. He is Earl Mendez, who killed 15 bandits in the campaign." Upon hearing this, Lynn, while eating, triggered a thought and opened the resident information column panel. As Lynn input Earl Mendez's name, an information panel emerged before Lynn's eyes.